4, 3.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020, live from Las Vegas, Nevada, high atop the Las Vegas Convention Center in Central Hall. I'm Michael Artsis alongside Brian Stillman, and
Hey,
this
Mike.
is Be Terrific, your live continuing coverage. This is day 4.
Day 4.
Hard to believe that for me already, because this is only day 2 for me.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about that, Mike.
You did great.
Thanks.
I really enjoyed watching the coverage from a plane. I actually watched some at Marlins Park. I had some meetings, had to go attend, and they went well and very exciting. But I'm glad to be back. I really felt like I was missing CES this year, and I got filled in by you, so now I know what the viewers feel like.
you missed a good day yesterday. You know, we got to go through the Sony booth, the entire Sony cavern, which for me was super cool because they were showing off a lot of new tech.
I'm so jealous.
Geared towards filmmaking, geared towards home, geared towards everything. That was a lot of fun, and we got to see the new the Mercedes Avatar, the concept car. James Cameron was involved in developing.
I'm even more jealous about that.
That thing was insane, to the point where I didn't even know what to talk about because we didn't have a guide. So all I could do was be dumbfounded through the whole thing. I can't even imagine what the viewers are thinking.
So the car breathes on its own. It has panels that move, and the whole idea is that it makes it more aerodynamic at high speeds.
Yeah, but even more than
More
that, it's
fuel
a
efficient.
man-machine interface.
Yeah.
It's this bizarre sort of.
It's
there's
the
no steering
Terminator.
column.
What it's going to do?
Yeah,
It's going to combine man
I'm
and
amazed
machine.
the car
It's
doesn't
going to
give
make
birth. You know, it was incredible. It was bizarre. It's obviously never going to happen.
What do you mean
but
it's never going to happen?
Look, my dream is that we'll one day see cars like that on the road, but we keep getting the same sort of sneaker-shaped shoes. We see all these cool concept cars. We never get anything super, super cool.
You know
for the
what? They
consumer.
showed a concept.
So, you know,
Mercedes
fingers
showed a
crossed.
concept here about 5 years ago, and it blew everybody's mind, and the wheels breathed and all that stuff.
Right.
Again, to make it more aerodynamic. And a lot of those elements that were in that concept car are now sneaking into the S-Class and different cars that they have.
Well,
so,
that's something Sony talked about. Sony
Yeah.
built a car.
Yeah.
And they built a car as a way to test out sensors and to test out some of their imaging components and things like that. And they don't plan on making a car, but it's all about seeing those systems ending up in other cars, in vehicles moving forward. So they're like test labs for all this
Sure.
equipment.
I heard that there was this really cool company called Doodlematic that stopped by. Tell me about that.
Doodlematic might as well move in. Doodlematic
We
might
gotta
as well
talk to-
become
we gotta talk to
an
Jen's-
ancillary company, part of a subdivision of Be Terrific because they are here all the time.
We got to talk to Jen Stein about that. I don't understand. How did that happen? I step away for a minute and she sneaks them on 2 more times?
We talked to them at CES Unveil.
Yeah.
And then you talked to them
Yeah.
when you were here. And then lo and behold, they were back. You know, but you know what? It's a cool product, and we had a lot to talk about. We took it from the art side yesterday as
Sure.
opposed to from the technology side. So it was a lot of fun.
All right, from the art side. What do we learn about the art side?
Well, it's all about integrating art and education and using art to expand education, not just to teach the STEAM elements,
Yeah.
but also to look at sort of the value of art. Look, art's important. We see arts funding cut every day, but the clothes we wear, the cars we drive, everything we do, art influences. Design influences, so it's important stuff.
I am I'm very interested about that product. I think it's very cool, and
It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun, and I think it's a very good product. What about some other things you saw yesterday?
Okay, well, so obviously Sony was super cool. One of the things that Sony showed off that I thought was great was their virtual environment for filmmaking. Obviously, this isn't something that we're going to be using on a consumer level anytime soon, but it's this idea that they can go 3D map a set and then shoot on the resulting video that they create, and as the camera moves, you get the parallax effect, you get the perspective
Do you like
change.
this? I see this with cars now.
It's
They're going
basically
to do
replacing green screens.
right, but they're going to do chase scenes without actual cars. And I don't
This
know if
wasn't
I like
replacing
that.
the car. This was just replacing
No, this is replacing
sets
the
and
set.
backgrounds.
But
Right.
there's something to be said for.
I don't
think
think they're
there's something
ever
to be
really
said
gonna-
said for a physical set.
Well, I think you still have a physical set. I think the key is, look, if we learned anything from the prequels, from the Star Wars prequels, having a physical set's important.
Yeah.
That thing was shot all green screen.
Right.
But I think there is something to be said for being able to take a virtual set, a virtual environment, something you can't create, and being able to create it in a sort of digital environment in a way that feels realistic but isn't all green screen. So the actors have something to interact with.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm not an
like, give
actor,
or
but I
take.
would think that you would want something to interact with, because otherwise it seems weird if you don't have physical walls and stuff. That
Well-
could be a green screen behind you. It's not. It's LED, but it could be a green screen, and
Right.
that would be fine. But at least you still have physical.
It's
set
finding the
pieces.
balance.
Yeah.
I think it's finding the balance.
It'd be weird to have like cabinets that are virtual.
Right.
That's what I'm
Well, I
saying.
don't think this is meant to replace that. This is meant to replace the things that are in the background. Anyone who's
Yeah.
watching The Mandalorian on Disney Plus, they're using a lot of virtual environments.
All right, a lot to get to today, correct?
Absolutely.
A lot still to see. Did we have Catalyst on?
Did we have Catalyst? We went to Catalyst.
Oh, we went to Catalyst,
Yep.
so we had them on.
Went
You're
to
getting
Catalyst.
around a lot. You were all over
We
the
were
floor.
down on the floor,
All right,
yeah.
looking forward to a lot more today, a lot more from the floor, and a lot more for you. You are the Terrifics. You make me terrific special. We'll be back with a whole lot more right after this, so don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Oh, wait, there are no dials anymore.
No
don't
dials.
press that button
Don't
and
click.
leave us. Don't click. That's the bottom line. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this. Welcome back, friends. You are the Terrifics. You make Be Terrific special. What's up, Terrifics? We're here live at CES 2020, high atop Central Hall. This is unbelievable. This is the Be Terrific set, your live continuing coverage on Be Terrific. I have Satya here from a really great AI company.
DeepSight AI Labs.
Yeah, and you guys really do something. It's called Super Secure, and the idea is that you are making security cameras smarter to help protect people. And I was going to say you're doing something cool. That's what I'm saying. It's not only cool, though, it's important.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you for being here.
Yes, thank you.
So tell me all about this. We've got security cameras here on our set so that if you trip and fall, we can show our insurance company that I didn't trip you, and we can also protect our stuff at night. Believe it or not, we actually have had incidents of stuff missing in the morning. So it's pretty interesting. We love security cameras, but it's better when they're smart enough because, I just got an alarm notification this morning at our office early this morning, and nobody was there, and they're calling me, and I'm like, yeah, I'm in Vegas. I don't know.
Exactly. I'll just give you a little background about this.
Yeah.
CCTV cameras have been there since 1942, and they're close to maybe 1 billion are in use currently.
Yeah.
And every year about 140 million cameras are sold. Since last 4 years, they've added about 600 million more.
All right.
And they've been only recording videos all these days, and also they come with motion sensors that generate thousands of false alerts.
Sure.
People get annoyed and then turn off those alerts.
Right, and then there are some cameras like Nest that have facial recognition or detection, or is it a person or a dog or a car? They kind of work.
Yeah,
kind of.
Exactly, yeah. But we are talking about real threats here, and active shooters at these days. There's shootings at schools and public places, and also robberies.
So how does a security camera detect an active shooter early on?
Yeah, basically we built a AI platform.
Yeah.
We call it as Super Secure. And we've been active in, already we've launched and working at enterprise level in South Africa and Korea, Hong Kong and Europe.
Does it do facial recognition?
It does facial recognition also.
And is this something that is available to add on to any camera? Or
Yes,
is it something
exactly.
that I have to buy your cameras?
No, we are a universally compatible retrofit solution. And our solution works with any camera on the planet.
It'll work with Nest?
Yes.
Arlo?
Yes. Exactly.
Really?
Yes.
How much does this cost?
This actually starts from about $400 upwards.
$400?
Yes.
Per camera?
No, it's for about 10 cameras.
10 cameras?
Yes.
Per year?
No, it's a one-off equipment cost.
Yeah.
And there'll be a nominal subscription charge.
Okay, and how do I sign up for this?
We are live on Indiegogo now.
Okay.
And basically you can pre-order now. And we can actually start shipping.
I was excited. I wanted it now.
Exactly.
I was going to give you $400 out of my pocket.
I said that's thank you. So you can pre-order. Probably we can start shipping from end of February.
Okay.
So that's where we are.
So it's not on the market yet.
No, we are at enterprise level. We are already existing. We are already installed in metros.
So tell me how it works.
Yeah.
You basically, if it's, I mean, look, what if I just go like this? I'm playing with a friend. It's going to think I'm an active shooter?
Yes, even if it's a toy gun, it's a
really?
threat. Yes, because
it's not
we
smart
cannot,
enough to know that.
No, it is not. I mean, it's threat is a threat actually. So if it's a toy gun, we cannot differentiate. But I mean, it's a threat. Gun is a gun.
Okay.
And you should be cautious. Even somebody pulls off a toy gun, you'll be scared naturally.
Really? Okay. Yeah. So you it'll identify probably the hand gesture and the actual
exactly.
gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we detect. I mean, about we are working on about 90 different classifiers and anomaly detection.
What about fire? Will it detect fire?
We detect fire. We detect actually person covering face with mask or a balaclava helmet, and we detect. I mean, people loitering and people fighting, falling on the ground. And
really?
We do a tamper detection, camera tamper detection.
Yeah.
If somebody covers the camera.
How do you do this on an existing camera? I've got a Nest. How does this work?
Basically, all the cameras are network device. Basically, it's a network device, a super secure, and then it is connected on the network, and we access the feed, live feed from all the cameras.
Okay.
And then we run our algorithms, custom, proprietary algorithms, and then we detect, threats in real time.
Wow.
And
what does it do with that threat? It's going to alert me, or it's going to alert the police? Like an active shooter, I want it to alert
no,
the
it'll
police.
alert you first, and then you have to take a call to prevent incident. Basically,
what
you have to visually.
What if I'm with the active shooter? Like, what if the active shooter walks in?
Yeah.
And is maybe just shot me, unfortunately.
So, I mean, things do happen actually. So, Tesla is there, which is a self-driving autonomous car, but I mean, it's still in the emerging. Basically, this technology is emerging.
It won't tell the alarm company. You haven't worked with alarm companies.
It can be integrated with IoT systems and alarm companies too. And usually in a home or a small business like a 7-Eleven store or a gas station environment, we install this in 15 minutes. Anybody can install DIY. And the registered user will get a IVR call, an SMS, an email with one attached image.
So the idea would be to have multiple people on the account so that everybody gets the call. And then, okay.
That's what it is.
It would be interesting if it also alerted the alarm company, who could then do what the alarm company does and say, are you okay? We have a possible active shooter. And then they could call the police and say we have
exactly.
a possible
In enterprise level, we are doing that.
Yeah.
But at home level.
Consumer level.
Yeah, at consumer level, it's a standalone solution.
Yeah.
We don't have to really go with any alarm company. You can just have this box and it will be super secure.
Excellent. And how do I find out more? I got to go to the Indiegogo.
Indiegogo.
I hate doing Indiegogos.
No, Indiegogo is really great place.
How do I know you're going to deliver the product? It's vaporware right now. What if it's not as good?
Yeah, we are already active in, as I said, in many countries and enterprise level. We won awards in oil and gas and.
All right, give out your Indiegogo. I say buyer beware, though. I'll wait till it's in the store. When's it going to be in the store?
We are already talking to Fry's and Best Buy and everything. And
all right.
And I
When's
think
it going to be in Best Buy? I'll wait till it's in Best Buy.
Yeah,
maybe
probably,
like August.
No, maybe by mid-March.
March. I'm in. I'm in.
That's where it is.
All right. So how do we find out about your Indiegogo in case some of the viewers are willing to pony up some money now?
So we have live, videos there, case studies there, and also our awards, our recognition, and also our investors, and all the journey you can find on Indiegogo now currently.
Okay.
And also we are.
But where? What do I go to your website or do I go to Indiegogo.com/?
Yeah, you can go to our website, or you can go to our booth, or you can find any other marketing material. I've got a QR code. You can go to Indiegogo by scanning that, and you can go to our website. There's a link there, and deepsightailabs.com or supersecure.ai is a new website.
Supersecure.ai. I like that one. Supersecure.ai, making AI for all security cameras that are online. What about if I have a system that's, I bought at Costco. It's an old school CCTV system, and it's got those, wires, and it's janky, and it's got the little DVR.
It works with any camera, even a 20-year-old camera with analog and IP and hybrid and every sort of camera. That's what it is. Anything which is 720p and above, and we can detect.
20-year-old camera is not going to be 720p. I hate to break it to you.
I understand, yeah. So we are already live. We've installed on Metro in Asia.
Sure.
And it's an existing camera inside the compartments and on the platforms. And we are doing this not only for security, we are also doing for safety breach. Example, in oil and gas and construction industry, where people are supposed to wear helmets and safety jackets.
Oh, it'll notice if they're not.
Yes, if they're not, it'll notice that.
Then I get an alert and I go, hey, Johnny, put that helmet on.
Exactly. That is a supervisor gets an alert.
Wait, let me give you that.
Yeah.
I'd go, where's the next teller? Boop, boop. Hey, Johnny, I see you're not wearing your helmet. You want to put that on, tough guy?
That's a fine.
Is that good? Was that
exactly,
good?
Yeah.
How'd I do? That's how we talk on the oil rig.
Yeah, exactly. So we won an award for World Oil and Gas contest in the world, and in Netherlands we were runner-up in the whole world. In fact,
awesome.
For our technology.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. And we are in security, safety, automation, and analytics, crowd analytics. For a retail environment, we can actually do the footfall analytics and crowd counting.
What happens with the data? How much data are you recording on everybody?
We don't record and store data. That's a DVR job, and we process it in real time. And then.
But do you keep those stats? Like, let's say I was an oil rig, and I don't really want anybody to know that 10 times this month Johnny didn't wear his hard hat. Are you recording that?
Yeah, we are recording incidents, actually. We record incidents.
You are? So
we record only incidents.
So on one hand, it's good because I can know if the incidents went down. On the other hand...
And we build custom dashboards for analytics and such kind of things. So you'll have access to.
This is on the enterprise level. This isn't on Super Secure, is it?
Is Super Secure Plus, we call it as for enterprise.
Really?
Super Secure is for homes and small and medium business. Wow. Super Secure Plus is the enterprise version.
This is very good. I got to get your card. We got to stay in touch.
Absolutely.
You got to let me know when it's actually out. I will buy it. I would give you $400 right now for it.
Okay, that's great. You can register today on Indiegogo.
No, I'm not going to do Indiegogo. For the real unit.
It's not too far. We are very close. close.
Supersecure.ai.
Yes, that's correct.
Supersecure.ai.
That's correct.
Supersecure.ai. This is great because in the middle of the night, I don't have to be woken up all the time by the alarm company by a ferret running by. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
We've got this Caucasus skunk by our office. I love
exactly.
that guy.
No more false alerts. No more. I mean, when the curtain moves or a tree branch moves,
Right.
It doesn't give you alert. It's only it can differentiate between a person wearing a mask,
I like that.
person holding a gun. It's
Yeah.
like that. Various anomaly detection we can do.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to have you on.
Thank you so much.
Supersecure.ai. We'll take a quick break and we'll be back with a whole lot more. Your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 right here live from the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Over
Stay with
500
us.
million
Thank you.
CCTV cameras are in use worldwide and growing at 14.7% CAGR. But crime rate is on the rise globally. We tend to look at CCTV as a detection tool, but there's no real detection going on. CCTV video recording is mostly used for post-incident investigation purposes, but not able to prevent incidents. Smart and timely security alerts could help in taking preventative measures to save precious human lives and protect valuable assets. You cannot afford to take any chances when it comes to security of your office, store, or home. DeepSight AI Labs is presenting Super Secure, an artificial intelligence, deep learning, and proprietary algorithms-based smart surveillance platform. It is a universally compatible retrofit solution that works with any CCTV system, any camera, any resolution, and adds intelligence to detect potential threats in real time from live video streams of multiple cameras. Artificial intelligence-powered Super Secure system detects people wearing helmets, covering faces with masks or balaclavas, holding weapons, intrusion, loitering, fighting, falling on the ground, crowd counting, missing objects, unattended baggage, and camera tampering. It sends 5-way alerts, flashing the highlighted window of the incident on a monitor screen and audio beep alert, SMS and email with an incident-related message. Time, location details, also triggers an IVR interactive voice response calls to the registered users. Attention, attention, intrusion detected.
What's up, Terrifics? Welcome back to your live continuing coverage at CES 2020 live high atop Central Hall at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Michael Artsis, and this is Be Terrific, your live continuing coverage. You know, we're having a lot of fun. We're doing a lot of great coverage for you, so don't go anywhere. Keep it locked right here at Be Terrific TV on all social media. And I've got Michael here from Sharing OS. Now, you've heard of the Bird scooters. You've heard of the Lime scooters. You've probably used some of those. Well, maybe you want to start your own business or a smaller version of those. That's where Michael and Sharing OS come in to play. You guys do a turnkey solution for everybody, right?
Exactly. Thanks for having me, Michael.
It's good to have you here.
Thank you. So what we do is that we provide a turnkey solution for mobility sharing. So we provide all the vehicles, software, back-end, front-end app, customized fully, as well as the charging solution and the batteries. So that's to facilitate everybody who wants to get into the business, companies or entrepreneurs.
So it's a very interesting thing. You could have a pool of scooters for your employees that they could go and take lunch breaks or go between buildings or facilities, and you provide that as a service. You know, you would provide the whole setup as a service. Additionally, I could be an entrepreneur and say, wow, Bird's doing very well, Lime's doing very well. I'd like to start my own version, or I'd like to start it in my community or my small town and see what I could do with it. And then I can do it. And you have bikes and scooters and all sorts of stuff.
That's exactly the point of why we started the company. So we found that mobility sharing or micro-mobility sharing is going to be a very great market. We have seen people really love Lime or Bird scooters.
And I love Lime and Bird scooters. I ride them.
Yeah, but they currently only serve like large cities, and because the cost of serving smaller cities and having people on the ground is very expensive. However, we find everybody loves these kind of facilities, and people want to reduce the car ownership, right? So, but for in a small town or in a university or in a campus for a company, it's very expensive to have a whole software team or hardware team to develop the products. So we think that's the job we can have to providing them everything they need to start a business.
What about in China? I see a lot of people on bikes in China. I see a lot of people on scooters in China. But I think if a company could provide their employees in China with scooters to get around, it might be good, especially those who live in dorms.
Yes. In China, this mobility sharing started from China 2016. It was really, really popular, and it spread over to the US as well, and in Europe, and people love it, and that's fun.
What about college campuses in the US? If I wanted to go to Ohio State University and set up a mobile share scooter business, what would stop me from doing that, and why not?
No, nothing can stop you as long as you can get the license from the university.
Sure.
And you can get a system from us. You can start a business in 2 months' time.
Now, what would that cost? Like, let's say I wanted 200 scooters and 100 bikes. Is that? And when I say what it costs, you don't have to quote it now, but is that tens of thousands of dollars? Is it hundreds of thousands of dollars? Is it millions of dollars? What is it? What would it cost? Just a range.
It's about $100,000.
Really?
To start a business, yeah, that
seems pretty reasonable,
achievable for a lot of entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and if you put a business plan together, maybe you can go get a loan from a bank, or you could take your savings and start this. This is very interesting. I mean, when you think about it, it'd really be great for college campuses, would it not?
Yeah, I think so. Because in a lot of campuses, there's not a lot of good transport options for the students. They only walk on their foot, and the dormitory, etc., is very far. And these kind of options is great. And there's a lot of vandalism or theft in the campus. So this is great for the universities.
What I always think about with the Bird scooters and the Lime scooters are two things. One, how do you keep them running? Like in San Diego, they were having problems with people throwing them into the ocean, getting inebriated and throwing them into the ocean over there. And so how do you keep them maintained and safe?
That's a very good question, Michael. So what we have found is that this is great business to run, but the problem, as you said, vandalism, theft, and how to run smoothly to keep the assets on the places the cities wants to keep. So we have technologies that we have cable lock installed on the scooters, so we require the users to keep the scooters in the base that the operators want them to keep, and then we can ask the users to take photos to verify they put into those places.
So it's a little bit more advanced than what Bird and Lime do, because in Bird and Lime you just leave them on the street wherever you want and you walk off, which is a nice feature, but again, they're throwing them into the ocean in San Diego, and that doesn't seem good. What about safety? Do people have to bring their own helmets? Or, I mean, what do you do about that? Because I know that that's a concern with riding a bicycle or a scooter or anything like that.
We definitely recommend people to have their own helmets or having the operators to provide the helmets for the users.
But like, for instance, I was in LA and we had to get somewhere quickly and we just jumped on the birds. Mm-hmm. We didn't have helmets with us, but it's dangerous.
It is dangerous.
Yeah.
I think our idea is that people should bring their own. There's a lot of new technologies with foldable helmets.
Yeah,
people should have one
That's pretty
in
good.
their own bag.
That's pretty good. We should find them on CES and bring them on. So how did you start this business? You're the co-founder and CEO. How did you start the business?
Yeah, so when actually I used to be an investment banker in the UK, and I saw this coming, and I became an angel investor in this business. But my co-founder has been based in Shanghai, and we want to bring this to Europe. So I started as a co-founder with him in the UK. And when we started a operation company by our own. We were the first UK's free-floating bike-sharing company. When we started, it was really popular. We have people coming all over the world wanting this system. So we said, okay, people from Mexico, people from Ireland, people from France. So we said, why don't we just become a company specialized in providing the system to them?
It seems like a great idea. What about regulations? Do you worry about regulations? I know Uber had a lot of trouble with regulations. Uber, with their cars, had trouble here in Vegas, had trouble in New York City. They're starting to do this stuff as well. Do you worry about regulations with, I want to start this as a business, I'm willing to pay you money, but now I have to go up against all these regulations in Madison, Wisconsin, where I'd like to put this at the University of Wisconsin?
On the contrary, regulation is a tailwind for our business, because we find that regulation and the city councils, they like to have local business to run the mobility sharing instead of having a large
company like Bird.
And these guys usually become quite small companies, as medium-sized companies. Right. They don't have technology, so they come to us for help.
And do you help with the regulation? Do you help them understand what the regulations are in different places and how to navigate that?
Exactly, because we are a global business. We're currently running 12 countries and 32 cities all over the world, including Mexico, Europe, and Southeast Asia, Middle East. So we understand the regulation in different places and the best practice over there. So we can tell the new entrants how to do it, how to do in your cities.
This is great. This is very entrepreneurial. I like it. It's a good story. How big are you guys today? How many places are you in? How many cities are you in?
So we are currently in 32 cities across different continents.
Wow. That's pretty good. Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Do you have any huge partners? Like, has some company like Uber or Lyft reached out to you, and are they working with you as well?
Yes, we have very large energy companies coming to us. We have auto OEMs coming to us. Currently, we are working with world's largest car parking companies, Indigo Group from France.
Sure.
Yeah, they are currently operating in 750 cities in the world. What they want is that they worry about in the next 10 years, their car parking business is going to be enriched by people using autonomous cars, robo-taxis. So they want to embrace mobility sharing.
It's very freeing to just get on a scooter and go. Have you ever thought about here at the convention center making a deal with them to rent it to people who want to go to their hotel? At a convention like this, it's nearly impossible to get out of here.
Exactly. That's a very good idea, Michael. So we have been actually approached by the local operators coming to us, say that they want to have this service. So next year for the CES, we can provide this service to you guys.
Michael is looking for all entrepreneurs who are looking for an opportunity. Here's one right here. And that's pretty cool. Here at CES, you could find out about starting your very own business. And it's like the modern day pizza shop without the cash you can put in your pocket. Anyway, it's all credit card, right?
Yeah.
All right. Very cool. Sharing Go. Sharing OS. What's the site? SharingOS.com?
SharingOS.com.
And do you take a cut of each transaction, or you just say, no, this is how much it costs, and this is how much it costs a month, and that's it?
Yeah, so what we charge is a monthly fee per vehicle.
Right.
So
and that's it.
Exactly.
Very cool. SharingOS.com, SharingOS.com. He's Michael. I'm Michael. That's Michael Squared. And you are the Terrifics. You make Be Terrific special. We'll be back with a whole lot more right after this, live from Las Vegas. Don't go.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman coming to you live from CES 2020. I'm with Be Terrific. It's a beautiful day in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's technology all around us. It's super exciting to be here. Everywhere you look, you're seeing something new. You're seeing something innovative. Here on the Be Terrific set, our beautiful set, we've got all sorts of these panels, and it's all glowing and very Las Vegas. Very Las Vegas. I am here with Nadia.
Hi.
Tactagon Skin.
Yes.
It's new. It's a product that allows you to control Bluetooth technology through gestures.
Yes.
This is the second year at CES.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So first, tell us, what is Tactagon Skin?
Tactagon Skin is a wearable device. You see, I can wear it on my hand, and through your gestures, as you said before, you can connect with Bluetooth to devices and give commands to them through your gestures. In fact, on board on Tactagon Skin, we have our own software, which is the novelty of this CES 2020 edition.
Okay.
The Tactagon Gear software, so gestures analysis recognitions. And with this software, you are able to recognize up to 16 gestures. So, for instance, up, down, right, left, or more complicated gestures, because you can also wear two Tactagon, one right hand and one left hand. So through our gestures, we give commands to the device. For instance, if we have a robot arm, and we do a square, the robot positions in a certain position, goes in a certain position.
So it's not just move forward, move backwards. It's literally creating command languages.
Yes.
So movement in a square means robot, position yourself here.
Yes.
Or it means whatever the product is, tells it to do something.
Yes, exactly. It's a sort of teaching. So we can teach to the robot through our gesture.
And does it work with any Bluetooth-enabled device? Does it work just certain Bluetooth devices? How does the pairing come together?
No, we can connect to any device with Bluetooth. So we go from robots to tablet or smartphone or PC. So we can, for instance, use a Tactagon Skin like a mouse. So if we connect to a PC with a 3D CAD software, let's think of it, we can rotate the object through the keys here on the back, for instance, click and zoom in, right, or click and zoom out. So give commands like if it were a mouse.
What are some of the applications that you're seeing this applied to? I can see lots of possible options, obviously toys or industry. Where are you seeing it used?
Up to now, we left Tactagon Skin applications horizontal on purpose, meaning that by simple changing the software on board, we can change the applications. So we can, for instance, manage PowerPoint presentations. So as soon as you're speaking with a simple gesture, you can make slides go onwards or backwards, or you can zoom, or you can rotate and so highlight some words, for instance. Or you can connect to robots to control humanoids or robotic arms, both for industry applications, but also our everyday life.
It's really all about man-machine interface at this point. I mean, that really seems to be the big hurdle that needs to be leapt over. We're creating all this technology, but we still have to find ways to connect to it, still have to find ways to use it in a way that's not invasive in our life, in a way that is seamless. Talk a little bit about the impetus behind the creation of this. What was motivating it?
Okay, so the very, very beginning of the story is a daddy maker story, meaning that a dad with his daughter who wanted to be like Iron Man, you know, and have a device to control things, gave the starting idea of this. Then thinking about the applications and the possibilities of gestures, we understood that gestures are our everyday life. So when we communicate something, we do it also with gestures. So why don't use them to apply to a technology in order to simplify the interaction, the man-machine interaction. So, for instance, when you have to program a robot, you need a high-tech skill, you need a lot of time, long procedure. Think about just doing a circle and the robot learns to position in a certain way or to do a certain movement that is much easier.
What was the process like developing the gestures and figuring out what gestures you want to use to create this interface? Because we can do anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you narrow that down into something that's simple for people to understand, easy for them to learn, and are distinct enough for whatever you're controlling to differentiate between from gesture to gesture?
This is a good question and a good problem also. One of the main problems we had to face, because we can choose a simple gesture like forward, but for instance, I do it in this way, another person does it faster or longer, so it's not an easy task. So through the artificial intelligence algorithm we have developed, we are now doing examples of these movements from different people so that we can have a high accuracy of recognition of the gesture, even if it's done by different persons. So thinking of a general use, so an everyday life use, we have to bring things as much simple as possible.
Are they, now you said there are 16 gestures, are they 16 predetermined by you guys, by Tactigon Skin, or can I create a new gesture that becomes a new language, a 17th? If I say I want one gesture to be this, now that means position yourself here to the robot. Is that something that I can do? Is that something that you foresee in the future being part of this?
Yes, it's something you can do because Tactigon Skin is programmable. So we have 16 gestures we have up to now. So we started from the simplest ones, so right, left, forward, backwards, and so on. But you can do also double gestures, and you can decide on your own that a specific movement has a specific command for the device. Yes.
Now, what are there any programs out there? Is there a list of programs that this already works with, that you have templates for, that you have already sort of programmed certain commands in, or is it just completely open where anything I get, I can program in?
Okay, so first of all, I should say that Tactigon Skin is not on the market yet.
Okay.
So what we have developed up to now, it's in our headquarters. So for instance, on our YouTube channel, you can see videos about the applications we have already developed. So a person buying Tactigon Skin can download those sketches from our marketplace, install simply on the device here through the USB, and use as is. But Tactigon Skin has also an Arduino SDK available, so we give libraries and everything useful to program, and so a person can decide to write his own code or to improve what we have already done.
So where can people, well actually before I ask that, you came out, you were at CES last year.
Yeah.
You're here this year.
Yeah.
What brings you back? What are the latest developments, and when is this coming out?
So last year we presented the Tactigon Skin device,
right.
And the aim of our participation in the exhibition was to collect as much feedback as possible from general public, because we need to know if we were going on the right way.
Sure.
Okay, so the feedback was positive, and so now we came back in order to present this new Tactigon Gear software, which is the key point and the most important thing of this year, this algorithm with artificial intelligence with 16 gestures already recognized.
Plus it's available in black this year.
Yeah, and the black version. Yeah.
So where can people go to learn more about Tactigon Skin?
Okay, so we are exhibiting at the Sense Expo, All G, Level 1, in the Italian Pavilion, which is 52722.
can people find out? People who are not at CES, can they learn more about it? Do you have a website?
Okay, so website is tatigon.com, and we are also social. So Tatigon can be found on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, and so on.
And that's Tactigon, Tactigon.
Yes, exactly.
Tactigon.
Correct.
Great. And do you have a retail price on that yet? I know it's not out yet, but...
Yes, retail price will be $149 US.
Great. Well, Tactigon Skin, one of the many innovative products that are coming out. You can see it all at CES. Stick around. We're going to have a lot more. I'm Brian Stillman from Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll be back.
Hi, friends. Welcome back, Terrifics, to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. High atop the Las Vegas Convention Center in Central Hall. I'm Michael Arcis. You are the Terrifics, and you make Be Terrific special. We're here streaming live, bringing you a lot of great content and telling you all sorts of great things about great new products. A lot of technology packed in here. It's just ridiculous how many vendors there are, how many people. I would say this show's got to be 250,000 people now. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. At last count, they were at like 175. And that's attendees. That's attendees. That doesn't count all of the vendors and the vendor staff and all of that. I've got Michael here. He's from Silken. Silken makes a whole new toothbrush called the ToothWave, and this is new technology for brushing teeth. Now, we've had electric toothbrushes probably the 60s, right? It was probably the first electric toothbrush, but you guys are doing something different.
We're doing something new and innovative. This toothbrush is the ToothWave, and the ToothWave is an RF technology. And
RF is radio frequency.
Radio frequency technology, but at a very safe level. It produces only 3 watts of energy.
So that's what I was going to say. My first question was going to be, RF can not be harmful. I mean, we have radio waves going through the air. We listen to radio. We have a car. We drive with radio. Our cell phones have RF. But then sometimes we hear our cell phones are dangerous, and certainly high enough RF can be very dangerous.
Right. So RF energy has been used in medical treatments for many, many years, from joint pain, from apnea, from snoring, for all sorts of things, and with no adverse effect. We've done clinical studies with hundreds of patients. We've had no adverse effect. And what the ToothWave does is it produces electrochemistry molecules that helps remove the stains that are attached to the tooth enamel. So unlike other toothbrushes, which rely on mechanical removal of soft debris
or vibration,
or vibration, but it's always relying on the toothbrush itself.
I just ate. Can I try this? I've got a lot of food in my teeth, and I was gonna run my tongue around and get it out. But do you have one that's new that I could use?
Yeah. So we have two sizes of brushes. We've got the larger size, and we have the smaller size. So I've just taken this out of the package.
I thought you were going to give me that huge thing, and I'm so glad you didn't. I said, wow, I've been told I have big teeth. I didn't know they were that big.
No. So
somebody said before, but you're a big mouth, so.
So there, you can try it. Is that
the highest level?
That's it. So there's 4 levels. There's one which produces the RF technology, but with no vibration, and then there's you just press there to 1, 2, and 3. 2, and then the third one is the highest.
Oh, that third one's intense.
Yes.
And then you've got this metal ring around it that it gives the RF, I imagine.
Yes. So this prop over here shows you, and it's demonstrating how the energy, the molecules, will go from one side to the other.
So this is intense.
Yeah. So you can by applying that with very little motion, you don't need to move it. So
I don't need to scrub.
No, you do not need to scrub. So the advantage of this thing that it's very safe, and it doesn't do any abrasion. There's no bristle abrasion. All the technology.
Am I doing it right now?
Yes. So you just keep it. So you're
kind of like being at the dentist then when they go. with that thing, you know.
Right. So if the vibration appears
Bubblegum flavor.
if it appears too intense, you can lower it. But you just keep it. You divide your mouth up into 4 quarters, and it's 30 seconds per quarter. So you do.
Oh, I get that.
So you do the front, the sides, and the mouth is being treated, and you can just add this to your everyday routine.
It's rechargeable?
Oh yeah, it's rechargeable, and each charge can last up to 2 weeks.
Oh, all right, good. Very good.
And how's that feeling?
You know, it was pretty intense at first, but now
CES 2020. We are at the Las Vegas Convention Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am here with Michael Artsis.
Hey, Brian, how you doing? What's up, Terrifics?
It's good to have you back.
It's good to be back. High atop Central Hall here.
Yeah.
And I think we might have found the best of CES right here.
Best of CES right here. Our tree, our set piece.
Yes. Well, it's digital landscaping.
Right.
And it's a whole new concept.
What does that mean? What does digital landscaping mean?
Digital landscaping is the idea of not just throwing up an LED video screen or a TV. It's the idea of actually looking at your environment and landscaping it like you would, you know, with plants and trees and all that, or when you put furniture in to make it look really nice, but it's doing it digitally or adding digital elements and having it flow and kind of form into the room instead of just being this, you know, static screen. So
it's not just a way to convey information. You're creating something artistic using these panels, using display elements, using color, light, motion.
Exactly. So we've got this, and we've got these curved posters, and we've got the wave that all kind of flow together nicely, and any one of them by themselves are a little bit more interesting than just having a flat, you know, 16 by 9 screen. All of these are put together with our LEDs. They're flexible. They're called the Agility Quadricep. We also have the Agility Bicep. And they're flexible panels. They're water resistant to IP65, and they're daylight bright, but you can also use them indoor and on sets. And they're magnetic, and they weigh less than 3 pounds. So they're easy to set up, easy to use, and you don't have to have an engineering degree or hire an engineer and get an engineering stamp to mount them. I mean, this is
you can see it's just attached to this metal plate back here.
It's a metal plate and an arm right off a truss, and you can see it's magnetic just like that. So David's here, and he can, you know, give us a little run through on it too, and show the viewers exactly how, you know, easy it is to install. But you know, this took a couple of hours, but you're talking about building the whole tree and everything. So you can put this in the lobby of your building or in your office or anything like that.
Well, it's a real eye catcher. As we've been shooting, as we've been doing stuff from our set, people are behind us constantly coming up to the tree and looking at it and poking at it and trying to figure out what's going on with it, loving it. You know, it's pretty impressive. It's also weirdly distracting to see them spending so much time when we're trying to do broadcasts, but that just shows how sort of powerful it is and how eye-catching it is. And you can see it from the floor.
Yeah, it's
very
see it
from
cool.
space.
And what I think is, hopefully it's as bright as the Luxor light. What I think is cool when you come on set and you look at these is that there's all different configurations you can do. The panels flex multiple ways at the same time. That has, you know, this is the 2.5 pixel pitch, so it's got protection on it. You can literally, look at this, you can literally hit this with your hand. You don't lose any pixels. Nothing happens. I mean, I'm hitting it hard. That's hard. That's a left jab, you know, and I'm hitting it hard. And then this is the 3.8, which doesn't have that protection, but you know, still looks really beautiful. And what's amazing is how good it looks on camera.
It looks awesome on
a lot
camera.
of people think a 3.8 is way too coarse a pixel pitch for on camera, but we've shown all week that it looks good. You know, we've got other pixel pitches coming out in the future, but it's nice to show off what we have now, and obviously a lot of different uses. So, you know, here you've got a wave, which, again, this could be a flat screen and it wouldn't be as attractive or interesting.
Right.
But yet, because it's a wave, it's just as attractive and interesting, and it's hung just by a simple piece of sheet metal. So this whole thing is, you know, 27 panels plus the sheet metal, and it weighs less than 150 pounds.
And it took no time to set up, and that includes putting up a truss.
Yeah.
Putting it on the metal, putting the metal up, suspending it, getting the panels in place.
Yeah, and then we've got these posters, and again, you could have flat posters, which we do. Our panels lay flat, or you can curve them like we do here. and I think they look really cool curved. So I like the tree a lot. I think the tree is very creative.
I love the tree.
Yeah. So it's definitely eye-catching. And, you know, if you want to do something in the lobby of your building that's different, or your office or something like that, you could have a tree. You could have posters that curve. I think these are great for retail, but they're also great for sets because you can put them behind the talent.
Yep.
And then you've got this wave, which I love. That's my favorite.
Well, the thing that's great about putting them on a set is you're creating something that's dynamic. You're creating something that helps create depth. All the things that you want to do when building a set. Something that keeps it sort of an interesting environment, so you're not just against a static white wall or something boring like that. It enhances your broadcast. It really makes things pop. It really makes things look great.
So you've seen a lot of LED in your life on different sets and different
I have seen a lot
things.
of LEDs.
What do you think of these? I mean, you've
like
been around them a bunch lately. So.
Well, and here's the thing. So you've obviously been spending a lot of time with them.
Yeah.
I had a chance to see them the first time at NAB, and I'm seeing them again now. So I'm not as immersed in it. So when I see it, it's sort of like this new amazing thing that I can say honestly struck me as super cool. And I'm not one to kind of hold back when I think something's cool, but I also don't lie to you.
Right. Thank you.
I'm sometimes brutally honest with you.
It means a lot to me. And
I think
gotta
they're
tell
awesome.
You, we designed and developed these, and we manufacture them. We oversee manufacturing. Customer service is the most important thing. This is done on the tech side of the company. You know, this is the OTT. We're original content and broadcasting. But we're very proud of this, and we're really excited about it. And there's a lot of great organizations that are really excited about it too. And you'll find out more in the coming months. A lot of things we can't talk about right now, but we're really excited about this. So I just get a good shot of the tree so everybody can see it, and I guess we'll go to commercial and bring back another guest.
Absolutely.
But this is some really cool tech, no? At
I think
CES
it's the best set
2020.
we've had at
It
CES.
is the best set we've ever had.
I think it looks way better than other things we've done. It's just. Yeah, I love it. I think it looks good. It's fun to be on this set. It's fun to broadcast from this set.
Well, that's cool. Thank you. It was interesting because when I was watching it, you know, it really looks good.
Yeah, it
and,
looks great.
Being here, it's a lot of fun. So, all right, let's get to some more guests. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back right after this. Your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 live here high atop Central Hall, the Las Vegas Convention Center. He's Brian. I'm Michael. You're the Terrifics. You're watching Be Terrific live from CES, your continuing coverage. Don't go anywhere. And by the way, don't forget, check out the Agility Quadricep, BeTerrific.tech.
Be terrific. Welcome back. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We're in the Las Vegas Convention Center in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. We are checking out all the cool tech on this last day of CES. The last day. This is it. This is it. If you're not here right now, you're going to miss everything. I'm here with Olivia. She is with ForwardX. You make robotic following luggage, and this is the Ovis.
Yes.
What is robotic luggage?
It is a luggage that's powered by AI and it follows you around wherever you travel, whether it is airports or in your house, or you just want to goof off outside of the door.
So I'll be walking through the airport and I don't have to carry this thing along. It's just going to follow me.
Yes, correct.
How does that work? I mean, that's awesome. I carry a lot of equipment, a lot of gear, and I've only got two hands.
That's a great
two
question.
hands, a backpack, a shoulder bag, lugging all this stuff. That's definitely something that could be pretty cool. But how does it work?
So, this luggage is powered by computer vision. We have 5 cameras right in the handle. This camera right here will see you, will recognize you, and identify how you walk, what you're wearing that day, and recognize you and only follows you.
So it's only going to follow me.
Yes.
What if my boss, Michael Artsis, wherever he has gone off to, he and I are both sort of the same height, kind of similar builds. What if we're both walking and it's supposed to be following me and we kind of veer off? Why is it going to follow me? How's it going to stay on me?
Well, let me tell you my story. I have a twin sister, identical.
Oh, okay.
And we tested it out.
Right.
It follows only me, not my twin sister. It only sees me, my body, and of course we're having the same height, but we dress differently and we walk differently. And that's the computer was all about. They only recognize you, how you move, your manner, and what you dress that day, and that's the pattern that they're going to follow you.
What technology is going on inside of it? Like, how is it analyzing that? How is it sort of identifying that? How is it recognizing those and discerning between? I mean, especially, I joked about me and Mike, but you and a twin sister, that's obviously a lot more complicated. What sort of processing is going on inside of this thing?
Okay, so it's called object detection. And if a lot of people standing in right of a camera or in front of a computer, and the computer vision will recognize each one of you, even if you're piling up.
Okay.
And if you are the host or if you are the master for this suitcase, it's only going to recognize you through object detection.
How does it learn? How do I pair myself with the suitcase?
With one click of the button, and the camera only sees you through your silhouette.
Okay.
And that follows you with the green button.
That's wild. Can I see it work? I mean, I'm assuming it's paired to you right now.
Yes.
So maybe we can walk around here. We'll go out here a little bit. We have a roving camera, so we'll step out here a little. Here, I'll take this. So let's see. So Olivia is walking around and she's got the suitcase, and that's how most of us would do it. We'd carry our suitcases around. But now the suitcase is going to follow her by all means. Oh, wow. That's awesome. And we're going along carpet here. Wow, that thing flies along. That thing chases her. That's amazing, and it's going over carpet. It's got small little wheels, so it's able to handle all sorts of slightly more complicated terrain. It doesn't have to be perfectly smooth like an airport. Airports have anything from carpeting to smooth surfaces like the sort of concrete surfaces. I'm amazed, Olivia. I'm amazed. Here, why don't you come back on set? That's pretty cool. Well, maybe we'll do another demo right before we're done. But here, take the microphone. Whoops.
Well, if you wanted to pair it with you,
right.
It's just going to take 1 sec.
So we'll show that next, but I'm amazed at how fast it moves. I mean, it really keeps up with you. You don't have to slow down and sort of wait for this thing to catch up. It's just flying along behind you. How fast does it move? What's its maximum speed?
2 meters per second. It's designed for airport. When you think about when you're at airport, you have holding a cup of coffee, and you have your laptop bag, and you don't want it to move slow.
No.
You want it to get to your gate as soon as possible, and that is designed for that. But if you walk slowly, it also follows your speed.
Right. Well, I figured that. I mean, but there are times when I'm running for the airplane because I'm running late, or a security took too long or whatever. So this thing will be able to keep up with me if I'm hauling butt down the tarmac.
Yeah.
what about different terrain? It did really well on carpet. I'm assuming it does really well on like concrete, like a tile or whatever. What about things like sloped passages, like hills? Not hills, but, you know, sometimes they have ramps that you have to go up and down.
Great question. We can handle 45 degree with the heel. It might not be moved as fast as you're working on the carpet or a smooth floor, but it will follow you.
And it won't lose control going down a hill either.
No.
Obviously, stairs are going to be a problem for it.
Right.
You can't walk upstairs yet?
Well, no.
No, okay. Maybe the next model can float. That would be, okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. That might be pushing things a little too far, but that's very cool. What about getting through security, TSA? Do they have any problem with a suitcase loaded up with motors and AI or machine devices and cameras and everything else?
It's not going to be a problem. You know what? I traveled from Heathrow Airport last week, and I was going through the security. I took my battery. And then the security said, hey, you don't need to take it out. I know what your suitcase is doing. I know what it does. Just go through it. I passed it right away. I'm a million miler through Delta, so I travel all over the world.
Right.
And I'm with the suitcase, and it follows me 14 miles. I mean, I'm wearing heels.
Right, right. How much does it weigh? How much does the technology add to the weight of the suitcase? Because that's also something that when you travel, you have to be concerned about. Airports really, you know, airlines don't want you to put bags above a certain weight in the overhead. So in terms of extra weight, what does that add?
It's so for suitcase itself, it's 13 pounds.
Okay.
But you can put 25 kilograms of stuff inside and still move smoothly.
Oh, okay. How much of the space is occupied by the technology? That's the other thing. For me, capacity is important. When I travel, I like to stuff a lot of things in there, or I go places where I need to bring a lot of stuff back with me.
Right.
So I need to make sure there's room in there.
It's like a regular suitcase, 32 liters capacity.
Okay.
And you can get your wardrobe there. I put my makeup bag, my 2 pairs of shoes, my laptop, and all the other stuff is
so
still...
the tech isn't filling any of the main cargo area?
I'd be happy to show you what's inside.
Yeah, let's crack this open. Here, we can put it up on... Here, let's lower the handle, and we'll put it up on... I'll lift it up on the chair. Oh, there, we can just do that. Here, help you with that.
Thank you for helping. Okay, so...
Oh, it's got these little hooks here.
Yeah, let's go here.
All right, so some extra pocket space in here. It's very rugged. I mean, it's very durable. You know, I'm always carrying equipment, so this might not be as durable as the Pelican cases we use to transport equipment, but it's more durable than your normal hard suitcase, which is those shell suitcases, which are kind of squishy. They're not as strong as they look, but this seems pretty durable. Now, it does have this kind of ledge in here, so that's going to take up a little bit of your capacity, this and this. So you're really looking at kind of this area.
Yeah, in this area.
Not bad. Now, are other sizes available? I mean, I know they're all carry-on. You said that, but are there different size carry-ons available, or is this the only one?
You know what? We're working on it. It will be public release in the next year or two. You know what's so different between this year and last year? Is last year was just a prototype. This year, we've sold 3,000 units already.
3,000 units?
Yeah, and we sent it to U.S. backers before Christmas. So they've got their auto-site following suitcase for Christmas gift.
And how do you charge it?
Okay, so if we open the packet down here, let me... That's the battery.
That's the battery. Wow.
It's well designed, and if you want to charge your iPhone, you can charge your iPhone. The battery lasts you 2 days.
So one thing I know has occasionally come up is TSA sometimes has issues with battery packs in those suitcases with the built-in chargers. Is this ever going to be an issue from that regard?
You just need to remove it, just like a simple way, and then put it on the tray, and you're good to go.
Oh wow! Okay, yeah, pops out really easily. How much use do you get out of it off a charged battery pack?
Well, 4 hours walk non-stop.
Oh.
4 hours walk non-stop.
Great. Yeah, I forgot to mic our guest when I was asking her those questions. One thing she said before was you can just pop it out when you're going through TSA. Not a problem at all. And 4 hours nonstop. That is excellent. Okay, so let's try pairing it with me.
Sure.
And we will take it from there.
Perfect. Thank you. I'd love to show you how it works. Okay.
Okay, so what do I do?
I need to turn this on, and then when it's on, just with the click a button, it's good to go.
So we're just making sure everything's powered up and checking the battery connection. Good to go. So what's the wrist device? It seemed was that something you were pairing with it?
Yes, it is. You don't need to raise a band, but this is our alarm. If it's 5 meters away from you, this one's gonna buzz, letting you know, hey, your suitcase is 5 meters away from you.
Oh, that's really cool. So there's a safety if someone were to try and grab it while I was walking through the airport.
Well, then the suitcase is gonna beep, and it's, as the alarm also, you will have your suitcase right beside you. It's
okay. Okay.
Just turning it off while we were.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
The wristband is on. Just waiting for this one. There you go. Okay, I'm ready to.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to leave the microphone behind for a second. So this is all gonna be visual. This is gonna be pantomime. Everyone, hum your own music along the way, and it'll be like a silent movie. Okay, so we're attaching this security wristband to me, so if it gets 5 meters away, 5 meters?
Yes.
5 meters away, it'll beep, so I'll know if it's lagging behind. And so how do I pair?
With the one click of the button right here, and you just need to press it. Perfect. It doesn't have to be long. And then 2 seconds, you're going to turn, boom.
All right, so it's turned blue, so that means it's paired with me?
And then it's going to turn green. There we go.
Okay, just turned green, so now it's paired with me. As they say in Ghostbusters, light is green, trap is clean. All right, so I'm going to give you this, and we will see what happens.
Perfect, thank you. There we go. He likes you.
All right.
Okay, so
That is very cool. I mean, it really is following me, and I stopped. I kind of gave it a little trick, and it works. This is very cool. So this is available now. If people want to find out more and get one for themselves, where can they go?
ovis.forwardx.com.
ovis.forwardx.com. And what does it sell for?
Sell for $799.
$7.99. So you too can have some. Wow, it really likes me. You too can have some robot luggage that follows you through the airport. This thing works great. It's a lot of fun. I got to say, it's very cool having a robot companion. Stick around. We're gonna have a lot more for you coming live from CES 2020. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We'll be back. Welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman. I'm here with Be Terrific, but you know that because you've been sticking around with us all week long. We're here at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and I'm here with Dr. Shinohara, and he's from RoboSense. And RoboSense, you've developed a LiDAR system.
Yes.
This is designed for automated driving, autonomous driving, level 3, 4, 5 automated driving. Talk to me a little bit about this. First of all, what is LiDAR?
So LiDAR is a device which is like the eye, the human eye for the vehicle. So then because it's like the camera, which we know the camera is used on the car. So then this is the LiDAR is using actually the laser source or the light source to sensing the environment. So then it brings the eye even in the evening. So then we cannot during our driving we cannot see at night. So LiDAR can see on the night using the infrared light.
That's really cool. So it's if sonar is using sound, pinging off things. This is using light, using lasers to analyze the area around it.
Exactly.
And aid in the driving of the vehicle.
Exactly. Yeah.
Now, how prevalent is this technology on the road today? How common is this?
Yeah. So then this technology is it's not new anymore. So then we do see sometimes on the roads there are the robotaxis is doing some testing. So then we see this is very big. The LiDAR is put on top of the vehicle. It's rotating on the top.
Right.
So then but that kind of the LiDAR is normally it's just for testing. So then what we developed a very tiny, very small, just this size, and it's very easy to put into the car and to hidden in the car. What only from outside you can see is this eye window. So then this window is the only thing you can see from outside the car. It's not so big. The rotating device is on the top. So then the passenger cars, the normal cars which for the normal people can have it.
So how long was RoboSense working on it to get it from the big car top unit down to something like this?
The company was established in 2014. So then for this technology, since 2016, we started to do the development, and now it's 3 years past. So finally, we achieved that this is a device, and now it's very mature enough. We are collaborating with a lot of the different car makers, the OEMs. So then they already put this device into their car, do some the testing, make sure they are the autonomous driving, the functionalities are safe. They are able to know the vehicle. Are able to know the very precise the location it is, also know where is the pedestrian, where is the people, where is the cars, to make a safe driving.
What changed that allowed the technology to go from the rooftop with a larger device to something smaller like this? What advancements did you have to make to get it into a box like this?
We called this one as a solid state LiDAR. So then the older one is like the mechanical LiDAR. So then it's quite similar like what is our hard disk. The older generation is using a motor to rotate the disk. So then that is this size. Now we have all our laptops is so thin, so small, or even a memory card. This solid state technology can bring is small. What we are using here, we internally instead of using a big motor to do the scanning or environment, we use we call it MEMS-based the scanner, the meter, the technology. It's a very tiny the meter inside it to scan the environment. So we bring up from the huge motor into very micrometers.
Wow. And all you need is one of these on the car.
Yes.
Forward thinking, forward viewing. Let me ask you, obviously you've given a lot of thought to autonomous driving and automated driving. What excites you most about this technology, about the technology of automated cars moving forward, where we're going to be in like 5 years, 10 years? What are you most excited about?
Yeah, so then as we know, so then including in the most of the let's say American cities, so then during the traffic, it's a lot in the highway, a lot of traffic is ongoing. So it takes a lot of time to consume from the home to the working place. So then it's quite boring during the traffic. So then what is by the autonomous driving, which can enable is you can read the book, you can watch some of the movies, you can do some of the telephone calls with your friend or even do some of the telephone conference with your let's say partners. So then we do not lose the time during the driving. So then this is what we want to have this autonomous driving cars possible. It's on the market, so then it can free our times. And also, most important about that, every year we have a lot of accidents during the driving. So then, when it's something when you're quite tired, so then it's quite easy to lose your concentration. But the machines is not, the device, the sensors is not. So it's working 24 hours without the rest. So then it can still is working precisely. So then this is also very important to reduce the accident, to keep the driving safe. Yeah.
So it's really to enhance the experience of driving, make it more productive, but also make it a lot safer.
Exactly.
I think that's really the goal. When do you expect to see this technology on the road in a full sort of rollout?
We are already collaborating with some of the car makers, so that they are going to have this device on the road from the next year to do some of the we call the level 3 autonomous driving already. Yeah.
Great. Well, Dr. Shinohara, thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for showing us this technology.
Thank you very much.
LiDAR, it's one of the pieces of tech that's going to be bringing us automated cars, autonomous cars, levels 3, 4, 5, self-driving cars, the future. I'm still waiting for my flying cars, though. We don't have those yet.
Yeah.
This is Brian Stillman. I'm here with Be Terrific. We're at CES 2020, bringing you coverage of the last day, the final day. Stick around. We'll have so much more for you. CES 2020, we're still here. We're going to be here for the rest of the day. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific. We're in Las Vegas Convention Center in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada. I keep saying it's lovely. It's also sunny and dry, and it's really nice out here. If you haven't been, I recommend you getting out here, checking it out. I'm here with Nick with Cinemood. Cinemood, you also have a device called Cinemood. This is a smart projector. What does that mean? We're familiar with projectors, obviously. They put images on screens, but what does a smart projector do? What does the Cinemood do?
So, nice to meet you, Brian, here. So, what's the difference between our projector and other projectors? This projector already has some content inside.
Oh, wow.
So, you don't need to worry about have fun for your kids. They design especially for kids. Brightness will not harm your eyes of your kids. So, and already a lot of content inside. You just turn it on, find any surface, and give it to a kid.
Wow. Now, can you load it with content, or is it preloaded? How does that work?
Some of them already preloaded. You can connect it to internet, load your own content, stream through Netflix, Prime Video, and now we are talking with Disney Plus about the application to put it in, and just enjoy. If you're offline, you can just need to download content, that's it.
How much memory is in there? How many, let's say, if you have a bunch of hour-long programs, how much can you store on there?
Okay, this is our third generation, and it has 32 gigabytes memory,
oh, wow.
So you can download a lot of. And with battery, you can watch up to 5 hours.
5 hours?
Yeah.
Now, you said, you mentioned a couple companies. Are these things where you're partnered with, do you say Netflix?
We use the application, Android-based. So yeah, we have some conversation with Disney, so I hope we'll have Disney Plus in it soon, yeah.
So how does it work? So how do I get content onto the device?
You can connect it to your laptop, connect a flash card, that's it, just copy.
Wow. Now, how big a picture can you get out of it? You know, let's talk about specs a little bit. How bright is it?
Brightness is not so huge, but that's because we care about safety, we care about key size. And it's up to 12 feet, 16 feet. And also you can watch with close distance too.
Right. Does it have to be a very dark space? Now you said it's not super bright. Does it work in, say, a room where some of the lights are on?
Yes, but it's better to dim light.
Okay. Can I take a look at it?
Yeah, sure.
Now it looks like it has built-in speakers.
Yeah, it has built speakers. You can connect your own speakers through Bluetooth or wired, doesn't matter. Earphones, doesn't matter.
Now, what sort of, you had mentioned when we talked earlier, you'd mentioned games and stuff are on it as well.
Right.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
All right, this version has motion sensors. What does it mean? Now we have game like to find some ghost on surface. So they're somewhere in the room and you need to turn projector and to find it. On ceiling, on the walls, so it's some kind of interactive with kids. It's very important. They're not glued to the screen of laptops, of tablets, phones, so they're always moving.
So it's really meant to be picked up and handled and used. So is it rugged? I mean, kids aren't really careful with electronics sometimes.
Yeah, we have special covers you can put it on, and that's it.
Oh, okay, so it gives it like a protective.
Yeah, it's not only the cover. We have NFC tag there, so every cover has own content, so it will open own content, another content, yeah.
Very cool. So 5 hours of battery life. How long does it take to charge?
We recommend it just put it overnight.
Okay. Now, let me take a look at it.
Yeah, sure.
It's light. It's small. It's portable. Is this available for sale right now?
Absolutely. We sell it on Amazon, on our website.
What's your website?
Cinemood.com.
Cinemood.com.
Easy.
What's it sell for?
This third version we sell for $455, $459. So previous version you can buy $100 less.
Okay. How long has this version been out?
So what do you mean?
Like, when did this version come out? When did you release it?
Oh, we released in September, United States market, yeah, and it's available worldwide. Yeah, you can buy it.
So, what sort of things do you guys have planned for the future? I mean, we've moved beyond the simple plug a projector into my iPhone so I can watch content. This has content in it. It has games you can play. What sort of innovations are you looking to maybe explore in the future? Can you talk about that at all?
So yeah, I did mention another one feature. You can also mirror your screen from your phone, from laptop. It's good for photo sharing, video sharing from the gallery. It's very good. So we constantly evolving, and our next product will have same design, a little bit bigger, but quality is better, much better, speaker is better, and it for family use.
Oh, okay. That's awesome, man. So this is the Cinemood. You can find it on their website. You can find it on Amazon. It's available today. Nice device to use with kids. Keep them entertained, give them something to do, long trips, 5 hours. Thank you so much for stopping by. It's very nice to meet you, Nick.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here with Be Terrific. We are at CES 2020 in Las Vegas, Nevada. Stick around. We're going to have more content coming your way on this last day. You're going to want to be here. We've got more, and then we're gone. Then we're home. Stick around. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm here at CES 2020. We are looking at all the best tech. This is the last day. The last day. We've seen so much cool gear. We've seen so much cool software, so many cool innovations. Right now, I'm here with Liz from Lioness, and you have with you a smart vibrator. Is that correct way to describe it?
Yes, that is correct, Brian.
So what does that mean? What is a smart vibrator, and what sort of technology is involved? I know it connects to an app. It shows you all sorts of data. Walk me through that a little bit.
Sure. So basically, this is the Lioness in the box, and when you open it up, it's basically looks like a normal vibrator on first glance, but if you look a little closer here, there's a suite of sensors inside, and the hardware and the technology is more similar to an early smartphone rather than a normal typical vibrator. And so basically, it has a sort of biofeedback technology where if a person uses it like a normal vibrator, no app or other tech stuff involved at that point, and then if they decide to connect it to their app, they can see basically what happened in their session.
So it's recording data, and you can then take that data later and look at it on your phone. So it's not beaming stuff to your phone while you're using it. It's just recording it. What sort of sensors are in there? What sort of data is it recording?
Right. So basically, the main sensors, I'd say, would be these two force sensors on the side. So these are measuring pelvic floor motion or vaginal contractions. So if you go and check out the app here, so I have it open right here. Basically, you can, once you've synced your session, you can see your different sessions over time. And if I go into one of these, this is a preview app for what we're rolling out later this year, but it's basically force as the y-axis over time. And this is the motion of the pelvic floor or the vaginal wall squeezing the vibrator through a session. So this is what we're doing right now in terms of the biofeedback side of things for the Lioness that's already out there. What we're doing for sort of this Gen 2 that we're launching, or we're announcing at CES, launching mid-2020, is we're introducing AI-assisted guidance to all Lioness users. So even if you have a Lioness right now, you're going to get this in mid-2020, where you get this sort of heat map of your arousal and orgasm, and you can see highlights of where you're likely to be more highly aroused and likely to have had an orgasm. So now some people might be like, what's the point of that? Basically, this is clearest use case would be particularly useful for people who have difficulties having an orgasm, or a lot of women actually sometimes don't know what an orgasm feels like. So if you have sort of this like heat map of like hot, cold, kind of warm, and then you have these different sort of, trying to bring it up here, there we go. We have these different tags that you can keep track of over time, like if you're on vacation, you're on a business trip, you're stressed, you had alcohol with a partner, and pretty much anything you want, you can get a sense of what works for you and what doesn't work as well for you.
So what inspired this? Why? What were you seeing that indicated to you the need for something like this, and pushed you to develop the technology?
So I used to be in the sexual wellness space, or I've been in the sexual wellness space for like over a decade. And before starting Lioness, I used to sell sex toys to women through these in-home parties. And whether I was doing a party for a sorority or a retirement party, there's all sorts of parties, I would basically get all these different questions from people asking about their sex lives or like their pleasure, or even those like what is an orgasm sort of questions. And I realized that doctors weren't able to give this information to them, even if they were comfortable asking, because doctors on average get about 4 hours of sex education, including and that's mainly like STI and pregnancy for men and women. So like you really they don't get much pleasure education. Other healthcare professionals generally don't. This is really a field that hasn't been looked at and had enough resources in terms of female physiological function since the 1980s. So it's really a field that's kind of lagged behind, and what we're trying to do with Lioness is catch it back up to the 21st century.
Now, there are a lot of ways you could have gone about doing that. Sensors in a vibrator, app-enabled, or you can use the app to analyze the information, read the information. Why'd you choose sort of this methodology, this technology?
Right. So yeah, everyone's different. So something that works for one person may work completely differently for another person, and it also gets more complicated when you're looking more longitudinally. Where if you're in your 20s, your experience is not necessarily going to be the same when you're in your 40s. Like if you're approaching menopause, if you just had a baby, if you're going through different life changes just over time, things change for a lot of different reasons. Even just like day by day, things can change if you just don't get enough sleep, or you had a few too many glasses of wine at CES, or there's so many different factors that it's worth having a tool available to people who are interested to explore and learn and understand more about what works for them.
Now, how did you develop this? What was the testing like? I mean, we always ask this question, what was the testing like? I'm sure there are viewers at home who are going, haha, the testing. But how do you develop this, and how do you figure out what is most effective and what is giving you the information that you need? And how do you know which information is actually an indicator of the things that you're looking to analyze? So you talk about, the pelvic wall and things like that, or pelvic floor and things like that. How do you know that's what you needed to analyze, or heat maps and things like that? Where do you zero in on that to get the diagnostic tools that are helpful and that are useful?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. And yeah, there's a haha part. We're a mostly women-led team. So yeah, of course we're using the product as well. But also in terms of developing this product, we worked with, it ended up being hundreds of different beta testers, different people from all walks of life to develop the first product, because we wanted to figure out a form factor that worked for a lot of people, that a lot of people would be happy with, since you can't. I would love to have all shapes and sizes and everything, but we're a small company. You have to start with one. But also, let's see, where am I? We're talking about.
Well, I'm curious about how you chose the diagnostic tools you needed to give you the information, because you can measure anything. Right. You know what I mean? But you only have limited space for X number of sensors. You only have as much room on the apps, and you know what I mean. So you can't analyze everything out there. How do you zero in on the tools that are going to be most effective and help the most people out?
Right. So we looked at all the research that's already been out there. So that research, particularly 1980s and before, so going way back to Masters and Johnson and onward, where a lot of that information is. So what we found was that one of the best indicators of orgasm was that rhythmic motion of vaginal contractions or pelvic floor contractions in general, and that was really the key indicator of orgasm that is that's accessible in terms of being able to build it. Because another way that you could measure it, or there's one other way, main other way would be brain scanning, but it's kind of expensive to have a brain scanner at home to measure your orgasm.
It also sort of kills the mood if you just strap something to your head.
Yeah. And then the other thing too, so one of the sensors that's primarily used in sex research right now is a vaginal photoplethysmograph. I know, say that 10 times fast. I challenge the people out there to say that. So basically the idea of that, it's a blood flow sensor that measures the blood flow inside the vagina. But the difficulty with that, I have a friend who does sex research. Basically, she has to instruct. So, okay, I guess backing up, you have mostly college students coming in to participate in this research, so it's a limited data set. And then you have to instruct them to, have the sensor in the vagina. But then the thing is, she says, you can't, whatever you do, you cannot move during this testing. If you move, the sensor data is going to be messed up, which is kind of
defeats the purpose of the whole. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. So that makes sense.
It measures arousal, but it can't measure orgasm, just because the very nature of orgasm is movement.
So, this is available now.
Yes.
But the latest iteration of the tech is being released soon. What's the schedule?
Yeah, so the hardware essentially is available now. The Gen 2, the AI guidance, is going to be available as a free firmware update to all Lioness users in mid-2020.
2020. And where can people purchase this?
People can purchase this online on our website, so www.lioness.io, a couple specialty shops, and we're also available at some doctors' offices.
And what do they pay for this? How much does this cost?
So this runs for $229.
And last question, what sort of things would you like to introduce in the future towards the end of helping women's health? Where do you see this going ultimately?
I think for Lioness, we'd like to introduce more and more guidance and insights over time. So we're starting with the heat map, and also we do have some automated insights that we're going to be introducing along with that Gen 2. But also we're starting to see some pretty interesting, I'm starting to present some interesting case studies in terms of pleasure and health. I was talking to you a little earlier about the woman who had a concussion, and she saw the change in her orgasm data from the concussion and then tracked her recovery from that orgasm data. But there's just so many different possibilities for people to explore, learn about themselves, get a better understanding there, and then also partnering with both researchers and users who want to participate in studies to further our understanding of pleasure.
Great. Well, and you won some awards or some notice at CES this year. Before we go, I just want to at least mention that. What was that?
So we're a finalist for Engadget for their health. I think it's digital health and fitness. We're one of the best of show for Refinery 29, and we're also a finalist for Last Gadget Standing.
Very cool. Very cool. Liz, thanks for coming by. Thanks for bringing the Linus. This is Brian Stillman. I'm here at CES 2020. Last day of coverage. Stick around. We're going to have so much more for you. We will be back. Hey, it's Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We're walking the floor today, and I'm in the United States Postal Service booth. I mean, it's huge. It's hard to really call it a booth. It takes up just tons of square footage. It's really cool. You wouldn't think the Postal Service would have high technology, but actually it's a really high-tech operation. I'm here with Bob. He's going to tell us about some of the new innovations that the Postal Service can bring to you.
Thanks, Brian. One of the things we're focusing on here today is our new informed delivery feature that we offer. Every morning, the Postal Service images all the mail that we process to facilitate getting it to our consumers. What we've started doing is sending pictures of those pieces to consumers who are getting it. So every morning via email, we send 17 million emails out with images to people just like you, so you can see what's coming in the mail later that day.
How does that improve things in the sense that, normally I go through my day and whatever mail's going to show up is going to show up, and I hope the package I'm looking for is there today. Maybe it shows up tomorrow. Why introduce something like this? Why go through that extra step?
So mostly for consumer convenience. We send these emails out between 7 and 9 a.m. every morning in your local time zone. So if there's something coming in the mail that you need to be aware of or plan your day around, you don't have to wait till you get home at the end of the day. You see it first thing. Also, for any packages you're getting, no more keying in long tracking numbers. They're automatically at the bottom of those messages, so as soon as we know about a package, you know about a package.
What sort of technology is involved in doing that? That seems like a lot of work on the Postal Service's side to get pictures and emails of every single piece of mail. I mean, I can't even imagine the volume of content that generates.
So we've been imaging the mail for about 20 years. It's how we make sure it gets to you from one side of the country to the other in 3 days. What we've started doing is just applying the technology we've been using for a purpose that better serves you as a recipient of the mail. So behind the scenes, it's nothing new. It's just a new application of something we've been doing for a long time.
How do people sign up for this? How do you get the email and get this service to people?
So you can go to our website, go to USPS.com. You can sign up in a post office, or you can sign up via our mobile app. We ask you to verify your identity because it's important that we make sure only you are seeing your email. But after you do that, within 24 hours, you'll start getting the messages.
Is anything else done now in terms of consumer privacy? I know that's a big concern for people, especially the idea of giving an email address to what is a government agency. What's the email used for besides this service? Anything?
So all we do today is show you the pictures of your mail. Privacy is very important to us. We've been protecting your mail for 243 years. We're going to protect your email just the same way.
Very cool. It seems like a really super cool, convenient service. I get a ton of packages and a ton of mail because I'm an inveterate collector, so I have all sorts of eBay stuff being sent to me all the time. Now, I know there's another service that the post office is offering where your address, your physical address, can follow you around. That's not quite exactly what it is. Your house isn't literally following you. Explain that to me.
So we're just starting. It's a pilot program. As you said, privacy is very important to people. What we're doing is we're going to take the address off the front of the envelope. We're going to let you use your email to be mailable. So come to our website, put in your email address, get a code. That becomes your physical address. No address line 1, no city, no state. Nothing about your personal information will have to show up on the front of the envelope, but your mail will still get to you.
So I'm mailing a package to you. Normally I would write, Bob, 111 Center Street, wherever, United States.
Right.
What would I be writing now?
So in the future, you'll still write Bob. You'll have gone to our website because I've opted in for this service. I'll have said that you have the option to use this address for me. You'll get back from our website just 8 letters and numbers that represents everything about me. You'll write that on the box and you'll drop it in the mail.
Will I have to go to a website, or is that a code you'll have? Like if I could say, hey Bob, I need to mail you this thing, what's your address? Can you just give me that code?
Both will be available. So our aim is to make it as convenient for you as possible. If you want to go to the website, you can get a unique one, or you'll have one that's permanent for you forever.
So the upshot of this is no matter how many times you move, you'll always have that code, and I can always just mail something to that code and it'll get to you. No more mail being sent to your old address, no more any of that, especially if you do the permanent code where it's just going to follow you forever.
Absolutely. Everyone is really mobile, and we want to make it easy for you to continue to get those packages, those pieces of mail. So one code is all you'll have to remember, and that's all you'll ever have to use.
That's really, really cool and convenient. When I live in New York City. When I first moved to New York, I think every year or two I moved to a new apartment because, rents would keep going up. And now, 20-something years later, I still have pieces of mail that show up at probably the third apartment I lived in. It's ridiculous. I don't even want to think about what I've missed over the years. So something like that I could see being really, really cool. These days people are moving around a lot. That's a great service. You said it's in a pilot program. How close are we to seeing that actual sort of full rollout?
So we're testing it in Northern Virginia right now. We'll begin expanding the market this spring. And if all goes well, within 12 months, so maybe April a year from now, we'll be out nationally.
Is there a cost to the service? Is it a free service?
This is a free service for consumers.
Wow, very, very cool. United States Post Office continuing to innovate. Like you said, 200 and some odd years of getting the mail to us, and they're still coming up with new ideas. Very, very cool. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Great information. Stick around. We'll be bringing you more CES 2020 coverage throughout the day. I'm Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We'll be back. Welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman. I'm here with Be Terrific. We are in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Consumer Electronics Show, the biggest, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, consumer electronics shows in the world. There's 185,000, 200,000, some insane amount of people. I can't even tell you. I'm here with Mike from Waze-In. Waze-In, get it? Waze-In. That's because he makes a automatic sliding door opener for your pet, but there's much more to the technology than that. Mike, why don't you tell us a little bit about this?
Sure, thank you. So Waze-In is a first of ever smart home device that can convert any existing sliding glass door into an automatic app-controlled smart pet door.
So what prompted this? There's already pet doors. People have them, the little swinging door. It's many comedies are built around someone shoving their head through, and why something for a sliding door?
So my brother-in-law Adam and myself were up in Tahoe vacationing, and we had our dogs boarded up with the Rover.com, and we realized that, wow, why is it so hard? Why don't we put existing pet doors in our house? And we didn't want to put holes in the wall. We wouldn't want to put holes in the sliding door. So we put our brains to it, and we came up with a product design, and that's Waze-In. So Waze-In inserts into your existing sliding glass door. No tools are required, no contractors, no holes. It installs with tape, and it has app control, so you can open and close remotely and let your dog in and out when you're not there.
Now, I know when I'm not home, growing up we had a sliding door. My parents would always tell me, don't forget to lock the sliding door. So I'd lock the sliding door. How does Waze-In handle that? Is it a situation where I have to keep the door unlocked? How does that work?
Yeah, when it's engaged, Waze-In will be fully extended, and it acts like a metal rod inside the track of your door. So it's actually stronger than most door latch locks. When you're not using it, you can flip it up easily out of the way. It retracts and gets out of the way, so the door returns to normal open closing, and then in that case you lock it.
It's a great idea, and I'm sort of surprised we haven't seen it before. How does the technology work? I mean, you showed me a demo before. You can see things from through your phone. You can monitor the situation. It's obviously not just for pets. I guess you could open the door for anybody. Show me first. Let's take a look at the device.
So here's the device, obviously not sitting in a door. It consists of IoT technology, talks over the internet. When you start up the device, it configures in a couple minutes. You connect it to your app with Bluetooth. So Waze-In has keys, like keys to your house, because we're opening your whole house. So those keys are shared just with the primary app user through Bluetooth. They don't go over the Bluetooth. They don't go over the internet. From that point, you simply configure it, share your key with your spouse. Whoever needs to open and close the door, you can do that. The Waze-In comes with sensors. So there's a sensor inside the unit itself. You can configure home and away modes so that when you're home, if the dog walks in front of the sensor, I've got a little button in here to do the demo here, hopefully. It'll automatically open and close the door. The sensor will see the dog. You can always use the app to open and close. The sensor can be used. If we have an integrated camera with our app, the camera can talk to Waze-In and open and close the door from inside and outside. And we're coming up with a pet tag option in about Q2 of this year, so you can put a tag on your pet to uniquely identify them for in and out access.
That's incredible. Growing up, we had a dog, we had a Labrador, and when he wanted to go out, he had to go out. So you had the app on your phone where you could actually see this in action. We're not gonna say which house it is, but there is a house where you have this going live, just in case people identify it. I don't want anyone.
Hey, my wife's home. It's not a problem.
Okay, well, it's Mike's house, and the address is no, just kidding. But his wife is home, so nobody try and sneak in. But we're gonna give you a demo. You'll be able to see him do this through his phone. 1 second.
Yeah, here we go.
And then you can sort of narrate what's going on.
So this is an example of a non-integrated. So you can use Waze with any security camera. This one happens to be in my house 600 miles away in the Bay Area. I won't give you the exact location. And so in companion mode, you have the Waze app here, and you get an open close. I don't have a camera integrated, but I can still use my companion camera to open and close the door. When I do that, it's going to refresh my camera here. See, I'm opening and closing the door there. My dog's not home right now. He's probably sleeping on the couch.
Wondering why this door is opening and closing all the time.
And then the app will give you status of it's closing, it's opening, it reached obstruction if something's in the way. We spend a lot of time on the safety of the product as well, so we don't want any entrapment issues. It calibrates and learns your door. It actually has an adaptive learning AI algorithm, which learns every 16th inch of your door. So if anything gets in the way, that's one way the door retracts. The sensors also look. So if the dog's in the way, standing there looking at a bird, it won't close on the dog. So it's very safe from that standpoint as well.
So when did you start developing this? How long of a development process was this?
It's been about 2 years. We started in December of 2017, and then we went on crowdfunding. We sold 1,000 units and realized there was demand for it, and so we switched over and spent some time and hired a really strong team, IoT team, design firm who works on a lot of high-end products, come up with the product design, and it's been about 2 years going through the process. We'll be shipping those first units probably within the next 3 to 6 weeks.
Wow, so it's ready to roll.
This is actually a production unit. Yeah, it's ready to go.
How much does something like this cost?
It's $399, and we sell direct on our website currently.
What's the website?
It's Wazen.com.
Now, I can't help but think a sliding door is just a window on its side. Would this technology work for windows? Is that something you're thinking about? Because there are times when it's hot out, you want to open the window a little bit to let some air in, so by the time you get home, your house is cooled off a little bit. Or maybe you go out, you realize left the windows open and a storm rolls in, you want to shut them, something like that. Is that technology that you're thinking about?
That's absolutely right. We actually come up with a lot of different designs, and we filed IP on it, so we have patents pending for all kinds of opening. We're really an access company, and we love dogs, so we made our first product, we did it for sliding glass doors, but we're thinking about anything that requires access, Waze, and we'd like to be in the heart of that.
That's fantastic. That's really cool. One more time, what's the website?
It's Wazen.com, WAYZN.com.
Great. So look for this product soon. One of the many innovative products coming out of CES 2020. This is the type of thing that's going to make your life a little easier. It's certainly going to make your pet's life a little easier. What kind of dog do you have?
Labradoodle. If you go to our site, that's my dog in the video there. His name's Cooper.
What's his name?
Cooper.
Cooper the Labradoodle, endorsed by Pets. What more can you ask for? Stick around. This is Brian Stillman, CES 2020 with Be Terrific. We're going to have a lot more coverage coming your way from Las Vegas, Nevada. All sorts of cool stuff. We'll be back.
This is your dog. This is your life. And this is your life with your pet made a whole lot easier with Wazen, a device that converts your sliding back door into a secure app-controlled pet door. So while mom's at work and dad's, well, busy, Wazen puts the power of using the sliding door into the paws of your pets. No more expensive sitters, no more interruptions, no more accidents in the house, no more worries. Traditional pet doors are ugly, cause permanent damage, and are a serious security hazard. Wazen just takes 3 minutes to install your sliding door, working with all standard sizes and styles. No damage, no costly professional installation, no eyesore. And it acts as a secure lock to your home, easily disappearing whenever you need it to. Wazen detects your pet at the door and sends you a notification so you can let them in or out. And when you're at home, you have the auto open option, doing the work for you. Wazen even works with your smart speakers and cameras like Alexa and Nest. So when you're away, you'll see when your pet's ready to come back in on your mobile device. When your hands are tied, you can use your smart speaker to open the door. Locked out? No need for a hide key. Wazen allows you to get into your home with your smartphone. Wazen's safe, affordable, and secure, keeping your day's schedule on track while bringing freedom to you and your pet. Learn more today at Wazen.com.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We are in the Arcade 1UP booth. I'm here with John. These are home arcade cabinets, but check it out. So this is the Star Wars cabinet that Atari made back in the day. I grew up playing this. Some of our viewers know I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I know I'm rocking the Star Trek tie today, but I'm a huge Star Wars fan. I did a documentary about Star Wars toys. That's how big a Star Wars fan I am. So this is awesome. All my friends have this. Everyone in the Star Wars community is freaking out over these. But there's a new version, right?
New version, right? Check this out. So we have a sit-down version, and it's basically having a bench here that you could adjust, right? And now you get to play your favorite game sitting down. It's a great accessory, and it'll be coming out at about $400 to $450 around there, and in a few months.
That's awesome. Like I said, I grew up playing this game. This is like smacking me right in the nostalgics. I'll let you interpret that however you want. So what else do you have for us here at Arcade 1UP?
Okay, so we have, we just announced this, we have virtual pinball machines.
Here, hold on. We are making our way through the crowd here, moving to our virtual pinball, cutting through here past Centipede. All right, let's let our cameras catch up.
These are our V-Pin machines. We have a Star Wars machine here. It's going to be preloaded with 10 Star Wars games. And we have an exclusive relationship with Zen Pinball, who's developing all of these games. They come with real haptic feedback, an accelerometer with real tilt, another secondary screen, and all of this for around $500.
This is really cool. Now it's virtual pinball, so there's no actual physical ball or bumpers or anything like that.
No, it's all digital, but you still have the buttons, and then because there's like haptic feedback, it feels like real pinball.
That's really cool. And again, it's a small scale.
Yeah, 3/4 scale. Yep, it's about 3/4 scale, just like our other arcade games.
This is the type of thing that's pretty easy. These 3/4 scale, pretty easy to populate your game room with this stuff without having the giant cabinets and everything else.
Well, exactly. I mean, real pinball is great, but it weighs like almost a ton, and it costs like $5,000, $6,000. You can get this for $500 with a comparable experience, and easy to put multiple in your man cave.
This is super cool, man. What else you got for us?
So number one, let's go around the corner.
All right, so we're gonna walk along, and all sorts of games. So look, you got these wall-mounted games, which are super cool. What are these?
We call it the Partycade, and it's basically if you don't have a lot of space in your house, you can just wall mount this, and it still has the same arcade ROMs, and this goes for like around $150.
What's the technology behind this? I mean, when I was a kid, you had the giant, TV screens built into the consoles and stuff, but here it's floating up against the wall. This is sort of amazing.
And you're able to do this because instead of having a CRT, which also, we have LCD screens, and then, the computer chips are really small, but we still have real feel arcade controls. And so it's basically running, a port and emulation of these games, which is pretty much exactly how you remember it. But that's how you're able to have it so compact and being able to mount on the wall.
Now, is this one Pac-Man and Galaga?
Yeah, it has Pac-Man, Galaga, and Galaxian, all in one.
Very cool. This is man. I don't even have the words. This is so cool. This is if I could do anything in my house without my wife murdering me, it would probably be filling it with arcade games. All right, so what else?
We take feedback from the fans. So what games do you want next? And categorically, always in the top five.
So you get from fans what they're looking for.
NBA Jam, one of the most popular games of the early 90s. We're bringing it back, but there's a twist to this. For the first time ever, you can play NBA Jam Tournament Edition, and NBA Hang Time as an online multiplayer game. What does that mean? Like, okay, so me and you are playing in my house, and just, hey, Joe, who lives in New York, let's go play. Him and his friend, we're playing against each other online. It's never been done before. And so that's kind of the twist here. We're taking retro games and putting a modern twist to it.
That's awesome. So it's playing against your buddy, wherever he is in the country. If he's got this, if you've got this, you're good to go.
Exactly, and it's coming out around Father's Day, and even our boy Clyde Drexler here is to help promoting it. See,
that's pretty. How much does something like this cost?
I would say about $350 to $400, depending on the retailer. Yeah.
And both people have to have a unit, though. There's no virtual way.
Yeah. So if you have a unit and then someone else has a unit across the country, you can play against each other. It's real easy.
Can you find people who already have it? Like even if they're not your friends already.
Yeah, totally. You'll have a lobby. You'll see like available games, and you can have your friends lists and all that. So like you just find you input your initials. And it also tracks your stats, right? Your wins, losses, and even goes further than that. Like, how many times you dunk and how many times you do three-pointers. Like, all those stats is tracked.
So what's your favorite game?
My favorite game all time? Yeah, I mean, it's NBA Jam. and Street Fighter and everything new that we're doing. So, I have to be a little agnostic.
What'd you grow up playing?
So I grew up playing Missile Command.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I grew up playing Missile Command, Asteroid. So I'm kind of aging myself, so you kind of know.
Super old school.
Super old school. And then when I went to college, Street Fighter was big for me.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. This is really cool. All sorts of new gaming options coming out from Arcade 1-Up. I'm still always going to be partial to the Star Wars. That's it for me. But I love the fact that you can do NBA Jam. You can play with your friends. You can play with anyone in the country. It keeps your stats. You can see how other people are doing. Compare yourself to them. Really makes it a competitive experience, which is a lot more fun. It's a lot more. It's a great way to play games. Thank you so much, John. We'll keep bringing you stuff from CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific, Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Vegas Convention Center. Stick around.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 here in Las Vegas, Nevada, high atop Central Hall in the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Michael Artsis. You're watching Be Terrific. Keep it locked here for all your live continuing coverage of CES 2020. We've got a lot of great stuff in store for you. Speaking of great stuff, I've got Arnie here from Demenco, and Arnie's got a really cool screen. It's 3D without any glasses or any other hardware that you have to wear, just the screen.
That's correct, Michael.
And then you have gesture control.
Correct.
So if you want to move the object around or touch the object or modify the object that is in front of you, looking at you in 3D, you can do that.
Absolutely. So it's an amazing visualization tool, basically. It's a desktop machine with a 32-inch 8K display. What it does is that it allows the viewer to interact with 3D objects in a virtual environment without any wearables.
Now, I've seen kind of this idea in the past. It's never been good. A lot of people have tried this Pepper's Ghost idea. Also never been good. It gives me a headache. It never looks right. It's like, why am I bothering? I'm doing a lot of effort with my brain and my eyes, and it hurts just to have this little party trick. But yours looks smooth. It looked nice. It looks really, really good. And then you can use these gesture controls and interact, which you couldn't do with any of these other solutions you've seen for 30 years.
Like you say, 10 years ago, those displays did give you a headache. The technology increased immensely. It's perfect now. It's an 8K resolution display. What it gives you in the end is that you get a 4K resolution per eye, which is an unmatched technology advantage that we didn't see before.
I think it's phenomenal. How did you get into doing this?
Well, my company Demenco is a spin-off from Philips, and we took the technology that they developed 10 years ago, and we continued developing on it, and we saw that it in the end allows the user to look around an object in a parallax way in this light field display, and take this data of the user, combine it with the eye tracking and the hand tracking, and allows users to interact in real time with these objects.
How were you able to do this when nobody else was able to do it?
So we have the IPA, of course. We invented this, and we had a dedicated team of super smart people who just spent all the time on this.
How long did it take?
The machine that we have today, that we showcase here on multiple locations, like CES 2020, took 2 years to develop.
What's it cost?
It's an enterprise level device. So more, you can think about a ballpark estimation of 20K.
Okay, that's not terrible.
It includes shipping.
Do you think it's going to be for retail, for display, for where do you see the application?
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's I get it. It's fun. You showed me a Nike sneaker. It looks like it's in a white box. It was a Jordan. I think it was a Jordan 1.
Correct.
I could move the sneaker around. What happens after that? I mean, what else could I use it for?
Well, you have several layers of ways you can use it. The first one is just the visualization tool. So if you're an architect, you can showcase your design, your 3D design to a client in a way that was never possible before. You can really, without the headwear or wearables or any other, there's nothing in the way of just you and the technology.
Thank you for that. I don't really want to wear anything on my face or head.
Neither do I, and many people don't line up again.
Except for hair. I'd like to wear hair on my head.
You look fine as you are. No worries.
Thank you
no
very
worries.
much.
But it's just an incredible benefit of just you and the technology, and there's nothing in between, and there's nothing you have to learn to master to any gestures. It's just a natural way of interacting.
I think it's pretty cool, and I think maybe it works for retail, it works
gaming,
for gaming, it works for a lot of different applications, maybe even medical, to be able to spin something around, or if you're not able to be at the location, you could have a live feed.
Absolutely,
something like that.
It's
do you have to shoot the content differently?
The content is based on game engines. So you have Unity and Unreal. The device that we sell, the development kit, comes with an SDK. So any 3D object that you have, you can use it right away on this machine.
Can you do it? Can you stream live to the screen? Is it
absolutely
possible?
Yeah.
Really?
So if you 5G or Wi-Fi or anything, it's open for a lot of possibilities.
I like how you immediately went to 5G. I mean, if you could, get 5G, then it would be good. 5G
is more than just a buzzword. It is really it will change
amazing.
a lot.
I've got a 5G hotspot.
Whew.
That thing burns up speed.
Exactly.
I got through my macaroni minutes. I literally went through my bandwidth in 2 days.
I believe you. I believe you. But it's a lot of processing power that's in the machine to make this happen without any lag or 60 frames per second.
Where do people find out more?
On themanco.au, and of course, just Google us. We are everywhere.
Are you having a great show so far?
So far, it's amazing. Yes.
How'd you get into tech? How'd you you probably played with things as a kid, took things apart. How'd you get into it?
It was a hobby. Always interested in it. I was always in 2013. I was totally into VR. I see what's happening in AR, and the excitement that I got in those days. We found again in this technology that we're working today, and it's an amazing experience.
What do you think of VR now? I mean, Samsung underneath us, they used to have this space filled with VR headsets and rides and all sorts of cool things. It seems like they've abandoned VR. Notebooks are the next big thing for them. They're going to try and bring the notebook back and compete against Apple and Microsoft with the Surface. And everybody I see, VR is cool for 5 seconds, but who wants to wear that damn headset forever? We shot a basketball game in VR.
Yeah.
Everybody puts it on, their mind's blown, but nobody wants to wear it for more than 3 minutes. You don't want to watch a whole basketball game.
Exactly.
Like that.
I have an opinion about VR, but it's also just what I see around me is that people don't line up anymore for VR. I don't say that it misses momentum, but it never found its killer application.
That is correct. It never found its killer application, and AR is kind of in that space too. But AR could survive a little bit longer.
AR could be interesting development.
Exactly.
Still.
Yeah, and because you don't have to wear that headset. I would love to have a pair of regular glasses with a heads-up display. I think that would be amazing. I could get show notes and all sorts of things in my glasses.
True.
Kind of the Google Glass idea, but that didn't work. But I would.
True. I'm sure there will be a place for AR in the near future. But
absolutely,
like I say, without any wearables, just you and the display and the object.
I love it.
It's just an easy, no learning curve way of interacting with your display. It's amazing.
Great. Congratulations.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks for coming on.
My pleasure.
You guys are the Terrifics. You make Be Terrific special. You make this more than worth doing here at CES 2020 at Be Terrific TV on all social media. Check out BeTerrific.tech to find out about our flexible, daylight bright, water resistant, unbelievable, lightweight, easy to install Agility line of LED panels. They're flexible and water resistant. These are the Quadricep behind us. And well, you can judge for yourself. I think they look pretty cool on camera. We'll be back right after this. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends, to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 high atop Central Hall here at the Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm Michael Arntzis, and you are the Terrifics. This is Be Terrific, your live continuing coverage of CES 2020. We're rolling on. We're having a lot of fun, and this is so exciting. At Be Terrific TV on all social media. I've got a really, really, really fun guest here because this is about eco-friendly. This is about doing things you couldn't normally do, and it's about changing the world just a little bit. And this gentleman's name is Eli, and the product is a battery. And this battery is pretty unbelievable because not only can you daisy chain them together to give you a lot of power, but you've basically matched this up against a Honda generator, the 2000, that's very popular, and you said this is going to give you what that gives you in gas, but in battery, which means you can use it indoors, outdoors. You can also use solar power to slow the draw or to power the thing. And the company's called EcoFlow.
That's correct.
So tell me about this battery. Batteries don't always seem sexy, but this one's sexy.
I think it's a pretty sexy battery, yeah. So the inception point of the company was, can we effectively build a battery that can outcompete a Honda generator? So that's where we started. So this battery here has 1,300 watt hour capacity. You can chain them together, unlimited. It has a 1,600 watt inverter. So you can power just about anything that you can power with the Honda generator. But unlike a gas generator, this is silent and there's no carbon emissions. So you can run it indoors or when you're worried about noise pollution, on a campsite, in an RV, on a job site, or in your home when you lose power.
So it would power my laptop if I had no or a computer about the same wattage as a laptop. If you figured, it would power that for about 13 hours.
You could charge your laptop from 0 to 100 about 30 times over.
30 times over?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that a MacBook Pro? Because I was thinking MacBook Pro.
Yeah, maybe a MacBook Air. Maybe a MacBook Air. Yeah.
All right. So maybe I was around right if it's a MacBook Pro. You're right if it's a MacBook Air.
Yeah.
You came from DJI, the drone company. Tell me about how you got into batteries. I guess they use a lot of batteries, might be the first step.
Yeah, so I worked previously on the enterprise team at DJI, so integrating drones into commercial verticals like agriculture, search and rescue, firefighting. And when you're flying a drone, if you're a hobbyist, you're in the air for 20 minutes, it's a great time. But if you're trying to map a 1,000-hectare farm, or if you're looking for a missing person, you have to keep a drone in the air for a long time. So these guys are flying and switching out batteries every 20 minutes. And also that limits the distance that you can get from the pilot. So if you're looking for a person in an ocean or after an avalanche, you really have to extend that battery life. So I worked very closely with the battery team, got to know the battery engineers very well, and then the director of battery R&D and I, we split off about 4 years ago to build our own company. So we started, it was myself and 2 battery engineers from DJI, and since then we've raised about $15 million, grown to about 60 employees, and we're full-time out of Shenzhen and San Francisco.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah.
We spent a lot of time in Shenzhen.
I've been 7 years full-time in China.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
7 days would be a lot for me.
Yeah.
But I love it there. You've got, you can stack these, you can daisy chain them. So if I could charge my laptop 30 times, my MacBook Air, 30 times off of one of these, if I had 2 of them 60 times, is that good math, or is it a little bit less because it doesn't get the full charge?
There might be a little bit of loss there in the daisy chaining, but just about perfect. I think after a power outage, you'd be probably the most popular person on your block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what about? See, here's the thing. I got this iPhone in my pocket, and I love this thing. And every year I got to get, I get about 300 cycles out of it, and then I got to get either a new battery or a new phone. Most likely a new phone. What do you do to prevent that from happening with this battery?
So that's just on a chemical level. Yeah. So with lithium-ion batteries, which is the commercial standard, after about 1,000 cycles, you'll only hold about 80% of the energy that you can initially hold when the battery cells are new. And that's just at the cell chemistry level of lithium-ion cells. So after about 1,000 cycles, we'll actually swap out your battery pack for free.
Really?
Yeah.
For free?
Yeah.
How much does this thing cost?
So right now it's about $12.99.
Okay. Yeah. But you're giving me free batteries for forever, or just
lifetime warranty?
Lifetime.
Yeah, on the battery pack itself.
Wow. Yeah. And then
what we're looking to do with those recycled cells is build lower cost products that we can then sell into developing countries that can't afford this product.
Wow. That's a very smart move.
Because they're not as concerned about the size of the product, right?
You raised $15 million. Talk about that. That's a pretty substantial amount of money.
It's not easy. Yeah.
Yeah. You came out of DJI. Is it venture cap, or is it private equity? Or
so we took some money from our supply chain.
Okay.
So we had this vision to vertically integrate our supply chain, because building battery products is very expensive.
Sure.
And there are also very few manufacturers that actually have the capacity to build products safely of this size. Because at the end of the day, batteries are chemicals that don't like each other, and there's some inherent risk involved. So what we did is we went to the largest supply chain Goliaths in the battery world, and we said, hey, we know we're a startup, and we don't produce the volume that would warrant space in your plant. But if we could work out an equity relationship where you have some skin in the game, then we were able to get access to a lot of these big players that otherwise wouldn't give a startup the time of day because they have an incentive to succeed with us long term.
It's very
so
smart.
we took our first 2 rounds of funding actually from our supply chain, and then our second 2 rounds were from traditional venture capital firms.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very nice. Can you get on a plane with this?
You could not. No.
Okay.
No.
How do you get it here then?
So these go by sea.
Yeah.
You can ship them on a plane. There's a lot of paperwork and a high price tag. So typically they're going by ground.
Right.
So you're either shipping them across the ocean or you're putting them on a truck to get to your destination ahead of time.
Have you used trains yet?
We have not used trains. If we had the bullet train system here in the U.S., we would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're readily available. Where can I get them?
We're selling on Shopify, on Amazon, and we're soon to be entering some retail channels in the U.S.
EcoFlow, you've got USB ports, USB-C ports, and regular outlets as well.
If we flip this around here, we have 6 traditional AC outlets on the back.
Now I noticed that they don't have the grounded. They're not grounded plugs.
These are ground. You can ground right in here.
The first 3 are grounded. The bottom 3 are not.
Well, you can turn the socket either way. So you could put in 3 grounded tools.
Now, could you plug
or 6 ungrounded?
A power strip into here?
You could. Yep. And then,
but you gotta know a little bit. You gotta know your power draw a little bit.
Yes. But just about anything you can put in your hand, you can power here. I mean, you could run a fridge, a full-size fridge.
A full-size fridge? For how long?
You could actually give an extra 5 kilometers of charge to your Tesla. So if you're driving your Tesla home...
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to kilometers. That's, hold on, let me do the math here.
About 3 miles.
I was going to say, that's about 3 miles.
Because, I mean, most people only attempt to drive when you think you can probably make it to the next charging station.
So I'll just put this in my trunk of my Tesla, which I don't have. But I'll put it in the trunk of my Tesla and drive around with this forever until I need it for 3 extra miles.
Yeah, but the thing is, you only attempt to drive...
Those 3 miles could be really important.
Yeah, I mean, you only attempt to drive if you think you're going to get close. You're not going to try to drive and land 100
Let's think about
kilometers
places that 3 miles would be really important. Like if you got stuck in the Bronx, in New York, in like a bad part of the Bronx, 3 miles you're in Fort Lee, New Jersey.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Okay.
That sounds a lot more appealing place to be stuck.
Yeah. If you got stuck in Opelika, Florida, 3 miles you might be able to make it to Miami.
Yep.
Ish. Somewhere like that. Okay, 3 miles could be very important.
It could be, and also, I mean,
if you got stuck in the desert here, 3 miles is not going to get you closer to the Strip. I mean, 3 miles closer, but it's not going to get you as close as you need.
That is fair.
But you could probably get from downtown Vegas to regular Vegas with 3 miles.
Right.
Okay.
Or you can charge your flare gun and throw up a flare, right?
Right, that's what we'll resort to. We'll shoot up the flare. This is really great. I love your story. You had an idea. You were at a company that is a huge company. It's grown. You were there to help grow that company. You said, I helped grow this company. I see an opportunity. I can do some good in the world, and I can make a nice business for myself. And then you were very smart about it.
Yeah, I was 23 years old. I had no idea what I was doing, but I projected a lot of confidence. And we're still alive.
We're going to make batteries.
Yeah.
How'd you come up with the design? And how hard was that? Because the battery part is easy. The mold's got to be hard.
Yeah, so fully in-house. We do it all in-house.
Yeah.
And then one of our investors is the firm that does the molding for us.
Okay. And the molds are made in Shenzhen.
Yeah, and our industrial designer actually came from DJI as well. So you can kind of see it has a very sleek, minimalist, Apple-esque, DJI-esque vibe.
UL, ETL approved?
UL certified.
UL certified. Very nice.
Yep, yeah. We actually won a Red Dot Design Award.
Congratulations.
So I think as far as battery goes, it's pretty sexy. Yeah.
Now, what about I don't know, I feel like I would accidentally put my Diet Coke here and then maybe spill it or my water. Is it okay? Is that all right?
It is IP54 water resistant.
Okay.
It is not waterproof.
Yeah.
It is very hard to really waterproof a battery.
Sure.
But a little light rain, some dust, you'll be okay.
And you have some vents for cooling?
Yeah, we have active fans in there.
Really?
And there's actually 11 thermistors inside the product.
Yeah.
So if any of those thermistors overheat, it will shut off the entire system.
What if I drop it? How do I know if it's damaged so that I can either get it repaired or come to you so that I don't have a battery that catches fire or is volatile?
Yeah, so the battery pack is a fireproof material, the pack itself.
Okay.
And it is shockproof, and we've drop tested it up to 1 meter, and it's under warranty up to a 1 meter drop test.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're at CES 2020 on the final day of this great tech extravaganza. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Las Vegas Convention Center, and I am here with Kevin from Hachi. You're here to show off the Hachi Infinite. What is that?
That's right. Hi, Brian. Well, first of all, it's a great honor to be here. So Hachi Infinite, it is a touchscreen projector. All you have to do is to place on any flat surface, and you can start playing with your fingers right away.
So it's a projector that projects down onto the flat surface. So it's not like a wall projector. It's not like a movie projector. It's projecting the control surface onto like a countertop or a desktop.
Well, actually, it is more like a combination of a regular tablet, a phone, and a regular projector. It can project to the wall. It can be projected to the surface, to the table, to anything.
And what would you be controlling? So you project this control surface onto the table or onto the wall, and what's it controlling? What are you doing with it?
So first of all, it's based on Android, which means you can download any Android apps into it. It is a built-in standalone projector, so you don't have to connect your phone with it. You can use it to play games, to do any entertainment stuff, to watch movies, or you can do business works by using Microsoft Office.
Okay, and it's not through your phone, it's all in there. Now, let's say you're working on stuff, you're creating documents in Microsoft Office or whatever. How do you then get that out there to whatever you're doing?
Well, first of all, it has 128 gigabytes of built-in storage, so you can just save all your works inside here. In the meantime, it has an HDMI port and a USB port, so you can connect to your laptop or connect to a USB drive.
Does it have built-in internet?
That's right. You can use it to connect to Wi-Fi, to Bluetooth, or you can connect your phone by using AirPlay as well.
That's very cool. Now you can see the unit. We have it set up on the floor because we didn't have a big enough flat surface for it. But it's not particularly large. Is it designed? Is it meant to be a portable unit? Is it meant to live in your home?
That's right. Well, it was meant to be using it at home, but it has a built-in battery as well, so you can take it to a field trip, to a meeting, to do presentations.
How much battery life does it have?
It lasts about 2.5 hours.
Okay, and it can also plug in. It has
definitely.
So why don't we take a look at it and sort of do a little demo here? You can see at home. You can see right now it's projecting a piano keyboard, and you can see that now we have a control interface like your typical kind of Windows or Mac interface. You can scroll through it. Actually, it's more like your tablet, I guess.
That's right.
So all I'm going to do is just swipe. So I just swipe through it.
That's right.
Just swipe through like you would on your phone. Now, it's a little weird because we're on this carpet. We're at CES. It's not set up perfectly. But you can see it works. This is amazing. And if I just click on something, it'll open it.
That's right.
So I just opened Perfect Piano.
You can play piano.
I don't know how to actually play piano very well. It's been a long time, but that's really cool. It really works. I mean, it's tracking my finger pretty quickly.
That's right. It's just like your phone and your tablets.
That's amazing. So to get out of it, do I just click there? Oh, no.
Or you can go back to home page at here.
Oh, wow. Okay. And all right, Fruit Ninja. I remember Fruit Ninja. There we go.
It's an old game, but apparently you're a pro, huh?
I don't know if I'd say I'm a pro. I just vaguely remembered how to play it. But yeah, it's working. This is, all right, so let's see, we're going to play.
That's right. Just close that.
Skip that, yeah. And so let's see. Oh, yeah, I mean, it tracks quickly. It's doing everything it's supposed to do.
The main point is it is a 10-point finger touch, so you can use all your 10 fingers to play.
Oh, yeah, you can see the multiple...
you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, completely breaking the game, but that's... let's see, let's get out of this.
Slides up?
Oh, slides up, okay. I mean, it's very intuitive, like a tablet.
That's right.
It behaves pretty much the way you expect it to behave. Where do you get the apps from? You download them from the Google Store?
That's right. You can download any apps from the App Stores. The App Store is called Up to Down. You can download... Oh, we don't have internet work here, but you can download any regular Android apps that you usually play. And it has a built-in storage, so you don't have to worry about it.
Wow. This is very cool. Now, how long has... we see a lot of projectors out there. I've seen some touchscreen, some like projecting keyboards onto the thing. What kind of technology is going on here? How does this work?
So first of all, there are two main different parts between our projector and other projectors. So the first of all, it's going to be the Lumens. Lumens represents for the brightness. Our brightness is about 500 lumens, so you can see this in the bright daylight as well. Otherwise,
it shows up fine in our brightly lit
That's
studio.
right, that's right. So number 2 thing is going to be the touch sensitive. So we have 2 cameras inside. One camera is going to be the projection, and the other camera is more like a sensor to tell whether you're touching the surface or not.
And it can tell whether I'm touching it or just hovering right above
That's
it.
right.
It knows the difference.
That's right.
That's certainly pretty cool. I mean, it worked really well. It seemed to be super responsive. Can it also show like movies and things like that
Definitely,
if I wanted to?
Definitely. Right now, we're looking at a 23-inch screen. The screen goes up to 100 inches.
100 inches.
That's right. That's right.
Without any noticeable volume or brightness decrease.
Nope. Not at all.
Could I watch it at 100 inches in the same brightness that we're in right now?
That's right. That's right. That's what we can do. In the meantime, we also have a Bluetooth remote control, so you can just sit back and relax and enjoy yourself.
Wow, that's super cool. That is definitely a fun sort of entertainment kind of complex you could set into your home.
That's right.
Good for kids because they don't ever have to touch it. They don't have to break anything.
That's right.
Nice. Not that all kids are going to break stuff, but little kids playing games. You never know what they're going to do to your tablet.
Actually, in the meantime, since you mentioned kids, this is actually great for kids as well. I mean, modern days, adults, children, they've been looking at their phones or the laptops all the time. It actually damages their eyes. Right now, you don't have to directly look into the screen. This is more like a reflection.
Right, it's reflected light, not direct light.
That's right.
Very cool. Now, how long do the bulbs last? How long do the cameras last? Like all that.
So the bulb lasts for 20,000 hours, so it can pretty much use for about 10 years, so you don't have to worry about it.
Not bad. 10 years, that's a lot of viewing.
That's right.
And is this available now? Is this unit out now?
For this unit, it's going to be released in March, but we have another generation, another unit. It's already in the market, and you can purchase this in Amazon as well.
What's the difference between that unit and this unit?
It's going to be the processor. The other unit is using a M-Star chip, and this unit is using a Qualcomm Snapdragon chip.
Oh, okay, so this one's a little faster, a little more robust.
That's right. You can use this to play some games, to do more like advanced stuff.
Where can people purchase this? Or where will they be able to purchase it?
So they're going to be able to purchase this in March on Amazon and on our website, hachismart.com.
And how much does it sell for?
So the retail price is going to be $999 US.
$999. So it's it's more than most tablets, more than many laptops, but not much more than some of the high-end tablets that are out there. And it does give you this sort of home projection quality. You can also use it to watch things on a 100-inch 100-inch TV. Does that have built-in speakers, or do you need speakers?
That's right. It has a built-in speakers as well, so you don't have to connect to anything else. But like I said, if you want to, you can connect to an external speaker as well.
Through Bluetooth or
through audio jack.
Audio jack.
Or Bluetooth.
Oh, so it has Bluetooth, audio jack.
That's right.
It's got internet.
That's right.
Very cool. Does it have any video outputs, like HDMI or anything like that?
That's right. It has an HDMI port as well, so you can connect your laptop as well.
Great. So we're looking at the Hachi Infinite. It's going to be available, when did you say?
March
at Amazon. You'll be able to get it. There's a version out right now, but I don't know. We're only a couple months away to the more powerful one coming out. Thank you so much for coming by, Kevin.
No problem.
It's very cool. It works, which is great. It's always good to sit down with tech that works. Stick around. We're going to keep bringing you coverage from CES 2020, the last day of coverage of CES 2020. Technology like this that's making the future just a little bit more fun. I'm Brian Stillman. We'll be back.
Welcome back to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Las Vegas Convention Center on the Be Terrific set high atop Central Hall. I'm Michael Artsis. Thanks so much for joining us. You are the Terrifics, and you make Be Terrific special. I want to say, you know, this is really a cool show here at CES 2020. So keep it locked here for all your continuing coverage right on Be Terrific. At Be Terrific TV on all social media. And I've got, you know, a really nice guest now and a very interesting product. So it's a glove that you wear called Bebop Sensors, and you use it mostly, you could use it for gaming, I guess, virtual reality specifically, but you guys really use this for, you know, training. So like, you could use it to train pilots. You could use it to train medical personnel. You can also use it for stroke victims. Kind of tell me about this glove that is maybe the Power Glove 2.0.
Yeah, sure. So CJ Wheelock, Bebop Sensors, we're out of Berkeley, California, and we built, sorry,
that's all right.
It's a habit, I haven't done this in a while. Yeah, we built a data glove that's an interaction tool. So primarily...
Did you start the company?
I'm not the founder, no.
Okay.
I've been on the business development team for about 4 years.
Nice.
So deal making, product management, you wear a lot of hats at a startup. But yeah, the CEO, Keith McMillan, is not here with us today at the convention. I mean, he's still alive. The company's going to love this one. Keith is in Berkeley today, is what I meant to say.
You're doing great. By the way, did I mention we're live? No, you're doing really good. Do you have a glove that helps train people for interviews?
You know, we'll make that. That's our 2.0 product, is where to look, what to say.
Honestly, you're doing great. It was very fun. It was good. I immediately was like, what? He's not with us? No, that's impossible.
Second I said it. So training use cases are really good. It's an interactive tool.
Yeah.
So in virtual reality, we're helping people build muscle memory. We can understand the finger articulation of the finger bend really accurately with about 1.5 degrees of accuracy. We give you haptic feedback, so when you flip a switch, you feel it. When you turn a knob, you feel it.
Okay, now I've had haptic feedback from screens in cars and my phone before. Yep. The phone's getting better. The screen in the car just like vibrates and shakes. I hate that. Is this good haptic feedback? Like when I move a toggle switch on a plane, or I have to go pop and then the toggle switch, do I actually feel like I'm doing that?
You will. If you come check out our booth tomorrow in LVCC South, you'll feel it.
Yeah.
What's nice about our haptics is they're customizable. It's not just an on or off vibration. You could have grabbing a screw feel very subtle. You could feel like opening a door, feel some physical resistance as if it was actually sliding open. Going through water would feel different. So you have a really an impressive ability to create different sensations, not just a vibration on or off.
Why? You know, I asked you before we went on air about boxing. I was saying, if I threw a punch, could I feel it? Why wouldn't you want to do some kind of feedback, force feedback like that for people to be able to shadow box or train, or some kind of other athletics? Or like last year, there were these cool people here at CES that had this hockey set up, and I had a hockey stick, and I played. It would have been great to have the gloves.
Yeah, so good question. So we're doing haptic feedback. We give you a sense of interaction. Force feedback is what stops your hand, and a lot of people think that's necessary. Say like, oh, I'm grabbing an invisible Coke can, my hand stops. But when you try to reach that level of immersion, you often fall short. So we're telling the brain, yes, you click that switch. Yes, you open that door, which is enough to make it really immersive.
How do you help people with? Who are stroke victims who are trying to come back from stroke?
Great question. So there's a lot of really cool medical use cases. There's a lot of data from the hand that you can use to help, victims of a stroke, going through rehabilitation, making sure they're doing their exercises and seeing if their range of motion comes back. Another really cool use case, we're working with a leading pharma company doing clinical trials for Parkinson's. So in Parkinson's, there's some shaky hand data, there's some finger bend data, and really you take a drug, you see if it's effective, and you practice some exercises throughout the day. So with our glove, you have a lot more opportunity to see what the hand is doing when you perform those exercises, so you can see if the drug is more effective or not compared to what else is on the market.
Do you get data back from the glove?
We do. So we have ADC signals from the glove giving you a precise degree of bend. You can take that data and see where the hand is in VR or on a screen.
So would this be good for, obviously, a lot of training applications, but what about maybe military training applications?
Absolutely. So right now we're working with the U.S. Air Force on a number of maintenance training applications, how to fix something that breaks.
I want to throw a scenario. Maybe this is crazy, but what about like a drone pilot and how nervous his finger is, if it's moving, if it's shaking? when he has to acquire the target, or a guy who's moving through buildings as a soldier and sees a target and how quick he's on that trigger and when he needs to be and where his finger is going and stuff like that. That's information I think they'd want to know and analyze.
It's a great question. So imagine you're a soldier driving a vehicle. You want eyes in the sky, or your passenger is trying to track. If your head's down on an iPad or a drone control device, you're taking your eyes off the battlefield, there might be a threat.
Sure.
You could throw a drone in the air and tell it what to do with hand commands. So take off, go check that out, follow him, come back to me. You could tell a drone what to do just with your hands.
Apparently you've got this working because you know all the hand signals.
Yep, we've done this before. It's one of our projects.
I was going to steal second base. I didn't know. I thought that's what you were giving me. The indicator, though, is usually this or the belt. I don't remember. Or could be this.
It depends how you map it. But no, you had a great example of like, outside of VR, what could this do?
Right.
Cool rehabilitation, controlling an object like a robot. You could open a door. You could fly a drone.
It could also be used for medical training, right?
What type of medical training?
Maybe surgery training, feedback on what it feels like to cut somebody open or pull their lung out. I don't know. That seems like it'd be kind of weird.
There's a cool couple startups doing VR medical training.
But can they use the Bebop sensor glove?
They can. We can't disclose our partners right now, but there's a couple leading startups in the VR space using gloves.
What's the glove cost?
We don't disclose it publicly.
But it's not just the glove, right? It's the glove and the system behind it, and people got to develop on top of it. Yeah,
right.
I couldn't just buy that glove and start flying a plane.
Exactly. It's not plug and play, but we make it easy. We have SDKs, which is Unity and Unreal. So you're a developer of content. We're going to give you gloves. We're going to give you access to the data and make sure you can integrate it into your application.
Cool.
And then we also include warranty and support. We want to make sure it works, and we can help you throughout the process.
I would love to wear that glove and learn how to fly a plane without having to take off.
You could. So at our booth, we actually have a T6 trainer through our partner HTX Labs out of Houston, and they're also working with the Air Force, going through, there's an engine fire. What's the proper shutdown procedure? How do you flip those switches?
I think it's one of those
throttle?
red buttons.
It's just one. I'm sure. It's super easy. But that's a great example of you could virtualize that training.
Sure.
So you don't need a real aircraft. You don't need $1 million simulator. You could make that virtual content, get some gloves out there, and train people anywhere in the world.
I got to come by the booth and see this.
You got to come by tomorrow.
All right. How about, your name's CJ.
Yep.
How about a CJ7? Could I take a CJ7 for a spin?
You're outclassing me in aircraft now. I don't know the CJ7.
That's like the predecessor to the Wrangler.
All right.
It's a Jeep.
So you're dating yourself on that one. Sorry.
Without a doubt. Yes. Well, I mean, you could fly any plane, I would imagine.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We think of this as a tool. So
what are other uses I don't think of?
So medical, you touched on. Drone control, you touched on. Robotics. I often cite Minority Report. You think Tom Cruise interacting with data.
That was a great movie, yeah.
So using your hand is cool, but you can't feel it.
Right.
So how do you know? Is there a chime?
Do you think in the future all the processing will be in the glove and you just walk around with the glove on and you can do that and you don't need the supercomputer behind it?
Maybe. Probably your cell phone would be the computer in your pocket that it would tie to, because you don't want to add weight or complexity. But
you're a lot of fun, CJ. Thanks for coming on, man.
This is a lot of fun. Thank you so much.
This is great. All right, he's CJ. I'm Michael. You're the Terrifics. We'll be back with a whole lot more right after this. Your live continuing coverage of CES 2020. Stay with us.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman with BeTerrific, BeTerrific.com. We're at CES 2020 here in Las Vegas, Nevada. I am here with CarePredict. CarePredict is a wearable for seniors that uses AI to predict pattern changes and lifestyle changes. Tell me a little bit about this.
That's right, Brian. It's been well known for a very long time that there are changes in activities and behaviors before there's a decline in health. In the past, we used to rely on human observation to catch those activity behavior changes. We all live closer together. We could see that mom has her hair unbrushed. She's still in pajamas at 3 in the afternoon. She's staying away from bright lights and sunlight. Those we knew intuitively were the signs that she was going into depression. But now we're all living apart, much farther apart sometimes. And you need something to replace that human observation. And that's what we do at CarePredict. We created the world's first wearables for seniors specifically to track activity and behavior patterns. It goes on the wrist of the dominant arm. It tracks all the gestures that the individual is doing. Are they eating, drinking, bathing, sleeping, cooking, all of that. It also knows where they are in the home. It takes all that information, uses machine learning and AI to create a baseline pattern of an individual's activities and behaviors, and then looks for a deviation that it signifies that something is going wrong.
What does it do with that information? So when it identifies that there's a change in behavior, what happens?
So when it detects a change, let's say it detects a change that mom skipped 2 meals today, it immediately sends an alert to the care circle. The care circle consists of all the people concerned about mom. Could be the neighbor, could be siblings, sons, daughters, they all get the message. And within the mobile app, they can actually communicate with each other and try and figure out who's helping mom, who's doing what. It completely brings all that care coordination into one single location.
Is there a way for, does this tie in at all with medical facilities, with whoever, maybe a hospice care, whoever might be there overseeing the parent or whoever it might be?
Absolutely. So today we are deployed in home care in the US. Home care, not home health care. So these are the big franchisers in the industry that are deploying our product into their client's home. What they are finding out is that the family wants them to handle all the responses to every alert, because the family cannot take time off from work or do whatever it needs to do to respond to mom at that moment of need. They are having the home care agency be the preferred partner that can respond, find out, why did mom skip 2 meals today? Is it because she had no groceries, so they can actually go take mom out to get groceries? Or is it because mom is not feeling well, and so they can actually go do a meal preparation for her? And they can charge additional monies for all of that. Family is happy to allow that because it means that they are insulated from the day-to-day responses needed to take care of an aging loved one.
Now, is this something that is a subscription-based service, or have you just created the tech that other companies are then integrating into their care the way they provide care? How does this work?
Right. So today we are a product that costs an upfront fee to buy, and then there's a subscription for the monitoring and the AI and all of that. When we resell through home care agencies, they are providing additional service on top for that subscription amount. They're responding to mom, they're calling mom, they're visiting mom for all of that. So it's aligned into all of their systems and it's integrated into them. Our next step would be to go to the Medicare Advantage plans who are all looking to see how they could get a better handle on the cost of senior care in this country. You know, it's like 7% of all the seniors account for 60% of all the Medicare dollars spent. And they want to go after that and try and figure out if they can catch a decline before it occurs so they can bend the cost curve.
So if people want to learn more about this, if they want to investigate the product for themselves, where can they go?
They can go to www.carepredict.com and you can look at all the product information, testimonials, as well as purchase the product there as of today.
What does the product sell for?
$449.
And what sort of subscription fee is there if they're going through you, not through their healthcare provider, which might have their own system?
Our subscription fee is $69 a month.
Okay.
Yeah.
And when... So where are you based in... So how are you... Trying to figure out... This is edited, so I'm trying to figure out this question. So they sign up for your subscription, and where is all this information being sent to and then analyzed, and then you contact the families? Where is all that taking place?
Right. So the device collects all the information, and every time there's a change of location or movement, it sends it via Wi-Fi to the back end, which is an Amazon cloud. That's where all the deep learning AI systems are. They're looking at all the data and figuring out when is it time to alert the care circle. And the care circle receives all these alerts on their apps or via email or text.
So what prompted the creation of this? You know, it's, you said before, we all used to live together, now we're further apart. What sparked that first idea?
Well, I created this company out of a necessity. My dad is this year 93 and my mom's 83. They live 10 minutes away from me and I talk to them every day. But when I show up in person on that Saturday, I find completely new things that I was not aware of. More often than not, that new thing made me take them either to the ER or pretty much mess up the rest of my work schedule for the following week to get them office appointments with physicians. The unpredictability in their health was causing unpredictability in my life. And I'm the classic sandwich generation. I have 3 young children and 2 very old parents to take care of. And I was being stretched too far apart. I needed something that would help me understand what was going to be happening with them so I could have some chance of planning ahead.
Great. This is a really great product, really helpful. I think a lot of people are going to be appreciative of the ability to take advantage of that notice, forewarning you of incidents before they take place. Stick around. We're going to have a lot more coverage for you. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific, BeTerrific.com. We're here at CES 2020. We'll be back. Hey, and welcome back. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. I'm here for Be Terrific, but you knew that. You've been with us all this time. You're sticking with us. You're powering through. You're seeing all the technology. I'm having a great time bringing it to you all. I hope you're all having a good time seeing it all. We're back with Doodlematic. Doodlematic, we've been talking to them a lot this week. We were down at CES Unveil. We talked to you guys. We had you on the show yesterday, but you're back because honestly, it's a super cool project, a super cool product. But this time we're here with Alicia. You are the co-founder of the company, and
Yes.
you are an art teacher, and you're approaching it more from the art and education point of view.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me here and having us back to show off more of Doodlematic. So I am an art educator. I've been teaching for 12 years. My background is from Rhode Island School of Design. I absolutely love everything that has to do with art. And the one thing about art is that it infiltrates every part of our lives. The shirts that we wear, the clothes, the shoes, everything that we pick out, every flyer information that we get, it's all art in one different way. So a lot of times people will look at a product and they'll be like, well, I'm not an artist, this isn't for me. It absolutely is for everyone. And more importantly than just kind of the visuals of it is the creative process that takes place behind it. So it's really exciting to be kind of like the meeting of the minds between my husband, the tech end of it, and me as the creative end.
So, art as an educational tool. We've talked about Doodlematic a lot, so before we get into it, I want to talk a little bit about art as an educational tool, about reaching kids through art, but also teaching STEM skills, teaching sort of very abstract ideas, game design, game development, programming through art. Tell me a little bit about that.
So first I like to use the word STEAM instead of STEM
Okay.
because that's putting art back into the equation.
Okay, fair enough.
So I think that's a really important skill for us because we talk about tech and we talk about this idea of being able to innovate and move into the future. Without that creative ability and without that creative problem solving skills, which art teaches and cultivates, we can't do any of that. So one of the biggest issues that I see in my classroom and that I commiserate with other teachers with is that kids just want the right answer. They want to be told what to do step by step. And it's a real problem that we're seeing kind of increase as we move forward. We live in a world of instant gratification. The kids want to be able to press a button, get the answer, move on with their lives.
Right.
So with Doodlematic, we can really use this as a tool to start teaching children resilience and the idea of iteration, where you can sit there, you can try something. If it doesn't work the first time, you tinker with it and you figure out how to go ahead and change it. So in that aspect, it's a real teaching tool in terms of your skills and abilities to move forward as a person, but it can also be used to teach content. So for example, I've worked with a English teacher for language arts at the high school level. She's teaching Shakespeare.
Okay.
And the kids are really struggling with it and understanding the concepts and kind of what happened in each particular chapter of the story. So instead of having her kids do a quiz on it, which she saw that they were really failing at, she did an experiment. She took Doodlematic into one of her sections, had the kids create a game on chapter 3. So everyone sat down, they had to think about, okay, what is the setting? They drew out the setting. Who are the characters that are playing in this? Who is the hazard or the enemy, the
Right.
obstacle in this story? They made games for it. They played those games, they shared them with each other, everyone played, and then she gave that quiz later to see who retained that information. The kids that made the game remembered every aspect of that story.
Before we go any deeper into that, let's explain to anyone who hasn't been following along so far, what is Doodlematic? Doodlematic is it's a cool system to create games on your phone. Explain that to us.
Yes. So Doodlematic is color-based. What it's doing is it is looking at a blank sheet of paper, for the most part, that you are drawing on. So you can do this with markers. The kit comes with that, but it also allows you to use anything that are the correct colors. So when you're drawing your hazard, you draw it in red. When you're drawing your avatar, you draw it in green. When you're drawing your goals, you draw them in blue. So as long as you were using those colors, you can go ahead and create this. So if you wanted to print out Shakespeare's face, if you use green ink, that could automatically be your avatar. So then you go ahead within the app and take a photo of that, and within 15 seconds, you're able to play that game.
Okay, so you have this tool that is literally, the interface is art.
Correct.
And then you are turning whatever you can imagine into a game.
Yes.
That is pretty cool, and I can see how that would work in the Shakespeare scenario you gave us. What I love is that it is demonstrating the value of art beyond simply aesthetics. You know, we look at funding, we look at arts funding. It's always the first thing people want to cut.
Absolutely.
But like you said earlier, art isn't everything. It's in the clothes we're wearing. You think art's unimportant? Well, then why don't you just wear a white shirt? Or a plain black shirt. If you like the way your car looks, if you pick that car over that car, well, that's because of art. It's not just aesthetics for aesthetics' sake. And in this case, you're using it for education. I think that's amazing. I think that's very valuable. What inspired you to go down this path, to develop this program?
So a lot of it goes back to what I was seeing in my classrooms, especially at the high school level. I have a lot of kids that come into my room and instantaneously say, I can't draw a stick figure, I'm just here because guidance told me I needed to show up. They really don't have any interest or investment in kind of the creative end of things because it's undervalued, as you just said. So the idea here is that we're able to put something in their hands that is something that they automatically gravitate to. One of my biggest kind of competitors in the classroom is the iPhones because they want to be playing games, they want to be texting each other. So now instead of constantly saying, hey, let's put that away, I'm saying, okay, let's make a game. Let's do this instead. And when I say let's doodle, it's a different word than saying let's draw. If I say let's draw, they're like, oh God, I can't do that. If I say let's doodle, they're like, oh, okay, I can handle that.
Right.
So it's kind of getting kids back to a starting point and giving them the okay to be creative again. A lot of kids that have pegged themselves as not being able to draw at this point have picked things back up. It's a real game changer in the sense that people that did not think that they could do this start to get hooked because it's really simple. But then the complexity and the drawings that they do as they continue with it just continue to grow like exponentially. So it's really, really cool to see. And it really kind of breaks down barriers. I know that there's a lot of girls that I teach that are like, oh, I'm not into games. I can't do that. I can't be a game designer. And I look at them and I say, yes, you can. Like your ideas are no less interesting or exciting than anybody else's. So I actually have an intern right now who was one of my students that I introduced to this product kind of in a slightly different way. And now she's actually going to school for game design.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's really exciting to kind of see that dialogue shift. And she actually said to me the other day, she's like, I'm doing this because of you. And as a teacher, that is like the most rewarding experience ever in your life. So to be able to offer this to everyone, starting at 6 and getting girls to realize, or anyone to realize that at that young, they can be creators. They don't have to just consume the technology. It's really
well, that's sort of a question I had for you. You mentioned that your partner on this is your husband, who's a software engineer,
Yes.
and one of the things that he said to me when we talked was how this is inspiring kids to continue with sort of exploring game design and tech and stuff. I'm
Yes.
curious, do you find that kids on the flip side are using this and saying, I see that art can do a thing, it can create a thing. What else can I do with art? I want to explore being an artist and using these art skills in other directions, wherever it might be, whether it's design, whether it's fashion, whether it's just I want to be a painter, whatever. Is it inspiring that spark of creativity in people?
It is, because it's giving kind of like that acceptance and that kind of, it's flipping the dialogue in people's heads that art isn't kind of the cool thing to do, because some kids do experience that, and they're saying, hey, this is a real thing that I can gravitate towards. So it may start here, it's kind of the seed, and then you do start to see it grow. And another thing that we're seeing is that it really does change people's perception of the world. Like, I've had students that have been walking around with their camera with Doodlematic, and they'll be like, oh, that thing's green, that thing's blue, and they'll actually take it and set it up on a white wall because they're curious to see whether or not it's going to work, and they'll take a picture and they'll be like, oh my gosh, my coffee cup is dancing, you know? So it really does change kind of your perception, and just being more open-minded about what's around you is automatically going to make you a more creative person and a better artist in that sense as well.
What inspired you to take just to combine? Honestly, it's a very basic question. What inspired you to come up with this? It's such a strange concept. You can draw a thing, take a picture, it becomes a game. That is not something where, often you see these ideas where it's like, if you follow this thread of logic, you end up at this product. I can't even imagine the thread of logic you were following that you ended up with this. Or I can, and it may or may not be a legal thread of logic. So how does this come together?
So it comes together really, this is kind of like the link between our minds, my husband and I. So when I have students that are doing drawings, they're like, oh, I wish this thing could move. And I'm like, oh, I wish it could too. And then you're like, oh, wait a minute, it can move, because we have this amazing technology in our phones or in our tablets that we can manipulate, and we can create a product that can take that information and assign information to it. So a lot of my students, they're like, I want to be in game design, but they don't know how to program, and they don't know how to code. So when they're kind of starting at that point, they feel like that door is closed to them.
Right.
And then when you say, well, you can draw though, and you can use green, and you know what colors are, then you can do this. Really, anybody can. So as soon as we're able to kind of break down that wall and that barrier, and that's really all there is kind of preventing people from creating games themselves, then it really does open up this entire new world. So it really is the meeting of the minds, you know.
Well, we've talked about it in the context of drawing, but you said it works with anything. You
Correct.
have brought this cake, and I'm sure everyone in our audience is looking at this cake going, are they going to eat the cake? Or is she going to throw it at Brian? What's the cake for? Why do we have a cake here?
Well, tomorrow's my birthday, but that's not the real reason.
Okay, well, happy birthday.
Thank you. So the real reason is that art is not just drawing. Art is really anything. So I actually spent quite a long time as a cake decorator. You also, as you mentioned, fabric and design, and really everything that is out there is designed by someone.
Right.
So the cake is here because this is actually a video game.
Okay.
So we have used different things like a gummy bears.
Now, if I hold this up, is it going to slide off?
I don't think so. We can go ahead
Hold
and
it up
give
a little.
Okay.
So we can get a shot of that.
All right.
So we have a cake here.
Yep.
It's literally a cake. It is not a fake cake. It is not anything like that. It's got gummy bears on it. It's got frosting on it. But I think what's key is it has green elements, red elements, blue elements, purple elements on a white background.
Correct, exactly. So anything that is set up that way will work as a video game. So on the phone here, you can see that I can make my gummy bear jump. Oh, I just fell off the cliff. And I can collect the blue elements and try to avoid red, because then I die.
Deadly Cake.
Yes.
It might not be the next hot video game, but it certainly is a great demonstration of how the software works, how the game works, how the toy works. Maybe not a toy, I don't know what I would call it, but a educational, artistic product.
We're calling it kind of like it's entering the phygital space, which is the idea of the physical and the digital worlds kind of coming together. So we're seeing this as kind of a new trend in kind of toys for kids.
Cool. Well, listen. Thank you so much for coming on the show again.
Thank you so much.
It's
Really
great having
appreciate being
Doodlematic here. We love the product. We have a lot of fun with it. I really appreciate it. Stick around. We're going to have a lot more coverage from CES 2020. I'm Brian Stillman for Be Terrific. We'll be back. Brian Stillman over at CES 2020 bringing you continuing coverage from Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm here with David from Targus. You've got some new bags to show us, a cool device down here. So let's jump right in. The new Targus bag, what is this?
All right. This is the Cypress Plus EcoSmart backpack with wireless phone charging. So the great thing about this backpack is that you can actually charge your phone wirelessly. This is a Qi certified backpack, and let me show you how it works. It's really simple.
So it just goes in here, right?
Yeah, you simply grab your Qi-enabled smartphone, and it follows all the Qi rules. All you simply do is you insert it into the cradle like that, and you wait a few seconds, and it starts charging. You can see that it's charging because it has a blue light indicator here that tells you that it's charging.
So where's the power coming from?
The power is coming from a power bank that's on the inside that is actually removable. So you can either replace it with a different power bank if you want to charge the other one. And all you do is simply insert it again and put it in the pocket, and then you're good to go.
So no more fishing for your power bank in your bag. Just flip open the little panel, and there you go.
Absolutely, and you don't have to deal with any cables. All you do is just simply put it into the cradle, and you're good to go.
That's very cool. It seems like kind of an obvious little innovation. How long have you been planning something like this?
So we've been actually working on something like this for over a year and a half as we started developing the actual cradle to ensure that the phone itself is positioned in a proper spot,
right?
And it's secured because you're obviously moving around, so you want to make sure that when the Qi coils are engaged. And the way we secured the cradle with this provisional patent design, it allows it to stay in that position, so it's always charging.
That's really cool, and it sits in there firmly. I mean, it's not shifting around at all.
No.
That's great. That's super handy. I mean, I'm always at conventions. I'm always wandering around. I have more cables everywhere and power banks and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So something like that is definitely handy.
Yeah.
What else does the bag have?
Well, the other big thing is not only did we integrate the technology, but also the cool part is this is made with recycled water bottles. 26 recycled water bottles are actually diverted from landfills to make this bag.
Oh, that's cool. So it's environmentally smart.
Absolutely.
Technologically smart.
Absolutely. We continuously expand our assortment of products that are made with recycled water bottles.
That's cool. Is this available yet?
This product will be available in the end of June, early part of July.
And what's it going to sell for?
$179.
$179. So certainly handy. And that includes the power bank?
It includes the power bank, the Qi pad, and the cradle.
Not a bad deal. I mean, power banks, how long will this one charge your phone?
Well, you got yourself a 5,000 milliamp power bank inside, and depending on your phone, it could be 1 to 2 times.
Okay, great. So that's, $30 or $40 right there, plus a really nice bag, environmentally sound, roomy.
Very roomy, very comfortable. Ergonomic shoulder straps with a hinge shoulder strap system that has a lot of flexibility. You can see that here. If you flip that around, it gives you a wider range of motion. So this is something that we've worked with an ergonomist to develop, and it makes it much more comfortable.
And it's padded, and you can slip it over a roller bag, which is always handy. I'm always traveling with shoots. I always have a lot of bags and luggage with me.
A lot of functionality built into the bag.
That's great, and it looks good. I like the gray.
Thank you. Yeah,
very stylish.
We're very proud of it.
Okay, so what is this? That is not a bag.
This is not a bag. This is a quad docking station. This is it won the Innovation Award here at CES honoree. And what you can do is you could put 4 4K monitors using with this docking station and connect it all with one USB-C cable to your laptop.
Okay, so my laptop goes in here. You have a USB-C input.
Correct.
And then you have 4 monitor outs or HDMI outs.
Correct. Any combination of DisplayPort or HDMI.
Just plug them in, and then these are just separate USB, or are these meant to feed your monitors?
So these are additional USB-A ports. You also have an additional USB-C port with fast charging, audio, video ports, and an additional USB-A here.
Wow, that is a lot of ports.
Yes, and you can also charge.
Port.
Exactly, you get the Ethernet port in there, and you can also charge your laptop with this. With a USB-C laptop, and using our patented solution, you can actually charge a legacy laptop that uses USB-A ports.
Wow. That is a lot in a fairly small, pretty light unit.
Yes.
What is this called? I see no branding other than Targus on it.
Yeah, it's a Dock 570.
The Dock 570.
Yeah, when it comes to docking stations, we keep it pretty simple.
When's that going to be available?
That's actually available now.
Oh, it is?
Go ahead
What's
and
it
buy
sell
that
for?
on Targus.com. It's $399.
$399. This is actually really cool, especially, we obviously do a lot of video editing, have a lot of monitors. Certainly the type of thing that works well for us. And I like that it also will charge things. How much life will you get out of this in terms of powering a laptop?
Well, we've actually we have a 3-year warranty. We kind of led the industry with the warranty, so we know this is a good, solid product.
Oh, no, I meant like how much power will this output?
So it'll output 100 watts of power.
Okay. Very cool. I didn't mean like literally how long will this last. Sorry. How much energy will we get out of it?
Gotcha, 100 watts. Yes.
That's very cool. I like that. Certainly a handy tool, especially for people in my industry, editing, and I can see many other uses for it. Gamers.
Stockbrokers use it a lot because they want to have different things going on different panels. You can use it extend mode, or you could do it in duplicate mode. It gives you a lot of that flexibility.
Very, very cool. These are great products. These are the type of things that make life a little bit easier. I do like the bag a lot. I like the charging.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming by, man. It was good to speak to you.
Appreciate it.
Good to see what you've got. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020 for Be Terrific. Stick around. We've got a lot more coverage coming your way. Welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We are in lovely Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Las Vegas Convention Center. Have you guys ever been to Las Vegas? It is dry out here. I'm noticing as we keep going, my throat's dry. It's kind of crazy. We are in the middle of the desert, and Be Terrific, we're in Secaucus, New Jersey, so desert environments are a little different. So it's sort of a strange experience. I'm not sure why I'm telling you all this, but I figure I'm trying to bring you in on the experience with us. Most of you probably don't care. You just want to hear about the gear. So to that end, I'm here with Matthew from Lofty. Lofty is an alarm clock, basically, but it is a smart alarm clock. It's a different alarm clock. I've already told him that because he creates alarm clocks, he's my enemy, because he's forcing me out of bed, but you seem to think that maybe this won't be so traumatic for me with your device.
Well, our tagline is "Start Happy," so I hope that we can help you start happy as well.
I would love that.
We will try.
So what is the Lofty?
So it's a smart alarm clock, and we think the smartest part about it is to get the phone out of the bedroom. So that's really our mission as a company at Lofty, is tech-life balance. So we think that people really want to spend a little less time with their smartphones than they do. The average American is spending north of 4 hours a day on their phone. A lot of them aren't happy about it.
Hold on, I got to check my email.
Yeah, let's all just take a quick break.
Yeah.
Anyone,
right. No, it's true. We're addicted to these things, and I know before I go to bed, I'm checking my phone.
Yeah.
And when I wake up in the morning, my alarm is my phone, so I reach over, and then there's email.
And you hop right into it. You don't think about your dreams. If you have a partner, you're probably not saying hi to them. The first person you say hi to is your smartphone. That's
no comments.
Don't comment. Yeah.
So how do you change that?
Yeah. So we started out with an app, and around the same time that the big tech companies were coming out with apps, we were thinking the same kind of thing. But we felt that was a little on the nose and a little bit of a inelegant solution. Okay. So we ended up.
Plus, you still have the phone. I mean, that's the sort of defeating the purpose.
That's the thing. We actually look at the Stanford marshmallow experiment that a lot of people know, the one where you put kids in front of a marshmallow or another treat, and they're told they'll get 2 marshmallows if they can wait about 15 minutes. Oh. And they are very tempted. They can either grab the marshmallow right there in front of them, or they can wait the few minutes and get 2 marshmallows. But
inevitably, I'm assuming they grab the marshmallow.
A lot of them grab it, and there's this big inference from that study that the ones that wait have a lot more willpower, and they go on to do bigger, better things.
Okay.
But there's actually this little detail that in some cases the marshmallow is covered up, and sometimes it's visible to them. So when it's visible, they're much more likely to eat it.
Right.
But when it's hidden, they last quite a few minutes longer, even if they do eventually eat it. So in our case, we think you actually have to get the smartphone out of your eyesight. There's no app, there's no thing that's going to make it better. So you actually have to change your environment that you're living in, the same way you might put your gym clothes in a bag by your bedside or by your door the night before, knowing I'm going to go and work out. That's right. You read about that in books like Habit by all these books about habits. So that's kind of what we're going for with the Lofty, is let's get the phone out of the bedroom.
Okay.
Let's not go back in time. Let's have the device that you'd want for 2020, just everything you need and nothing you don't need.
So what does that mean? How are we not then back to simply an alarm clock?
Right, yeah. So we didn't want to just create an analog retro alarm clock. So you'll see some of the images. The design is very contemporary, and it's a smart clock. It has technology inside of it, but very kind of subtle and you-serving technology. It is not an overwhelming way to interact with it. So it's got a lot of content to wind down to at night.
Okay.
So we have our own meditation content, from sound bath to breath work to more traditional meditation.
Right.
So we're taking the most interesting classes in New York, LA, and finding those instructors and getting them on our platform so you can have a sound bath at 10:30 p.m.
Is that customizable? Like my wife, I was talking to you earlier, my wife likes to go to bed listening to podcasts. Can she get those onto the Lofty so she doesn't have her phone in bed with her, going to sleep, but let me just check Pokemon Go, or let me just, check my email or whatever.
Right. Yeah, we bring these devices into our bedrooms thinking, oh, I'll just use it for my podcast, or I'll just use it for Headspace or Calm. But then you get the notification from Instagram or the angry email from your boss or whatever it is. So, yeah, she can load her own podcasts on it or content from other providers. We also have our own content, but yes, you could easily listen to your own content as well.
So now the important part, waking up.
Waking up, yeah.
Going to sleep, I usually don't have too much trouble. I'm happy to go to sleep. Waking up is difficult. I tend to wake up sort of jarringly by whatever the loudest noise I can set on my phone is. What is Lofty going to do that's going to get me that's going to guarantee it gets me out of bed and do it in a way where I start my day happy?
That's a great question. We designed this with an IDEO design research methodology, which means we went out and spoke to people in their homes about how they wake up, how they go to bed. And one of the things we found was that there's a very distinct difference between waking up and getting up. And then when we did the scientific research, we actually found there's a phenomenon that explains that called sleep inertia, and it's that feeling of grogginess when you wake up. And how severe it is really depends on how big a sleep deficit you're running. So if you're running a bigger sleep deficit, you're going to be pretty sleep inertia.
That's me.
Yeah.
Inert. Fully inert.
Especially after this week at CES, I'm sure.
Yeah. No alarm clock in the world is going to help me the day after CES, but that's an extreme case. So what is the difference between waking up and getting up, and how does Lofty address that?
Right. So waking up is really lulling you out of sleep. You're usually in your REM stage of sleep right before you wake up, and your heart rate's going up a little bit. Your body's getting a little warmer. Cortisol is running through your brain. You're sort of getting up, but your brain is not functioning at its full performance, and that's the sleep inertia concept. And if you had people do some tests like some basic subtraction, they wouldn't do as well as they would in about 2 hours. So you don't really want to be using your brain too heavily. You don't want to be sending off an email. So we actually think we might save you from some slip-ups. But yeah, so that's that wake-up stage, and that's a softer sound. So all of our sounds are really thoughtfully curated. It's not that blaring buzzer we think of from Groundhog Day alarm clocks or even just the iPhone sounds. So they're really very gentle sounds. Like we love this water chime that our sound bath artist introduced us to from this small French company. It's a beautiful sound to wake up to. And then you've got your get up sound, which is a little more get out of bed. That's a little louder.
I set my phone, I'm already failing your criteria for successfully getting this out of your house, but my alarm clock is my phone, and my wake up, get up, everything sound is a ringing phone, because I figure nothing is going to make me jump more than, oh my God, the phone is ringing. So it's really the most stressful way possible, I think, to start my day, now that I'm thinking about it. Clearly not the way to go about doing it.
That sounds very stressful.
It is. It's horrible.
Do you snooze too?
Not too often. Usually I hurl myself out of bed as if the house is on fire and then flop back down as I realize, okay, I can recover. Why is it important to have those two different, the wake up and the get up system in place? How is that helpful?
Yeah, I think there's less of a shock to the system when what you described sounds like the cortisol levels in your brain are through the roof, which maybe is not the most helpful for your long-term health. But especially if you're snoozing a lot. So a lot of people snooze, and every time you go back to sleep and then you're snoozing, you're actually kind of giving yourself a little shock, and it's not great for your health long-term. So if you can kind of stay in that low, semi-awake state and then get up, it's actually much better for your health.
Very cool, very cool. Now, when's the Lofty going to be available?
Right, so we'll be doing a Kickstarter in March and shipping in the summer.
How long is the Kickstarter going to run for?
About a month.
Okay, so 30-day Kickstarter starting in March. And then, so assuming all goes well with Kickstarter, sometime around April through the summer, you're going to get this thing out. That's to me, that sounds a little ambitious. I've done a couple Kickstarters. Are you comfortable with that time frame?
Yes, so definitely shipping more towards the later half of the summer. So April will be beginning manufacturing, but For us, we have a really strong team in New York. We're based in New York. We have a great team that's done this many times with a lot of other products, many of them that are here at CES.
Oh, cool.
We're
Great.
very lucky.
Do you have a price on it yet? Kickstarter price or a retail price or whatever?
Yeah, I don't have a differentiation yet between Kickstarter and retail, but it's a little north of 100, and we're just trying to finalize our internal costs so we can keep making them in 2021 and 2022.
Right. And if people want to learn more about this, where can they go?
They can go to BuyLofty, BYLOFTIE.com.
Cool, great. Matthew, thanks for coming by and telling us about the Lofty. I'm cautiously optimistic that maybe this is a way that'll get me out of bed without the stress levels that I seem to be causing myself. I'm curious to check this out. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
No problem. Terrifics. Stick around. We're going to keep bringing you coverage from CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll be back. Hey, welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Las Vegas Convention Center. We've been checking out tech all day long. We've been roaming the floor. We've been in the studio, getting quite a workout, but not as much of a workout as we're about to get. I'm here with Nazar. I'm here with Sabrina. This is Max Pro. They're with Max Pro Fitness. You are Max Pro Fitness. This is a workout device, a smart workout device, a portable travel workout device, a device that will probably put me to shame, which is why Sabrina's going to be demoing it and not me. Tell me a little bit about Max Pro.
Thank you for asking, Brian. We're happy to be here. Max Pro is actually a very, very unique product. It's creating its own segment in the fitness industry. It is a portable, all-in-one fitness gym, all in a box, basically. A lot of products might say they're all one gym, but we feel that we finally accomplished that. Additionally, it's also a smart, connected, of course we're at CES.
Right, everything's smart and connected here.
Right. So yes, it will record your workouts, every rep of every set, and it provides very valuable data and analytics in terms of not just calories burned, but how much power you're inputting, left arm versus right arm, which side's strong, which side's weakness, acceleration, velocity. So a lot of data for the data heads that are out there as well.
Right. But even at a basic level, it's good for beginners who are working out just to get an idea of what they're able to do, what's comfortable for them, setting a baseline. I imagine that's a part of it.
Yes, we have. It's very simple to use. Right out of the box, there's no assembly required. You can just put it down on a floor, mount it to a door, and we'll kind of show some exercises. But sure. And it's really simple for anyone to use. And the app, of course, that we have has over 100 exercises built in, and from easy to hard, getting people kind of moving up in terms of ability and fitness level.
So you have the box right here.
Yes.
Why don't we open this up and take a quick look here?
Okay. So what I have here, we're going to tilt it down a little bit. So this is kind of the package as it comes right here. This would be the main unit. We have 2 door brackets and a strap belt right here with a ratchet. And this is it. This is in terms of mounting to a door, any door. I mean, at home, you're traveling to a hotel. It's really simple. Within 30 seconds, you can have a very sturdy point to mount the Max Pro. You also get some handles and a ankle strap. So this is not just arm workout, it's also for your legs as well. Additionally, we designed a very cool 3-piece bar. This is actually just, it screws into each other here to, there's one more piece.
Right.
And basically you can make a short bar or you can make a long bar, depending on the type of exercises that you're doing. So if I take this out as is right here, and and I can just show you here, this is the actual unit. This weighs 9 pounds, and I'll kind of unfold it and everything for you. You take one end, I'll take the other end here. So this is Max Pro and how it's used in its most basic form. What you have on this side here, can you hold that for a quick second? Oh, thank you so much. So what you have here, if I'm pointing to the camera properly, this is 5 pounds of resistance, okay? And then you turn it to here, That's 150 pounds of resistance. There's never anything that's been this powerful in such a small, compact unit. So together on both sides, you got over 300 pounds of resistance. Very durable construction. It's all aluminum alloy, very, very strong. We have also, for example, these cords, which are really, really small, 1.8 millimeter. However, they can hold 550 pounds on one side.
Wow! And how long do they extend?
That's one of the best features of a Max Pro is that it actually extends about 12 feet. So we have many exercises that like short sprints, bear crawls, all different types of exercises that are resisted movements, and also like long jumps and things like this that it's almost impossible to do on another type of a weight type of machine. We have accessories like a belt that you can put around your waist and do those types of jumps. So for athletes who are trying to get to that next level, this is one of the best types of workouts you can do.
So can we see a demonstration? Sabrina.
Thank you, Sabrina.
How does this work? So you extend it open there, pretty straightforward, and you stand on it, set your resistance. Now, what kind of information is being sent back as she does the workout?
So right now, it depends if she's working freestyle in our app or she's working specific exercises that are based into the app. So as she's adjusting the resistance knobs, of course the resistance level is being recorded, but as you can see the motion and the speed, we also monitor velocity and acceleration. So as she's going, that affects how much power and how much work she's actually putting into her workout. So we can actually give her at the end of a workout kind of like a power score, and as she improves and gets stronger and so on, her power score will start going up. So you kind of compete against yourself to improve your score.
So what sort of things does the app allow you to do besides getting all that information and then working with it? You were showing it to me earlier. There are videos. You can set up workouts. Talk to me about that a little bit. Walk me through that.
Right. So you can choose, you can filter the type of exercise. Right now we have over 120. We keep adding more every month. So you can filter those exercises if you're a beginner by easy movements. Like that might be a little bit more like a medium movement, or an isolation would be easier, like a curl. So we can do it by movements. We can pick like, for example, you have a bench. We have a bench that comes with this as well, and you just want to use the bench for exercises. Or I just want to do suspension. I may have not mentioned that you can lock this out to the red mode and do suspension training. So you can choose and filter what exercises suit you for the day that you want to work out.
And then you can build that routine in the app you were showing me before, and then go through it as your daily workout.
Yes, absolutely, Brian. So you have ability to choose and pick your own exercise like we just discussed, or you can choose a professional workout that's already created.
Cool.
So you can say, hey, you know what? Today's chest day, or today's cardio day. I'm going to do this or that. And there's like 10 exercises for each one of those that are already built in for you to just cycle through, and you're good.
You also had videos on the app I saw. Are those lessons, explainers? How do those work?
They're exactly right. They teach you the proper form.
Okay.
And it allows you to like mix up your exercise. You don't want to keep doing the same thing. That's all I know.
Right.
So with the filter, you can find new exercises to do that work the body in different ways. Keep it interesting. The app is part of making it a fun, engaging experience. So you don't just, actually we don't want someone to buy this and then leave it in the corner after a week or
two.
Of
course.
We want people to be connected with it. We have a community feature where people post their workouts and also encourage friends and maybe challenge a friend or two. Hey, I did this workout A. What did you get? What was your power score? This is my power score. So, it just got to make it more engaging.
Who do you see this product for? Who is this designed for?
It's really wide open, honestly. From the elite athletes, as I mentioned, they can use the data. Even die-hard girls who work out with traditional free weights, they can use this to supplement their workouts. However, because it's concentric only resistance, and there is no resistance on the way down, right? Or there's no heavy weights on your body, it's actually safer for your joints and safer for your back and neck. So older adults would find this extremely useful as well. So it's really a wide range. Younger, kids or sports. In sports and so on.
Right.
They can work on their power and performance using this type of machine.
what do you find is the thing that is keeping most people from going to the gym, from working out, from doing stuff that encourages more exercise in their lifestyle?
Right. We have had a Kickstarter previously, as many companies have as well. We got a lot of feedback from around the world about why people like this product. Unfortunately, there's some people who are really anxious or get anxiety about going to a gym. They just don't feel comfortable. And that's one reason. But the biggest reason is time pressures. Time pressures is what keep people from leaving the house, getting to the gym. Just life gets too busy. So what we wanted to do is make it very accessible. And that's what we're doing with this. And then when you're traveling, that's when you miss workouts and then you give up.
Right.
So we try to make it so that you can actually take your workout with you regardless. So, you can keep your workout going. And that's really half the battle.
Very cool. Where can people learn more about this?
We have our website, maxprofitness.com, and we just launched production like 10 days ago.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to go in full production in about a month. And we're ready to go, maxprofitness.com.
So this is available now. What's the cost? What's the full package cost?
The box that I showed you earlier with the connected machine with Bluetooth is $549. We have a non-connected version that's $429, a little bit more lower, less entry points. But again, you can still use the app with it.
Okay.
It just won't connect and feed your data into it.
Got it. So you can still get all the demonstrations, you can still build your workout routines, but it won't necessarily tell you what your power is or any of that.
Right.
Very cool. It's a great unit. Is it available in 2 colors? Is that, or are these just demo versions?
We have 4 colors.
4 colors.
We have 4 colors. Orange is our kind of trademark company colors.
Right.
White. We have purple. Sabrina was. Are you okay? You're doing good, right?
Yeah, I see. Look at those arms. I mean, are you demoing this like all weekend long or all week long?
Look at those arms. I mean, yeah, she's really in good shape. Sabrina actually was adamant that we have purple. Okay. So we have a purple color, and then we have a raw base metal.
Oh, cool.
Just industrial look.
Right.
No paints. Gray, look to it.
Right. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming by.
Thanks
Lazar,
so much,
nice
Brian.
to meet you. Sabrina, please stop. I'm exhausted watching you.
We needed you on there, though. All right.
Thanks for coming. Thank you for making it so I didn't have to do that. I'm Brian Silverman. I'm here with Be Terrific. We're bringing you coverage from CES 2020 all weekend or all week long. We've got another day for you. We've got a little bit more today, so stick around. Don't go away. We'll be back.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. You've been working, but you're flirting with the weekend. You can freak out. 1 in a million. You're a gem shine when the light grows dim. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. Cause no one can do it like we do it, like we do it, like we do it. We got the right stuff. We put the hammer right down. Wanna be like us? You better stick around. If you want it, you gotta prove it. Like we do it, like we do it.
All right, terrifics. This is Brian. I'm here at CES 2020. Now we're going to get to check something out that people are waiting online to see. They do not get to just wander in. We're in the Mercedes booth, and we're going to check out their new Avatar, all right? I don't think you understand how cool this is. This car was designed not only by Mercedes, but with input from James Cameron, the guy who directed the movie Avatar, hence the name Avatar. Now, Mercedes calls it AVTR, Avatar. This is one of the biggest movies of all time. It's a visionary movie. The car itself is insane. It doesn't have a steering wheel, all right? It has, let's see, it is an autonomous car, doesn't have a steering wheel. I got to check my notes. That's how undercover this thing is. I've actually got to go to my notes to make sure I get it right. 469 horsepower, 110 kilowatt hour electric motor, range of roughly 435 miles. All right, so this is exciting stuff. It's also top secret. Well, maybe not top secret, but we wanted to cut the line, and because we're Be Terrific, we flexed our muscles. Our producer, Carmen, let's get a shot of Carmen. Carmen flexed her muscles and got us in because she's cool like that. So we're waiting for them to let us in. So I have a cool Avatar story. A friend of mine was actually a shooter on Avatar, a cameraman on Avatar. So Dave, if you're watching this thing, and you probably aren't, this one's for you. We're going to sneak in and get a look at this. All right, here we go. Here we go, into the darkened room. Hopefully the camera will pick this up. Holy cow! This thing is awesome! Oh, man. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing, but I hope you're seeing what I'm seeing. This car is amazing looking. I'm speechless. We're going to let the pictures speak for themselves for a second. This thing is, let's see. Like I said, it doesn't have a steering wheel. So apparently James Cameron and Mercedes had this idea that the center console would recognize the human driver's heartbeat, all right, and breathe. Oh my God. So man and machine literally merge into a fully intuitive experience. I'm not even sure what that means, all right? That's sort of like some weird futuristic stuff, but apparently it works because they drove this thing down the strip and nobody died. So apparently it works. That's pretty cool. Let's see, going through my notes here, the idea is it's a biometric connection with the driver. Again, we're dealing with some serious science fiction level stuff here. Let's see. So it has technology. Let's see. We're looking at my notes here. I'm a little slow on this one, guys. I apologize for that. But this is so new. We don't really have a guide taking us through this. So the AVTR, it's hypothetically powered by battery technology using graphene, all right? So graphene, which was discovered in 2004, is the strongest material in the world, but it's also super thin, capable of stretching like rubber, so that's pretty exciting. I mean, look, honestly, guys, I can rattle off stats left and right for this concept car, but I'm going to be honest, this thing's beautiful. It is gorgeous. I don't know if the picture's conveying quite how cool it looks, but from my point of view, this looks like something straight out of the movie. I mean, look, they call it the Avatar, and you could say it's all marketing hype that it is, just tied into the movie, but the movie was gorgeous. This car is gorgeous. It's not so much of a stretch, It looks like something that I've never seen anything like it. We just lost the designer Sid Mead. I don't know if you guys know who Sid Mead was. Sid Mead was a futuristic designer. He worked on the movie Blade Runner. He's worked on all sorts of things, designed technology, designed all sorts of vehicles, designed all sorts of robotics. Really great visionary. This looks like something he might have come up with, and that's saying a lot. That's the highest praise I can give it. Let's see. Going through some notes. Transparent door shells. The idea is it's an interior made from recycled materials, vegan leather, which is already used in other luxury cars, but they would have that in here. Let's see. The car would also drive not only forward and backward, but sideways and diagonally. And this is coming from Mercedes. This is Mercedes' idea. It's like a concept. Wow. So Mercedes has gone all out for their display of this. They've got music, they've got lights, they've got clouds, smoke, they've got this sort of digital environment that we're standing in with things projected on all the walls. It's very cool. It's obviously designed to elicit a certain mood that suits the car. I think anyone who's followed Be Terrific over the years knows that whenever I'm put on the air, things get geeky really fast. I'm a giant nerd. I'm a science fiction nerd. I'm a toy nerd. I kind of want to take this thing and just leave with it. I'm pretty sure I'd get beaten into the dirt if I tried, so I'm obviously not going to, but this thing is cool. Oh, man. I wish we had a guide. I wish we had someone who could tell us a little more about what we're seeing. But if you look right now, there are no controls. It's just a center console that's projected onto this interior unit. I don't even know how that would work. but apparently it does, or could. I gotta ask Carmen something. Carmen, did they drive this down the strip?
They drove it down the strip last night, obviously to make sure all the lights are nice, and it went in the background, and there was nobody in it.
But it was legit driving. I mean, it wasn't just being towed or something.
No, it was driving. There is definitely, and I still don't understand where it's going. Like, is it remote or anything like that? I'm not sure, but it was driving down the strip, all lit up at night.
This thing is awesome. I mean, I'm going to keep babbling because we're going to keep showing this to you until they kick us out, basically. But it's, you know, these tires are all illuminated with these sort of bioluminescent looking flower petals. There's neon everywhere. It's kind of like something out of Tron, I guess. If Tron and Avatar had a baby and that baby was a car, this is what you'd have. I don't know exactly how that worked, but, you know, there were some freaky things going on in Avatar. We're all just wowed. You know, there are all these people in here with us gazing at this thing, and they're all equally stunned. It's sort of amazing. Nobody quite knows what to say. The thing is gorgeous. But of course, look, these are the cars. We never get to actually see them on the road. That's the unfortunate part. You go to an exhibit like this, and you get to see concept cars, and you get to see all these sort of cool ideas and all these cool designs, but for some reason we never get them. We get the same sort of sneaker-shaped cars over and over again, which is a bit of a bummer, you know? Bad enough we don't have flying cars by now, but we don't even have something like this. But maybe one day this will be the norm. So, okay. We are...
You're going to get into the...
Okay, so Carmen's working in the background to get us access to some of the other cool stuff that Mercedes has for us. We're going to have to kind of drag our cameraman, John, away from this thing, which is going to be tough because this is a joy to photograph. So let's see. Are we ready to move? Okay. Oh, well, we're going to let you linger on this a little bit longer. Now the camera's on me. Look, guys, this thing is awesome. You can see me. I'm grinning like an idiot because I love seeing future tech that brings the stuff that I dreamed about as a kid come to life. So we're going to move on. We're going to get ready to move on. Hopefully we're moving on. CES, man. Endlessly cool stuff. So it's a bit of a line. What are we waiting on? Like, what is this? What is this thing? Oh, technical issues.
It's this car. It's the concept of this car, and you'll get in, and you'll be able to basically see what they're seeing in the car, though.
Oh, okay. So
I'm getting you in. Don't worry.
So okay. So we're trying to get into a kind of a concept. It's like a pod. It's like basically the driver's compartment of the Avatar, so we can get a sense, see what we would see if we were driving this thing. This is cool. These glass doors, and look at just the swooping lines with all this like luminescence. You know, I want to say bioluminescence, but I know it's not because that would be even weirder. We've already got too much weird in one place. Man, super cool. Of course, the question is would it be road safe? I mean, what would happen if you got in an accident with this thing? You'd probably transcend the human plane, and next thing you know, you're existing on some other spatial dimension, or you'd be crushed flat. I don't know, one way or the other. All right, so we're moving. Okay, so we're going to move around here. Incredible. We're going to the other side, get out of people's way. So this is cool. So it's basically the cockpit of the car. To sort of give you a sense of what the experience would be like driving in it, and I suppose flying through the Avatar environment. If we swing around here, you can see this big screen, kind of like Avatar, but kind of not. Somewhere in there is the Na'vi or something, firing giant arrows at each other. Very cool, very cool.
Mercedes has really gone all out to bring a great experience to CES. Wonderful booth, wonderful display, very immersive. There are just crowds of people around this. This is really garnering everyone's attention here at CES. Really is the kind of thing that people are just totally into.
The back is actually made for children.
Oh, okay.
Specifically children's seats.
Okay, so we're learning the back of this car are children's seats. So you'd have two parents up front, kids in the back. So the futuristic nuclear family, so to speak. Apparently in the future, everyone will have kids or very short adults. I don't really know yet. Nobody can say. So we're just waiting to see if we can get inside of this thing and give you a cool view. May or may not happen. Okay, so this might be difficult with the time allotted. You know what? So we're hearing there might not be enough time to get us in, so you're just going to have to enjoy the view. I, unfortunately, am not going to get to sit in this thing, but that doesn't mean that you all can't check it out. We'll give it another minute. Let's see if we can maybe squeeze in. It's very cool. What you can see is the hand. They're using their hands to create control panels, it looks like, that would control the car. So you don't have your traditional center panel, center console. You don't have your traditional controls, but instead it's all about morphing together man and machine. It's really an amazing concept, and in some ways I can imagine it being a very safe way to control the vehicle. You're very aware, obviously, of your own body and where you are in space and where you are in regards to the controls of the car, as opposed to having to reach for different controls, reach for different things, take your eyes off the road, a very sort of intuitive, haptic sort of way of interfacing with the car. That would be really cool. Obviously, the technology isn't there yet, but it would sure be a lot of fun to drive. But you know what? I think it doesn't look like we're going to be able to get into this, which is unfortunate, but maybe we'll try again tomorrow. Who knows? Maybe we'll come back with Mike. Mike will do his Michael Artist thing, and maybe he'll be able to get us in. Maybe he'll get to let us take the car home. Mike has amazing powers like that. He seems to pull off the impossible, so we'll try. But honestly, guys, Terrifics, I got to tell you, this has been one of the highlights for me at CES. Just seeing this, seeing the design that went into it, seeing the cleverness, the creativity, the artistry, the sheer aesthetic purity of this car has been so much fun. Super, super cool. It's a great piece of tech, and hopefully one day in my lifetime we'll see something like this on the road. Maybe I'm not going to hold my breath, but that would be really, really great. So look, here we are. Terrifics. It's 6 p.m. Looks like CES is going to be shutting down for the night, so maybe this is an appropriate place to call it for the evening. Look, I'm Brian Stillman. We're here at CES 2020. We're in the Mercedes-Benz booth. Booth doesn't begin to cover it. We're seeing some amazing stuff today. We've seen things from all different areas of industry, all different technologies. It's all part of CES. It's all part of the show that is the Consumer Electronics Show here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're with Be Terrific. We're going to be bringing you more coverage tomorrow for the final day of CES 2020. I'm Brian Stillman. On behalf of the crew back home and everyone else involved, we'll be back. Be terrific. Hey, Be Terrific.
Welcome back. This is Brian Stillman from CES 2020, coming to you live from Las Vegas, Nevada, the wonderful Las Vegas Convention Center. But what makes it so wonderful these days is because it is full of tech, full of all sorts of cool stuff, all sorts of fun technology, things for kids young and old, which brings us to Octobo. I'm here with Yu Ting. You're with Thinker Tinker.
Yes.
Your company, your toy, your product, your tech. What is Octobo? This is a really cool looking creature.
Yes, Octobo is kids' best learning buddies. He is a plush robot with like sensors all over him. And the best part is he is powered by your own tablet. So nothing is hard-coded in it, and you can just download the app and Octobo will come into life.
That is awesome. So whatever tablet you have, you drop it in there and it automatically syncs up with Octobo?
Yes.
How does it do that?
It's Bluetooth.
Bluetooth, the power of Bluetooth, ever-present Bluetooth. So what does Octobo do? How does this work?
So Octobo is built like a character you can interact with. So there's like sensors in him, so he can react to tickles.
I see him smiling and
shake hands. And he doesn't like you to poke his eye. But beyond the emotions, Octobo also have different like storybooks that he will invite kids to go on different journey with him. Every storybook is a different learning topic. For example, the Great Letter Search is every letters in Octobo's world is missing. So you have to go on the journey and find all the missing letters with Octobo. When you give Octobo the tokens, the vocab words you learn in the book will come into an animated form.
So why did you create this? What were your goals in creating this?
It's the idea of like merging physical and digital gameplay. I was a game developer for a while, and then I found that there's a lot of good intentions in building like educational games, but at the same time, kids are limited to what a tablet can do. They're just tap, swipe. So I want to bring back more like physical, tactile stimulation in the whole learning, playing experience.
And how did you end up with Octobo, this really cool octopus-looking creature? It's very sci-fi, but also very cute and very strange. And where'd that come from?
Yeah, I know I want to build something different, not another like teddy bears or another like rabbits, because like our kids are different in their unique way, and I want Octobo to have the same idea. Like he's smart, he's unique, and we build like a whole story, the Octobo universe behind him. So he is like this like smart like octopus with like one eye living in a village called Pudsmo.
So you developed this. Were you concentrating more on the tech side, on the design side, all of it? How much of this were you focusing on originally, and then how did that grow out into this bigger idea?
Yeah, Octobo started more like a controller, so it actually is my master's thesis when I'm studying my MFA in interactive media at USC. At that time, I am experimenting in like physical controls for the mobile world. And because we see a lot of product out there, it's a second screen experience, which you play with the physical stuff, but the screen is like a separate device. But we wanted to bring everything together. So we started with the first storybook, which is like a shorter story to test out the whole experience, and people really love it. So we expanded the first storybook to the second one, which has more mini games for like kids with like older age group, and in the future we'll have like more storybook and more gameplay comes with Octobo.
When approaching something like this, how do you develop it in a way where kids are going to want to interact with it? Something that is both fun and educational, but also immersive, also interactive. What are the keys to making that work?
It's fun. Like you have to make kids feel like engaging is fun. It's not like they're learning something. The Octobo is like an open platform for them to explore. So I never like put in any like instruction in the book. It's not about like learning. It's all about an adventure, like a journey with Octobo and to like all of the cool places and find all of the cool things.
What are some of the things Octobo can do? Can you sort of demonstrate some of the different interactions you can have with it?
So, for example, like the X token would trigger music game. So it's like a Guitar Hero game. You can see like different like tokens falling off, and then Octobo's arm is color coded. So you have to like grab Octobo's like different arms.
Yeah,
to play this music game. Yeah, it's hard. to go from just one side, but yes, kids are good
failing
with
at this miserably. Octobo either does not like me or I am just too old. Probably too old.
Yep. There's also like audiobook mode, like a spelling game mode. Octobo can do like a lot of different games with kids, and we're also expanding the platform.
Now I see it says ages 3 and up. How is this the type of thing that can move with kids through the different ages as they get older?
I think that is a big differentiator for us because we see Octobo as a platform, not a one-off toy. We create like multiple storybooks. We also have like a play guide for parents that can support them to instruct and guide kids for different ages to find the best way to interact with him.
Wow. How long were you working on this?
About 3 years.
3 years. Wow. Now you said this is Thinker Tinker is your company. This is your product. You said this is your first product.
Yep.
So launching out of the gate, you went with something pretty expansive. It's you have the plush aspect, you have the technological aspect, you have books, you have all that. That's really aiming high for an initial offering. Did you envision it being this expansive a thing originally? Were you thinking in terms of making it something with so many components and elements to it?
I think it definitely like grow with a lot of like exploration with the family we tested with.
Okay.
We went through like hundreds of like interviews and testings with families, and we see like how kids like interact with Octobo. We hear what parents say they like about Octobo, and it just like gradually become this product with all of the things that we hear from our customers.
Very cool. What sort of things do you envision for the future for Octobo? Where do you want to take it? What sort of expansions do you want to explore moving forward?
Yeah, we have a third book that is under development. So of course, like there's going to be like more book like under Octobo's like universe, but we're also doing like a subscription model for parents. So that will be like Octobo's Inside. So parents will be able to use their app to see how Octobo or how their kids interact with Octobo and how they like learn how they perform in different games.
Very cool. Now, is this available now?
Yes, it is. We just launched at CES.
Oh wow! So it's fresh to the market.
Yes.
Where can people find it?
People can find it at our own website. It's thinker-tinker.com.
Okay. Great. And how much does it cost?
It's $149 for the starter pack, which comes with Octobo Smart Plush, the app, the play guide, the storybooks, tokens. It's like a full pack of gameplay comes with the first box.
And people just need their own tablet?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Octobo. It's very nice to meet you, Octobo. All right. Well, all right.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming on. It's great meeting you. Congratulations on the launch. Octobo from Thinker Tinker. Stick around. We're going to have so much more technology coming your way. The day is not over yet. The week's not over yet. Somehow I'm still standing. It's kind of amazing. And by the way, Michael Arts is going to be back tomorrow. So he and I will be bringing you all sorts of tech for the final day of CES. Stick around. We'll be back.
Induction heating has been around for several years. And wireless power is also known. And the principle of induction is actually 100 years old. The real challenge is to organize the industry, to get companies from several parts of the industry work together, and that's what we do in the consortium, to create a whole new market, a market of interoperable appliances, transmitters, induction cooktops,
right,
etc.
Now, how does it work? I mean, it seems like sort of as counterintuitive, for most people that we're just going to put it down, not have to plug it in, not have cords all over the countertop and stuff. What's the technology?
Yeah, well, I can tell you, it's having used it for demonstrations, it is so easy and so natural. So that's also the feedback that we get when you start using these. You never want to go back. So we drop the power cord. Instead, these appliances have a receiver coil.
Yeah.
Built in.
So you have this coil here.
Built in.
Here, why don't we hold this there for a second? You can see the coil right there. Okay.
Yeah. So receiver coil units. So that's what we do with wireless power.
Right.
Same as in phones, along with a simple communication protocol that works off NFC. It's simple, safe, inexpensive. And the appliance tells the transmitter how much power it wants.
Right.
So what happens is you take this out of your closet, You place it down on your countertop or your induction cooktop. There's an indication that tells you that, hey, ping, it's connected. That's what the protocol does. And then it's ready to go. And then you operate it, take it off, rinse it under the tap if you want, or clean it and put it right back in your closet.
Easy.
You just skip the part where you plug and unplug your appliance.
Right.
Simple as that.
Are these available yet? When can we expect to see this type of stuff in our kitchen?
That's the $1 million question. And of course, the Wireless Power Consortium cannot answer that because it's the member companies that are responsible for putting these products on their roadmaps and developing these products and getting them out there.
Is it difficult to get all those companies on board, to get them all to play nicely together, to get them to all, because they all have their individual agendas as companies.
Oh yes.
But now you're getting them working together.
Yeah.
Is that difficult?
And for some companies, it's unusual to sit together in the same room as your direct competitors.
Right.
Yeah. And of course, we cannot talk about product plans or pricing. That's all anti-competition law.
Of course.
But we work together on the interface spec and on the technical parameters that define the interface.
Do you find we're seeing the kind of progress in that I, as a consumer, do you feel like, are you optimistic that I can look forward to seeing this technology fairly widespread soon-ish?
Soon. Yeah. So this is, so first we need to finalize the standard.
Yeah.
That's what we are doing in the Wireless Power Consortium. And we've been at it since 2013. So quite a number of years, and we're making good progress now. And so the end is near. Launch is near. So and when that happens, then still the member companies need time to develop the products. So within a couple of years, I can see this happening. Products out in the market, and when it's there, I'm convinced this will only grow and be a thing to stay for years.
Is this the future? I mean, are power cords on their way out? Are we losing power cords?
I'm utterly convinced that it's going to happen for phones, for kitchen appliances, for electric vehicles, for anything.
Yeah. What are the benefits? I mean, why do we want to get rid of power cords?
Yeah.
They work.
Yeah, they work, and in some for some applications it's no problem to use them, but it's just the complete convenience of not used to use the power cords is what appeals to people and what we bring to the market.
I mean, viewers at home can't see it, but we have all these wires are power cords all around the inside of our studio, and we spend an hour or so plugging them in, getting them out of the way. You worry that they're going to break, so being able to just plop something down and have it work is certainly a delightful vision of the future. Cool. Well, thank you so much for coming by and showing off this stuff. And I mean, clearly it works. You're down in your booth. What booth are you in?
We are in the Southall 2 connector, so you really can't miss it.
I know you were cooking up apple chips before.
Yeah, and biscuits and donuts and everything, and you can see it working.
Great. Snacks from the future.
Yeah, that's right.
Hans, thank you so much for coming by. Hans with the Wireless Power Consortium, the future of powering our supplies and our gear, just setting it down, having it work. What more can you ask for? I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here with Be Terrific. We're at CES 2020. We'll be bringing you coverage throughout the rest of the week. We got one day left after today. Stick around. We'll be back. Hey, this is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're here at CES 2020. We're in Las Vegas, Nevada, in the Las Vegas Convention Center. But more excitingly, at least for me, we're at the Sony booth. This massive, giant, to call it a booth is to do it a disservice. It's, I mean, there's some significant square footage here.
It's a cavern.
It's a cavern. I'm excited because I use a lot of Sony gear. I'm not just sort of sucking up to David here. I shoot a lot of stuff on a Sony FS7. In the studio, we use FS5s. I grew up with Sony Walkmen, so this is actually very, very cool. David, you said you don't have a lot of new consumer tech this year.
Right.
It's all about the technology.
Yeah, typically in a show like this, you get a product lineup of things you'll see in the store in the next 4 to 6 months. Sony's taken a departure from that. We're really showcasing a lot of the technologies that we have that we're developing for music, for film production, for VR, for automotive. Well, it was a big surprise. Sony made a car, as well as what we're doing for sports and, of course, display. I mean, really the only 2020 products you're going to see here are a lineup of some of our new premium model TVs.
All right, so why don't we do a walkthrough, talk about some of the equipment, talk about some of the technology, and we'll see where that takes us.
Sounds great. Sounds great. So we'll start over here. So there's been huge advances in the last decades with movie sound, right? You've went to 5-channel and 7-channel with Dolby True HD and DTS Master Audio, and of course now we have 3-dimensional and spatial sound, but music has still remained fairly static. It's still left and right stereo, 2 dimensions. So Sony is developing something called Reality Audio, which takes that same kind of technology and brings it to the creative music artist. So instead of positioning you in the audience, it's more idea about positioning you on the stage and letting the creative intent of the artist decide where those sounds are going to come from.
That's pretty incredible. I've played in bands, so I know what it's like when you're on stage and you're sort of immersed in the environment of the music. Very different than when you're in front, you're just getting hit with a sort of stereo sound system. What is going on with the tech for that? Take me through that a little bit.
Well, so the technology we're using is MPEG-H 3D, which is an open standard codec. So anybody who wants to play in that sandbox will be able to do so. And the technology is fairly similar to what you'd find in a movie where your objects are spatially located and volume is done. Product-wise, we've connected our WH-1000 Mark IIIs and WFs to a Headphone Connect app. So one of the things that's interesting in the display is they'll actually take a picture of your ear and analyze the shape of it to deliver the optimal audio performance through your headphones. They'll take a picture of your ear to optimize the performance of the audio in the headphones.
You said that twice, but I still find that sort of amazing. That's like taking it to a level that I think I'm sort of speechless on that. I'm curious, I want to back up just for a second with the 360 audio, with the sort of putting you in that space. What does that mean for musicians, for audio engineers and stuff like that? Are they mixing the music differently?
Absolutely. They're mixing things differently. Instead of determining spatial relationships left and right, now it's left, right, top, back, rear, however you can imagine it. So, in a live performance, you probably might want the singer here, but maybe the backup singer's clapping his back behind you, and the piano player's over there, and the drum guy's up there. However the artist feels they want to make that happen, they can do that.
That's incredible. I mean, we already do 5:1 mixes when we're making documentaries, movies, and stuff like that. And then we deliver that. We deliver maybe a 3:1 mix. We also deliver a stereo mix. We deliver all different mixes to the final wherever our movies are going. So now it's going to be a similar situation with music.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you want to, you can go take a look at one of these, and you can actually see how the software works.
Oh, very cool. Okay, so why don't we get a camera over here, and why don't you give me a example of what are we looking at?
Okay, so the software uses Sony's Headphone Connect app, and what you want to do, we're going to do the ear shape. Thank you. We're going to agree to that. So what you want to do is position your face.
Am I going to do this? Okay, I'll do this.
You can do this. If I can get this to slide down a little.
So they're literally going to take a picture of my ear.
So we're going to try and lower this a little more.
Let's get the short guy to do this. Okay.
There it is.
Oh, I see it. Yep. It's just a little clamp.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
You got it? Right,
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
So we'll just do this.
That's by demo.
There we go.
Okay, so now,
all right.
So if you position your face, let's go back. Okay. And then position your face again in the middle so it gets green. Move a little closer.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
There you go. Now turn the other direction. Turn towards me. Captured photo. So now,
my left ear has been successfully captured.
There you go. The other way.
My other left. All right, so it's got photos of both my ears. Right ear has been successfully captured. Start analyzing ear shape. So now it's analyzing your ears. It'll take approximately 30 seconds. It doesn't even seem to be close to 30 seconds. It's nice and quick. Scanning and analyzing my ears. Your ears have been successfully analyzed.
So now, the headphones, now you can select music from 3 sources. We have Deezer, Nugs, and Tidal. They're all currently doing streaming music for 360 Reality Audio. In the future, you'll be able to also do downloads. And since we're working in conjunction with Warner Brothers and Universal Music, there'll be a large playlist of availability.
All right, so I'm going to try this right now. I got the headphones on, and we're just going to pick one at random. Tidal, okay.
No. Okay, that's
Whoops.
good. No, that's good.
All right, and let's see how this sounds. Okay, I don't even care. What do we got here? You know what? I'm going to just close my eyes and pick one at random. That's what I'm going to listen to. Oh, man, okay, now I got to pick this. All right. Hey, this is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We're in the last day of CES. It's Friday. It's the afternoon. Things are still going strong, though, and we have come to the IMAX booth. Can't even call it a booth. It's gigantic. But we're checking out IMAX Enhanced. All right. Many of you have heard of IMAX. Obviously, you've go to see IMAX movies and things like that. Well, this is IMAX Enhanced. It's bringing it to your home theater system, basically.
Basically, yes.
Explain what that means. How are we going to get IMAX into our homes?
Yes. So IMAX Enhanced is an ecosystem of content and devices that essentially simplifies and elevates the premium entertainment experience in the home. So with that, to your point, it is that IMAX experience in the home. And how we do that is via the process that we've defined with the studios and the creatives, as well as the IP and the certification process in the devices that enables that experience in the home.
So when you say the process with the creatives, you're saying the picture has to be X, various aspect ratio, certain color standards, contrast standards, things like that. The audio has to be this, has to be encoded in such a way so that the content is prepared to deliver the IMAX experience. Is that correct?
Correct. So we're leveraging a lot of what IMAX is doing theatrically and bringing that to the home. So, for instance, IMAX calibrates their theaters on a daily basis from an image and from a sound perspective.
Okay.
And that enables a consistency that the filmmakers really appreciate. And we're bringing that consistency to the home.
Got it.
So similarly, when we talk about IMAX Enhanced, we talk about optimized playback of unique content on certified premium devices.
Okay.
So when you mentioned the unique content, it's oftentimes shot with an IMAX camera.
Right.
So it gives it an expanded aspect ratio. It fills more of the screen. It's also digitally remastered, so that provides added clarity to the image. Really allows it to shine on a 4K HDR display.
Sure.
And then lastly, it's the IMAX signature sound that is enabled via the DTS codec, in particular DTS-X.
Okay, so you're delivering content to those specs. How is it then being decoded and played back in the home theater system?
Yes, excellent question. So we deliver IMAX Enhanced content to the home via 2 ways, essentially. UHD BD, so Ultra HD Blu-ray disc, as well as 4K HDR streaming.
Okay.
So our content partners are the studios, Sony Pictures and Paramount Pictures, as well as IMAX Entertainment with their IMAX documentary titles. And we have launched UHD BD discs from those studio partners, as well as 4K HDR streaming. So our digital retail partners around the world are Fandango Now and Privilege 4K in the US,
okay.
Rakuten TV in Europe, we have Staya in Japan, and we have Tencent Video and Aichi in China.
Okay, so that brings it into the home.
Right.
And then what sort of equipment do you need to actually see this stuff in all its glory?
Absolutely. So we do want to make it accessible, but
Right.
to be honest, they are flagship devices from
Sure.
our respective
That's understandable.
partners, and with that you purchase an IMAX enhanced AVR or an IMAX enhanced TV from one of our TV partners, both Sony and TCL, and that would enable that experience. But the IMAX enhanced content, it doesn't require an IMAX enhanced device to be enjoyed in the home.
Right.
So if you don't have IMAX enhanced devices today, you can still enjoy the IMAX enhanced content. You'll get that expanded aspect ratio if it's available on that particular title. Okay. You'll get the digital remastering, and you'll get the signature sound, which is full bandwidth with full dynamic range audio. And then if the consumer has an IMAX enhanced device, then it optimizes the picture or optimizes the sound, respectively.
When you say optimizes the picture, optimizes the sound, can you clarify what does that mean versus, so, okay, without the IMAX enhanced device, we're getting all these different things. What's that extra boost that you're getting from an IMAX enhanced device?
Sure.
What does that mean exactly?
Sure, absolutely. So as I mentioned, we're leveraging some of the things that IMAX does in their theaters and bringing those to the home. Okay. So as it relates to AVRs, it's essentially how they're processing the audio mix for the theater. You may not know that IMAX, before a film goes into an IMAX theater, it's actually mixed for IMAX. So they have a specific speaker configuration in their theaters. From an immersive perspective, it's essentially a 12.0 configuration, or at least that's the mix that the studio creates.
Right.
And then they base manage in the cinema. So the studio is creating a 12.0 mix. That 12 channel is interestingly a center screen height channel. So it's from the documentary days, and now studios are leveraging that channel because it exists in all the IMAX cinemas. So they create this 12.0 mix. And what we do is we take this 12.0 mix and convert it in a way for the home. So we leverage DTS:X to essentially place the speakers in the appropriate location. And regardless of what speaker configuration the consumer has, it renders to that environment.
Right.
They may just have
the enhanced
5.1.
system, you might not have that, but you're still going to have the mastered sound, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly. So you still get it, and it is backwards compatible with all DTS devices in the market. Last time I checked, I think we have over 1 billion devices in the home market that can decode DTS. So it's backwards compatible with those devices. You still get that full dynamic range audio. And then the last piece, as I said, the optimization, is we're doing some additional processing to essentially recreate that IMAX cinema sound in the home. From a base management perspective, there's some filters and some special sauce that enable that experience in the home. Again, leveraging exactly what IMAX is doing cinematically.
So I just sat through a demo in, to be fair, a premium experience where everything was set up perfectly. But it sounded awesome. It sounded like I was sitting in an IMAX movie theater. It looked like I was sitting in an IMAX movie theater, albeit with a much smaller screen, obviously because we're at CES. But it was fantastic. So I can definitely see the potential for that in a home theater environment. I mean, that room was not much bigger than a really fancy home theater kind of setup. So it definitely sounds great, looks great. Is the content coming out right now? Is it available now? Are the decoders and everything available now?
Excellent question, Brian. It is available now worldwide.
Okay.
So we've launched via those digital retailers that I mentioned worldwide in the U.S., Europe, Japan, and China will launch shortly. And then similarly, we've launched UHD BD content from the respective studio partners, and then the devices are available worldwide as well.
So if you have a device, if you bought some of this content or you're streaming some of this content, you can set up your IMAX enhanced home theater. That is super, super cool. And just speaking of, this is an IMAX camera. This is not what we shoot at Be Terrific on. I'd very much love to shoot at Be Terrific on, but super high-end IMAX camera that gets a lot of the IMAX footage that is out there. Has this literal camera been used on any productions?
It has. And I will say that I don't know all of the stats by heart, but IMAX camera has been to space 24. I think that's 24 times. It's been to depths. I think with James Cameron. So it has been all over the world, above and below, and it is a camera that has been utilized for films. I don't know whether whether it's the camera that was used on Dunkirk.
But certainly the type of camera.
The type of camera, exactly.
You can see it's a little beaten up and stuff. It's This camera has seen use. So, we're all camera nerds at Be Terrific, so we think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, excellent.
Great. Well, is there anything else in the booth worth checking out that you want to show us?
Sure, absolutely. Well, before you leave, I would check out our home vignettes. They're featuring some of our key partners, again, Sony, TCL, Sound United, Onkyo Pioneer from a TV through AV perspective. So featuring some key product.
So we'll take you and take a look at some of the equipment that's out there that you can be getting to take advantage of IMAX Enhanced.
Excellent. Yes, and then our farmers market here is featuring our other AV partners as well as Sony from a projector perspective. So I mentioned TV. We also have Sony high-end 4K HDR projectors as well.
Great. So what can we expect from IMAX moving forward in the future? I mean, this already seems like pretty advanced stuff. Anything else in the works that you can tell us?
Well,
gotta dig a little.
Absolutely. So as we expand the program, you're going to see essentially in 2020 really a B2C push, a real launch of the program from a consumer perspective. So we now have 17 manufacturers and growing, and I mentioned the fact that we're launched in 7 countries now.
Right.
You're going to see a real push illustrating that IMAX Enhanced is available now, and we'll have some promotions around accessing the content and ensuring that consumers are able to enjoy the content in the home in 2020.
Great. John, thanks so much for letting us check this out. IMAX Enhanced, it's coming to your home theater very, very soon. Well, now, I mean, in my case, it might be a little while. I got to save my pennies to set that up. But it's super cool. It works. It sounds great. Thanks again. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We'll be bringing you content for the rest of the day, and then got to wait another year. So stick around. Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm at CES 2020.
Las Vegas, Nevada, Las Vegas Convention Center. I'm here talking to Kimberly Mosley with Astra. Now this, a lot of you guys know, because I babble a lot, that I am a huge, huge, huge toy fan. I've worked on documentaries about toys, I collect toys, I work on TV shows about toys, I talk about toys way too much. I love toys. I love the toys I grew up on. I love toys that are coming out today. So I'm particularly thrilled to be talking to you, Kimberly.
Oh, thank you.
Astra, what is Astra?
Astra stands for the American Specialty Toy Retailing Association.
See, so you're dealing with toy stores,
yes,
toy retailers, the community toy stores, the small toy stores that I grew up on.
There you go. So think in terms of your neighborhood toy store. So that neighborhood toy store that you feel like is your toy store,
oh yeah,
they're often members of Astra.
Okay, so what does Astra do? What is Astra's goal?
So Astra is a trade organization to support toy stores. We have membership that includes toy stores, toy manufacturers, and sales reps that rep toys and other children's products, juvenile products.
Now, is it just the community level? Does it include some chain stores like the dearly departed Toys R Us?
No, sure.
Okay, so it's all those.
So it includes those toy stores, those toy retailers that operate as locally owned and independently operated.
Okay.
So if it's a chain that is has a more corporate approach to operations,
right,
they usually don't find a home with Astra, but those folks that are serving their community individually, those are the folks that find a home in our community.
Okay, great. So one of the things that I find interesting is, you know, when people think of toys, you know, like we were talking right before here, people think of, oh, the local toy store, it's blocks and wood cars and this and that, but it's really more than that. Toys are much more forward thinking in that technology, and these can be found at local toy stores as well.
Yes.
So let's talk a little bit about that, the changing nature of the toys that are found at local toy stores these days.
So, like you said, the nature of toys are changing. Yeah. Kids are expecting different kinds of interactions. Parents and caregivers are expecting different kinds of interactions. And our toy store owners know that. So they carry everything. They carry traditional classic toys. We were talking earlier about Light Bright. So they carry those kinds of toys. But they also carry tech toys. And in fact, as a parent or caregiver, if you're not quite sure about a tech toy, maybe you're not quite sure how it works, and you want more insight on that, or you want to make sure it's a good product for your child at their age level or their interests, you can talk to the toy store owners, talk to the folks that work at the toy store. They have that expertise and they can help you make a good selection. And also talk to you about any limits that you might want to put on how much time the child is spending with a tech toy versus get outside and play, get some sunshine.
I remember as a kid going to a local toy store and they knew what I was into, and I would show up and they'd be like, "Oh, Brian!" And sometimes my mom wasn't always thrilled about this, but they'd be like, "Oh, Brian, we know you love G.I. Joe. This thing came in. You know, we just got the new figures in, and we were holding this one for you or doing whatever." Right. That's certainly something that I never got at any of the chain stores. Yeah. And I feel like that level of service, but that level of like community interactivity, that involvement with the community, is something that these stores bring to the market.
Yes, absolutely. So one of the things that you'll find with your local neighborhood toy store is that they are very integrated in the community. It's more, the local neighborhood toy store is more likely, for example, to support the Little League baseball team.
Right.
Or to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce. So they're very integrated with the community, and they're looking for how to best serve the community, best serve the kiddos that are in their community.
Do you find that local stores are more nimble when it comes to emerging technology and toys? You know, I know that if you want to get a chain store to carry your product, there are certain numbers you have to be able to hit, you have to do this, you have to do that. But I would think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, that local stores are maybe it's a little easier for them to say, okay, well, we'll try this out, we'll check this out, and we can think of who this might appeal to.
Yes, you're right on, Brian. So one of the things that we do annually as an organization is we have a big show in June, and it is where manufacturers are able to set up their booth and show toy store owners their wares, and very often we'll have what we call new players, and we have a whole section called the New Players Park.
Okay.
In the New Players Park, you can bring your new product, maybe it's new to market, and let these toy store owners test it out, kick the tires, if you will, get a sense of it, and often that is how some of these small manufacturers get started.
And I imagine for things like tech, that's particularly important, because a lot of these products that are coming out are kind of different, are kind of innovative, and don't necessarily have a track record. You know, we just saw a product called the Octobo.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's not something that a store owner can't look at that and say, okay, there's a history of these types of toys,
Right.
so clearly this one will be a hit or a miss. Every time something new from tech comes out, you really have to sort of assess it on its own merits and cross your fingers. How do local stores navigate that and stay up on things and make those kind of predictions, especially when they're not doing the volume of a chain store, so really you have to be careful.
Yes. Well, these guys are feet on the floor, so think in terms of your neighborhood toy store. Most often, that owner is actually working the floor, interacting with the parents and caregivers, interacting with the kids. They know what works, they know what doesn't work. So our toy stores knew about fidget spinners, they knew about fingerlings long before they got popular. They knew that was going to hit the market hard. So they've got some good insights on what works, what doesn't work, and they're willing, like you said before, they're more nimble, so they're willing to take chances on new products. They're willing to see, maybe smaller volume, but they're willing to bring in small volume, see if it's going to fly, and then order more as it becomes popular.
Small stores first had to contend with the chains. They have to contend with, so you got your Toys R Us, and long ago you had KB Toys, but then you also have things like Walmart, and then Amazon comes along. What do you tell, and what are you telling small store owners that help them navigate this? It's a perilous time in any industry, but toys in particular.
Well, of course, there's lots of disruptors out there, right? It's a reality that customers want choices. They want to be able to shop online sometimes. They want big box sometimes. But they also want local. They want to be able to walk their neighborhood. They also want to be able to get on their bicycle, ride downtown. They want to go to their local cafe and have a cup of coffee. So consumers want choices. We're not expecting that local businesses are going to go away. They've been impacted. Back when Montgomery Ward first opened catalog sales, they've been impacted. There have always been challenges. They face those challenges. But the reality is people want local business, and local businesses will give you the level of customer service and customer experience that you won't get with online, and you probably won't get with big box.
So one of the things that we've seen recently that I found was really interesting is, CDs came along, wiped out records, but now we're seeing a resurgence of vinyl.
Yeah.
Bookstores, Barnes & Noble came in, wiped out local bookstores. Amazon came in, wiped out Barnes & Noble. Yeah. But now we're seeing this resurgence of local bookstores. People are talking about the sort of boutique book shopping. Comic book stores, a little hit or miss. Yeah. But we're seeing these sort of local institutions returning. Are we seeing that yet with toy stores? What are the trends in sort of with toy stores in that regard?
Right. You're seeing that with local toy stores. You're seeing that with local business, period.
Okay.
So you'll see more and more city planners are building cities that have a walkable footprint. And elected leaders are paying attention to that, and they're looking and they're building areas of the city that support small business, that support local businesses, so that the people in their area will have that walkable option.
How has it changed for toy store owners? Because this is something you didn't have when I was a kid. You have these sort of two components to toys, and I'm not talking about antique toys, but there is the toys for the collector market. So throwback toys that are, bringing back 80s toys and stuff like that, that are very clearly geared towards people my age. And then also toys that are meant for kids. And obviously some of those are meant for both.
Sure.
How is that sort of bifurcation affecting the local toy industry, or local toy stores, community toy stores?
Toy store owners and toy manufacturers are paying attention to that trend, and they're beginning to build toys from the perspective of play is important across the lifespan, not just when you're a child. As you grow older, you need to keep those brain synapses firing.
Right.
And especially for seniors that are suffering from depression or loneliness, through play, there's an opportunity for community, there's an opportunity for interacting with others, there's an opportunity to keep those brain synapses firing.
Yeah.
So toy manufacturers and toy store owners are building their product lines with play across the lifespan in mind. So you're going to see packaging that's a little bit different, not just geared towards children. You're going to see toy stores with layouts that have areas for seniors as well as for children. So yes, they are paying attention to the fact, and they know that play is important across the lifespan.
Toy culture is something that we never had. in the 40s, 50s, 60s, toys were out there, but you played with them and then you were expected to move away from them.
Yeah.
By the 70s and 80s, especially with the advent of Star Wars toys, which transformed the landscape entirely, we entered something of toy culture, where kids were growing up with these toys and then wanted to enter the toy industry. They wanted to become toy sellers or toy makers. They brought this forward with them. So meeting adults who are seeing value in toys, maybe interacting with them differently, but seeing the value of toys as objects is different than you saw with, say, my parents' generation.
I would agree.
Is that affecting things, and how?
I think it's affecting things, and I think in a positive way. I think we had maybe a period of time when we were not paying enough attention to play. We thought, well, once you're over a certain age, you shouldn't be playing anymore.
That's it.
And now I think we recognize, maybe educators also recognize the importance of play. We're bringing recess back.
Yeah.
We're bringing unstructured play back. There's not as much of a rush to fill every hour with a play date.
Right.
There's an opportunity for some unstructured, creative time for children. And there's also the recognition that adults need to play. That's how we reduce our stress. That's how we become more creative. That's how we build teams. It's an important part of corporate America. It's an important part of being an adult to play.
Well, you see that in the explosion of tabletop gaming and stuff like that. I mean, parents or adults might not be playing with action figures the way we did as kids, but we're playing games. We're different things, from role-playing games to tabletop games to whatever, even
It's
video
becoming
games.
really popular for people to have host a game day at their house.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We see it all the time. A lot of my friends are involved in game design, games and education. So that's certainly a big part of my life. So what are, moving forward, what are the trends that we can expect to see in terms of community toy stores, neighborhood toy stores, and where they're going, especially in terms of new toys and tech toys coming out?
So one of the things that you'll see now and that you'll continue to see is experience. So it's not just about going to a toy store to buy a toy. It's about going to a toy store to have the interaction, to have the experience. Our toy stores will have game day, or they'll have kit day where you come in and put together a kit, or the Easter Bunny will be there, or story time. And while the kids are interacting and maybe listening to a story, you've got parents that are able to socialize with one another, network with each other, learn from each other. So it is going to be a trend towards more and more experiential kinds of opportunities, and then the transaction will happen because of that.
Awesome. One more question. Sure. What's your favorite toy? What was your favorite toy as a kid?
Well, my favorite toy as a kid was actually Barbie, but not because I like to dress her up, because I like to take her head off.
Man, they also made groovy ghoulies. It seems like that might have been your speed.
Yeah, I did. I like to take them apart and see how they were put together.
Awesome. Kimberly, thank you so much for joining us. It was great talking to you.
It's a pleasure.
See, all sorts of interesting stuff coming out of CES. Check out your local toy store, man. Go out there, buy some toys, support your local businesses. This is Brian Stillman. I'm with Be Terrific. We're at CES 2020. Hey, this is Brian Stillman from Be Terrific. We're at CES 2020 on the final day of CES. It is a Friday, and it's still going strong. You can see all around us there are people everywhere. We are in the South Hall, and there's lots of 3D printing all around us, but we are specifically at Markforged. You guys do 3D printing. You have 3D printing devices, 3D printers that are designed for industrial use, designed for manufacturing. So what does that mean? This isn't your typical plastic, spools of plastic 3D printing. This is a little bit more advanced.
Yeah, so we do composite and metal 3D printing. So we do a base material that's chopped carbon fiber and nylon. So that is our base. So it's a plastic material. However, we were actually the first company to print with continuous strands of carbon fiber. And so we were the first, that's what we started out with to go into the industrial space, was to bring more functional prototyping and use parts, tooling, and fixturing. So we can reinforce those plastic parts with fiberglass, Kevlar, high-strength, high-temp fiberglass, and carbon fiber as well.
Wow.
We also then, since the start of 2018, have been shipping our Metal X 3D printer. So we can currently print in 17.4 stainless steel, A2, D2, and H13 tool steel, and Inconel 65. We also have 316L stainless steel and titanium that are still in beta, and we actually will be releasing copper pretty soon.
it's pretty amazing. I know one of the things that you do is to keep the parts lighter. There's this sort of triangular cell structure in the 3D printing, so it keeps the parts light but strong. I mean, this looks like a chunk of metal, but it's not. It's 3D printed.
Yep.
So it's light, it's strong, it's does everything it needs to do, whatever this widget is. But you were talking about the carbon fiber strands. This is an example of a plastic, just plain plastic, and one
versus
with
carbon fiber,
So what's the difference between these two? Because they look the same from the outside.
So we cut out. It's hard to see, of course, up close right now. But on the inside, you can see there's a different here. It's cut out, so it's just our top carbon fiber. Here there is a layer inside, so we layer down continuous strands of carbon fiber onto the inside, and we have our own slicing software. You have to do a regular STL file, and we will help you optimize where to put those reinforcement fibers and what direction you want, and where the placement might be in order to really add the strength to it. Usually you don't go ahead and reinforce the entire part. It's not usually worth it at that point.
Right.
If you can selectively do it, though, to really add strength or different properties, depending on what material you're looking for, into your part.
So it adds strength. Just by way of example, so again, two pieces of plastic of 3D printed material. One is plastic, one is reinforced plastic. So I can bend the plastic one, no problem. Bends, great, just like you'd expect. This is the reinforced one, and I'm not faking this, but I cannot bend this at all. I can't break it. Yeah, it's not flexing at all. I'm honestly trying. I am not super weak. It does not bend. So that's the properties of the reinforcement, right?
Yeah, it adds that extra stuff. So a lot of 3D printers are being used for proof of concept prototyping, but that part usually can't be used for actual testing on.
Okay.
With functional prototyping, you're actually able to test on that part. You might end up still choosing to go and machine it afterwards, but you can produce parts that will mimic the strength of whatever you are producing afterwards. We are also still used for end-use parts, so people have used carbon fiber or Kevlar reinforced parts to replace aluminum parts, for example, or adding lighter weight parts to things that maybe don't actually need some properties that metal might have, but they just need the strength behind it. So that's something that kind of you get from the reinforcements.
Is that one of the printers?
So this is our sintering oven, actually. That's
okay.
So the metal printer is actually behind it.
Oh, okay.
So our metal process is our printer, our wash, and our sinter. So our printer is metal powder bound in plastic. So it actually stays to print in the office space, so you don't have to worry about breathing in any toxic fumes from that.
Okay.
So it puts it down layer by layer, FDM style printing,
Right.
and then that part goes into our wash, which goes and removes the binder from that, which finally goes through our sintering process, which pulls it finally into a full state metal part.
Wow, very cool. Great. Now, if manufacturers are interested in taking advantage of this, getting one of these units, how does that work? Do they reach out to you? And
Yeah, they can reach out to us. We have our contact information on our website as well.
What's the website?
Markforged.com.
Markforged.com.
MARKFORGED, or you can just email us also at sales@markforged.com. But we work mainly through our resellers. So some of our lowest end composite printers you can purchase directly on our website, but otherwise you will either put in touch with one of our resellers as well that's more local towards your area to get you your printers.
Great. So, Markforged, 3D printing, but on an extremely high end, super strong, designed for industry. Just one of the many things you'll find at CES. Stick around. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We'll be bringing you the final hours of CES 2020. We'll have more for you soon. Stick around. Welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're wandering the floor for these last few hours of CES, and we're at IATI. You guys make chargers, you make cell phone holders. This is your latest cell phone holder, but it's a cell phone holder with a bit of a twist.
Yeah.
It's Alexa enabled?
Correct. So it's got Alexa built in, and it's built into the base, and it connects with your cell phone in the car, also holds your phone and charges your phone at the same time.
Wow. So what can you do with Alexa, and why integrate that into a cell phone holder, a phone holder?
Yeah, well, Alexa in the home does so many different things, and so we wanted to bring that into the car for people who have the ecosystem already built up at their house and wanted to integrate that with everywhere they have to go. So what this does is it connects with your phone and allows you to control over 100,000 Alexa skills, including starting music, all hands-free, messaging, navigation. It also allows you to control all the stuff that you have at home plugged into Alexa. So when you leave the house, you forget to close the garage door. As long as it's a smart garage door, you can say, Alexa, close the garage door. You can be wherever you are, and you don't have to be anywhere near the home, and it'll do it for you.
So integrating that into your car, integrating it into the phone holder, what were the goals with that? Why do that? What are you hoping to accomplish with that?
Well, we're really trying to bridge the gap between the people who have those smart AI built-out cars and everyone else who's kind of waiting for something like this, but can't necessarily afford or doesn't want to trade in their car for something a lot more expensive. So being able to put one of these in your car basically gives you the same capabilities as you'd get with any of the smart cars.
Is it difficult to install? What's involved with that?
No, it's actually really easy. So there's a little puck on the bottom that has an adhesive, and you can put it anywhere in your car, and then
pretty easy.
Yeah, the puck just attaches via a magnet to the bottom of this base, and you're good to go. You plug it into your car charger, and it starts working immediately.
Will this charge your phone as well?
It will. So it has up to 10 watt fast charge. So it charges Androids and Apples at a high speed.
Very cool. Now, when is this going to be available?
This will be available around September of this year.
Do you have a retail on that price yet?
Yeah, so we're shooting for about $70 to $80.
So pretty
MSRP.
easy access point for people who want to add this functionality to their car.
Exactly. Yeah, we're trying to create like a really high quality product for an affordable price. So that's something we're shooting for, and that's our customer base, and we understand that.
If people want to learn more about this, where can they go to find information?
So you can go to our website, which is iati.com, and then it should be for sale on Amazon first, because we've definitely partnered with them to create this, and hopefully in some big box retailers as well.
Great. So if you are a driver and if you have a cell phone, which I think represents 90 million zillion people in this country and in the world, this could be a tool that is helpful for you to bring some Alexa functionality to your car, and also hold your phone when you're doing navigation, keeping it hands-free, safer driving.
Yeah, that's the most important
Keep
part.
your eyes on the road, all those things that'll help you get where you need to go safely. This is Brian Stillman. We're at CES 2020 on those final hours of the convention. Stick around. We'll have some more coverage for you until they kick us out, until it shuts down.
W.
Hey, this is Brian Stillman. I'm here at CES 2020. We're in the final hours of the convention. I'm here with Wayson from Stern Pinball.
How's it going?
We're checking out the new pinball that they have here at CES this year. I see a number of recognizable properties. I'm looking at Stranger Things and Star Wars. Why don't you give us a little tour of what you've got coming out?
Absolutely. So Stranger Things is our newest game. These are so new, in fact, that we are just beginning production on this later this month.
Oh, wow.
We have 3 different models, the Pro, the Premium, and the Limited Edition here.
What's the difference?
So the Pro is a Stranger Things pinball machine, everything you expect out of a pinball machine. The Premium has a few extra toys, a nice projector that shines on the play field and reveals a bit more than the Pro would. And then the Limited Edition has all the bells and whistles, mirrored back glass, premium speakers where if you stand where I'm standing right now, you can feel the bass coming out, subwoofers, custom armor, shaker motor, whole 9 yards.
These are really cool.
And they're individually numbered.
Now, the sort of home edition, how much does something like that cost? For our viewers at home who don't necessarily have an arcade or a restaurant or a bar or something like that.
So our Star Wars home edition right here, MSRP's for $44.99.
Okay.
That's basically an introductory to pinball. Someone wants to buy, has never owned a pinball machine, wants to buy it from home. That's one that we would recommend.
Now, when you say $44.99, I just want to clarify, $4,499. So here it is, Star Wars. It's kind of like a classic Star Wars. It's the original trilogy.
Original trilogy, absolutely. Death Star, TIE Fighters, Han, Luke, C-3PO,
Very
Leia.
cool. So what else you have? Let's see what else we got.
So if we come around this way, we have a different Star Wars machine, all the way on the other side of our booth. This is Star Wars Premium Comic Art.
Wow, that is awesome. Is the game any different, or is just the art different?
So this is a completely different game altogether.
Wow.
So if you look here, it has like big rails for the hyperspace loop, has a Millennium Falcon on it. It still has a big Death Star, which, if you do the right thing, will explode on you.
Awesome. I love the art. I love the comic art on this. It's such a cool look to it. Really makes it stand out.
Also, it's absolutely beautiful. This side, Darth Vader. The other side, Boba Fett, of course.
Gives it kind of a vintage feel, too, when the old art was illustrated and painted and stuff, as opposed to the photo art.
Right. Personally, I love this new artwork. It is my favorite version of this game.
Now, you told me earlier you're one of the developers?
Yes.
So what does that mean? What does it mean to be a developer when you're working on pinball?
So we design and develop the pinball machines. Design process starts with an industrial designer who does a layout, how the shots work, how the geometry of the game works. Then we have a team of mechanical engineers that kind of put the game together, put all the coils, motors, make everything move, everything come alive. And then we have a software team that comes through, makes everything lights up, makes it talk to you, makes it score, all the rules, everything.
So what part of that process are you involved in?
I am partially part of design, partially part of programming.
Very cool. Did you grow up playing pinball? I mean, was this something you saw you were wanting to get into, or did you find yourself falling into it?
So I've played pinball ever since I was really young. I'm originally from New York City, so we had like Broadway Arcade back in Times Square before it was all Disneyfied. But we have, I've always made games. I enjoyed making games, and I was kind of in the arcade business for a little bit, so I ended up in pinball.
Awesome, man. It's always good to be able to live the dream.
No, it is fantastic. It's so much fun.
And then I see you have a Jurassic Park game over here as well.
Yes, so this is our premium Jurassic Park. This one is absolutely a great game. I'm going to buy one of these games this year.
Did you get a discount working at Stern?
I can't speak to that.
Okay.
I may or may not.
Okay.
But this one has a fully animatronic T-Rex head.
Wow.
It does everything, moves around, screams at you, actually eats the ball and removes it from the play field.
Oh, wow, that's great.
Yes.
Fantastic. This is super cool, man. You know, for everyone at home, This is the old school gaming experience, but it's brought into the 21st century. All sorts of animated animatronic elements to it. You've got the screen, you've got the speakers, you've got the sound. Just great gameplay that you expect from Stern. Classic stuff. What's besides the Jurassic Park? What's your favorite pinball game of all time?
I mean, if I'm being biased, which I will be,
okay,
X-Men.
X-Men, classic game, classic. Great. Wason, thank you so much
Thank you
for
so
talking
much.
to us.
Thanks for stopping by.
Here we are at Stern Pinball. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020. I'm here for Be Terrific in the last couple hours. Stick around. Once it's gone, you got to wait a whole year for more coverage. We will be back.
Bye, everyone.
and then there's more crap.
Hey, welcome back to the
Yep.
final hours of CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We are here in the haptics booth, and haptics is a tactical. It translates sound into feeling. Correct?
No.
No? Okay. Explain
Okay.
haptics to me.
Okay, we have audio. For audio, we have speakers. For our vision, we have a monitor display. Why don't we have something for haptics, right?
Right.
So it's because we don't have actuators that is small enough and like strong enough to be like commercially viable to be used. So we came up with this ideology that we came up with this special algorithm where you can fool your brain to believe that it's like real. It's called haptic illusion algorithm. So we made full body haptics using the technology to give like sensations of the all the haptics feelings that we can feel. So like punches on your head, like slashes of the ninja.
That sounds painful.
Yeah, no, it's not painful actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So literally, you could be playing a game, and if your character is getting shot at, you can feel
Yes.
the concussion of the bullets.
Yes.
Not exactly like being shot though.
Exactly.
Because that would end the game pretty quickly.
Yes.
Right.
So this is compatible for AR, VR, and like PC and every media.
Right.
So for here, we are showing the Oculus Quest titles, including Thrill of the Fight and Sariento, which is available from Oculus Quest store. And you can feel like all the punches of the boxers on your head and your hands
Wow.
and like body.
Right.
Yeah.
That's wild. And then I see you over here. You have a system set up just for like a desktop game.
Yeah, so
for, like,
this
PC
uses
games.
other softwares called audio to haptic feature for 7.1 channel. So this converts the audio to haptic real time for 7.1 sound channel, which means that now you can feel the directions of the like enemy's footsteps.
Oh, wow.
Like direction of the bullets through the motors that we provide around your torso, and you can also filter out some of your sound of your own footsteps and their
So-
own gunshots.
So it's really allowing you to engage the game with all your senses.
Yes.
And then what's going on over here?
Oh yeah, you can also use our software to listen to the music. Like producers listen to the music in very high volume and then damage their ears really easily. But then here, you can only select some of the frequencies that you want to feel
Right.
to, extend your sensory.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Is there a chance I can try out some of
Yeah,
this?
yeah, you can try it now.
Okay,
So-
great. So we're gonna try out the system where you can basically feel the video game. Well, maybe. We're gonna see what we can get in on here.
Yeah. Oh, I think it's probably not right. Let's try this one
Okay,
first.
we'll try this. So you can feel the music.
Okay.
So how does this work?
So you wear them first?
Okay, so I'm gonna put the vest on. It's fully adjustable.
One size fits all. And it's all Bluetooth based, and there's no latency at all because we're sending out data into small packets.
So I'm zipped up in this vest, and then they're gonna cinch it around me.
So
Nice.
this is like fully commercialized, and it's available from Amazon. You can get it right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So-
And then what's gonna happen?
So using this software, like you're gonna listen to the music and feel it.
All right. All right. So put on these headphones, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, try to.
So we're gonna select some music here. Whoa. That is. So right now I'm hearing the audio through the headphones, but I'm feeling it through this vest. This vest is vibrating, almost. It feels like I'm in a club, like standing right in front of the subwoofers.
Exactly.
That is wild and not entirely unpleasant.
Yeah.
It's kind of weirdly relaxing. But I also spent a lot of time in clubs when I was a kid, so there could be a little bit of nostalgia going on. It's taking me back to those days, only without the hearing loss, like you said.
So we're gonna do some projects with deaf community to like provide another ways to listen to the music or like concerts or like movies.
This is wild. Okay, so once again, why would I want something like this?
Well, you can extend your sensory and enjoy. I mean, for fun.
Right.
Really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where would I be? So would I be listening to music at home and wearing this? I mean,
home.
Okay.
Home use, and producers can use this to, extend their sensory. Like, we don't have like much receptors that is like sensitive enough to figure out like which frequency we are like listening to.
How is this tuned? Like, how does this know what to vibrate to, what to respond to? Is it certain frequencies? Is it certain patterns? What's determining that?
Hold on. Our tech guy is gonna explain to you.
So this using the sound,
like,
it
how
means
does this...
to make a frequency. So now we disable things. All that's blocked. Now I just turn on. Now
so now it's vibrating just here to certain frequencies. Yeah.
And then you can just turn on more. Depends on your favorite.
So you can going to where I want.
This one is a mirror.
Okay, got it. So now it's vibrating right there. Now it's going to be vibrating up there. But I don't want that.
Front side and back side.
Okay. Wow.
And each one mapped with this frequency, but you can adding more.
Okay. And with that, I can feel it vibrating to different frequencies within the song, which is triggering the vibration units.
Also, we offer some preset for the customer. Also, customer can adding their preset.
Wow.
To them.
Very cool. Okay. How do I get out of this?
Okay. I just turned up.
We stop the music, and it's weird when I don't feel the vibrations anymore.
All right.
Get out of here.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Just remove me from the vest. That's really fascinating.
Also, we saw. All right. Maybe she.
And
care about that.
Okay. Here, let me take this. And where did our there we go. Okay, so a unit like that you said is available now?
Yeah, on Amazon.
On Amazon. What does that sell for?
$499, but then as a startup company, that was like the best thing we could do. But then we'll lower down the price later. Yeah.
Great. Where do you see the technology going in the next few years? What sort of developments do you want? I mean, you've got VR, you've got desktop gaming, you've got music. What would be next for haptics?
So VR is like moving on to XR these days. So we're gonna team up with Real Max guys next door. They're doing AR glasses, so it's gonna be like we're gonna like distribute it to like marketing companies for AR glass uses.
Oh, cool! Very cool.
Yeah.
So if people want to learn more about haptics, where can they go? Where can they find more information?
They can go onto our website www.bhaptics.com. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. This is Brian Stillman, bringing you the last couple hours of CES 2020 here in Las Vegas, Nevada, in Las Vegas Convention Center. We are roaming the South Hall. We've got a little bit more to bring your way, so stick around. Hey, this is Brian Stillman at CES 2020, and we are in the South Hall of the Las Vegas Convention Center at the Waydo booth, and we're checking out the Waydo Flyer. This is it's a flying surfboard, basically. I mean, it looks like a flying surfboard anyway. Tell me a little bit about this.
So actually it's a electric hydrofoil, so our riders also call it, flying surfboard. So we combine motorization and also hydrofoil technology with a handheld controller. You can select different speed, so give you some power to ride on all types of water. And when a speed goes up a little bit, then you might get fly above water.
That is really cool. So there's the motor that powers this, correct?
Yeah, that's the propeller.
And in here, what do we have in here?
It's a battery hatch.
Whoa.
So it's a robust battery. It takes 2 hours to fully charge, and then with this battery, you can make this board run and ride in the ocean or in the lake or river.
For how long? How long does the battery last?
On average, it's 70 minutes to 120 minutes. I rode it before. It took me over 2 hours, and the battery didn't die.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So how difficult is it to ride one of these?
What?
How hard is it to learn to ride one of these?
So, I mean, for this one, you can, for beginners to professionals, you can do all it, do that. For me, I don't surf. I do water sports, only diving, but it took me 20 minutes to get stand on it. It's more about body balance. It's not hard to get started. But once you get on it, it's still very challenging because it's more about body work.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't think it'd be easy. So,
Yeah.
All right, so this unit is available right now, correct?
Yeah, right, and they are on the market.
And what does something like this sell for?
It runs for $6,500 US dollars.
Okay.
Yep, you can buy it online from us or from our distributor network.
Now, if they want to buy it from you, if they want to find out more information, where can they go?
They can go to www.waydotech.com.
Okay, and I see you have another unit over here.
Yeah, right. We still have another new model coming up later this year, and it's still an electric hydrofoil. So this one is we have some upgrades on its technology, especially on power engine and also the mass itself. So it truly targets to those beginners to make it more accessible to those beginners.
Oh, wow, okay. And again, it still has the battery in here.
Yeah, the batteries.
Well, it would be in there.
Mm-hmm.
And what's that?
It's a wireless Bluetooth handheld controller.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can select different speed level. Each speed level, you have a limit. Then you can press the trigger here to give it slowly speed, power, so that you can ride.
And how much does this one cost?
For this one, we don't expose the price yet, but it might go around 4,000 something.
Okay, so it's a little bit less than the Flyer, so it's a little more entry level.
Yeah, right.
Got it. How many riders are out there? I mean, I'm watching this video. You have a lot of riders. How prevalent is this? Is this going to take over surfing as a sport?
I mean, foiling is a trendy sport now. Those foilers, they are the best foilers in Hawaii, and it's tougher to do foiling than surfing. So a lot of surfers wanted to try foil,
right.
And this is the perfect tool that you can get started to foil.
It looks like a lot of fun. Flying above the water, I mean, it looks exciting. It looks freeing and relaxing and just everything. Very cool. Thank you so much for showing me these. It's very nice to meet you. This is Brian Stillman. We're in the Waydo booth in the South Hall. We'll be roaming a little bit more, bringing you a little bit more coverage. I'm here with Be Terrific. This is CES 2020, ticking down the final moments. We'll be back. Hey, this is Brian Stillman, back to you from CES. We've been checking out all sorts of cool equipment all day long. Right now, I'm here with Mike from Eureka. Eureka makes gaming chairs.
So Eureka makes more than just gaming chairs. We are the industry leader in gaming desks. So if you're looking around for a gaming desk, and all the gamers know us. We're like I said, we're number one in the industry. This year we launched the gaming chairs to go with us. People know us for our quality, the design, and the manufacturing capacity that we have. And we've taken all of our advanced designs from gaming desks, now started putting them into the gaming chairs.
So tell me, okay, let's start baseline.
All right.
It's a chair.
Yeah.
What makes it a gaming chair? What makes it a good gaming chair?
What makes it a good gaming chair is comfort. If you're gaming, you're going to be in there 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. In tournament, you can sit in that chair for 16 hours. You need to be comfortable, right? So, and you need a chair that's going to hold up. And then the other thing gamers really like is the ability to recline. So the chair will go back 165 degrees, and then there's another lever on the bottom that lets you go back another 25. You're literally laying vertical in the gaming chair when you want to be. So that's really what the gamer's looking for. They're looking for the flexibility. They're looking for adjustments in the arms, because a lot of times they're holding controller or what it might be. They want to swivel and turn around. That's the basic functions of a gaming chair.
How did you dig into that information? Where were you going to research it? Did you yourself sit down and play 16-hour games and say, okay, this is what's comfortable, this is what hurts? How do you approach something like that?
That's why I have kids.
Oh, okay.
No, honestly, we've got a team of 200 engineers and designers that research the market for us, and when we interview those engineers and designers, we want to make sure they're gamers themselves. So we got the inside of the gamer and then the engineering aspect, and then we do the market research. We literally buy the competitors' products, we talk to gamers, and we have gamers, and that's how we really get the insight and know where to improve the chair and what matters to somebody.
Now, it's hard not to notice that these strips down the side, earlier they were lighting up, they were flashing different colors.
Right.
What's going on with that?
Okay, so what we have is a filament lighting, and it's RGB lighting filaments that we do in there, which we've actually patented that technology to go on the chairs. And another thing about our company, we're always innovating. We hold over 200 patents, international patents. So it's powered by, you can plug it into your computer, and then it will actually run with the lighting of your computer. Right. Or you can just, for the show, we use a simple battery backup pack, and we run that port, so it'll just run the lighting off of that.
It's very cool. What's everything made out of? What's the materials?
Yeah, that's and that's the best question, and that's because that's your decision-making process when buying a gaming chair. So our base is a cast aluminum base. That's the first place a chair will fail. Someone has a plastic base. Plastic base are supported by ribs underneath that encase the caster and then provide the support for the leg. A cast aluminum, that base is going to last you 25 years. The cheaper the gaming chair, the quicker that base is going to break. So going up from that is the gas cylinder, and in the gas cylinder we use a highly tested and certified gas cylinder. We make sure that it passes the highest certification levels, and then from that you get into your frame, which we've reinforced with thicker gauge tubing and steel and extra reinforcements. And then the most important part is your formed memory foam that is what you're going to be sitting on. So it's a very durable material that's very comfortable, but it will also hold this shape for years to come. And then on the outside, we have the leather finish with it, which we are typically 2 times thicker than the average gaming chair, so it's not going to rip as easy. Kid sits in it with a pen or some other kind of sharp object, it's going to hold up better, it's going to last longer.
And it comes with the pillows and lumbar support?
Yeah, it does. So each of these chairs come with a pillow and lumbar support, that additional support that you want and comfort.
Very cool. So what does a gaming chair like this run?
This one with the lighting is our high-end version. It's retailing for $459. The ones without the lighting functions, but all the other features built into it, as I mentioned, runs for around $360.
And different colors, or is it like the old Model T, any color as long as it's black?
Yeah, any color you want. as long as it's black. You got it. Yeah.
Very cool. I mean, it looks like a comfortable chair. I'm going to test it out.
All right.
I'm going to have a seat. So I've been at CES for a few days now, so it's entirely possible I could end up just falling asleep in this. Oh yeah, that's comfy. I could definitely play games for a while on this.
Yeah.
Not feel it.
Yeah.
And I'm not even reclining yet.
And the good thing is,
Welcome back. This is Brian Stillman at CES 2020 out on the South Hall, out on the floor in the South Hall. We are at Enovia, and this is the Yape. This is a autonomous package delivery robot. I mean, can I call it a robot?
Yeah,
it's a robot.
It's a robot.
Explain this to us. What are we looking at?
So it's a last mile delivery robot. It's doing delivery from one point to another. It's totally autonomous, so it has some sensor on it to make autonomous driving. It has a compartment inside for small goods, so it can contain this kind of packages. We are using it for different reasons, for food deliveries and for small parcel deliveries.
So this is the type of thing where you're saying before we could have this, say, in an office, going through the office, delivering packages, and it can interface with some elevators. You're using this in Japan?
Exactly. So we are using it with Japan Post, which is one of the company we are collaborating with for the delivery of mail inside the buildings.
Wow. And it works indoors and outdoors.
Exactly, both indoor and outdoor. It depends on the kind of delivery you want to perform. So indoor for small packages and outdoor for food, for example.
How does it work? How is it sensing the surroundings? How is it knowing where to go and who to deliver to?
It has a 3D mapping system, so a LiDAR on top of it. It can detect the environment, some cameras on each side to see what's going on around it, and a proximity sensor to detect obstacle and people.
And it's self-balancing? I mean, I can't tip it over.
Exactly. If you push it, you can see that it's staying without falling down.
That is really cool. And then over here, you have the Mizi, and this is a bike, and it's designed to extend the range of the Yape. Is that correct?
Exactly. For taking longer distance, we use the bike, an electric bike, and then for the last mile delivery, we use the Yape, so it can deliver home to home.
Wow. And it looks cool, too. I mean, it really feels like something that, we used to envision the future looking like. This is it. It's all sleek lines, and it's this cool white color and black details.
Okay. Maybe you like it.
I like it. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I want one. I don't know what I would do with it, but I'd love to have one. If offices, where is this available? If people want to get this or learn more about it.
If you want to get some more information, we are based in Italy, in Milan. The company is called Enovia, and we are doing different kind of technologies and robotics.
So that's Enovia. That's E-N-O-V-I-A.
Exactly.
And is the website just enovia.com?
Docit.
Oh, okay. Great. So check it out. This is the future, perhaps, of package delivery, at least last mile package delivery. Will it replace the post office? Well, probably not, but it could be working with the post office in the near future. In other countries, it's already doing so in Japan. Very, very cool. Thank you so much for showing us.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is Brian Stillman. Stick around for the last remaining hours of CES 2020 here on the South Floor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll be back. Brian Stillman at CES 2020. We are down on the South Hall floor, and we're in the RoboSend booth, and we're here to check out the T9. This is, can I turn this around? Okay, this is a transforming robot, one of the most advanced robot on the market, consumer robot on the market. Tell me a little bit about this.
I'd love to. So this, as you said, T9, it's programmable, and it also, one of the biggest features is that it's educational. You can do it on 3 different programming platforms, from manual to visual, which it's off the scratch programming language, so young kids can program, so they really learn that logic-based thinking. But what makes it special is it has 3,000 state-of-the-art components. It has 22 servo motors, which makes it, which allows for that virtual, or easy, I should say, transition from a robot to a car.
That is awesome. Now, we have to point out this is very officially not a transformer. It is a robot that can transform. I will still, better than Michael Bay. Anyway, so it is really cool. It really works. Let's see if we can, if we look over here, we can see it moving. Got a whole bunch of them doing a synchronized routine. And at some point, I'm guessing they'll transform into their cars. Now, you were saying when you transform it into a car, you can then drive it around like a remote-controlled car.
Exactly. So it is voice and app controlled, and the app is on iOS and Android. So you just get out your phone, and you can drive that little puppy around and have some fun with it.
So voice-activated, what does that mean?
So it's just like you go, hey, T9, and he talks to you, and you say transform, or you can have it do a dance.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can you assign different vocal commands to have it do things?
Yes, it comes pre-programmed with certain commands.
Sure.
But then...
Can you change those? So here's where I'm going with that.
Okay.
I want to be able to say, T9, roll out, and have it transform and drive away just like Optimus Prime did. Would I be able to program that?
I think that might be in the future.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, I get a little tease there.
That is awesome. It's a super cool, I want to keep saying super cool toy, but it's really more than a toy. It's an educational platform, I think.
Exactly.
I think what I love about this, and we've had other products on the show that do this as well, it's teaching kids STEM, it's teaching kids these advanced ideas through play.
Yes.
And that seems really important. Why is that something that kids respond to? Why is that a great way to teach these abstract concepts?
Well, I think for them, it really teaches, as I said earlier, that logic-based thinking, but then they can see their efforts right away, and they can see that, oh, I can do X and I get Y. So it really does that sequence.
And you get to see the results of that.
Instantaneously.
It's really bringing it home and the practical applications of it. And it's fun.
It's fun.
It's fun. You're playing with a transforming robot. You're playing with a self-transforming robot. I don't know how many times I have to emphasize how cool this is. Maybe I'm just old. I don't know.
Well, but also I
awesome.
should say, there's the Robosen Hub. So this is T9 from Robosen Robotics. And I should say it's $4.99, available on Amazon.
I was just going to ask.
Available on Amazon and the company's website. But once you do your own animations, you can save it to the cloud, to the hub, and then share it with everyone.
Oh, that's very cool.
So you can add music, your own music to it. It's a lot of fun.
And you can learn from your peers. You can learn from the other people who are playing with this, who are using this, who are teaching each other how to get more out of the product.
They might spark an idea. So exactly.
Very cool, very cool. So if people want to learn more, where can they go to find out more information?
Robosen.us.
Robosen.us. That's ROBOSEN.us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, T9. Roll out. No, it's not. This one's not on right now, but all the others are going. I'm Brian Stillman. I'm here at CES 2020 for the last couple hours. We will be bringing you more. Stick around.
you'll be able to play games on it for the next 10 years.
Hey, welcome back to CES 2020. This is Brian Stillman with Be Terrific. We're here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Las Vegas Convention Center, checking out all the best gear, all the coolest new stuff coming out of the tech world at the coolest convention. I'm here with Demi and Andy. They are with OneBot. OneBot is an educational robot system where you can build and program robots using these cool bricks. Why don't you tell us a little bit about OneBot?
Yeah, so OneBot is an educational toy for children. Essentially, this company and these toys incorporate science, technology, engineering, mathematics. So your child is engaging. It's a very interactive toy in which they're learning and they're having fun at the same time. So they don't feel like they're using mathematics while they're using it, but they're having a blast. We have toys that range from all different levels of complexity and age ranges. And the higher up you go, obviously the complexity increases of the build. So you go for something minor up to something that's more robotic.
Cool. And now, what's the technology behind this? I mean, obviously, sort of building brick system to assemble the robots, but how are they being controlled? How do kids program them? How do they interact with them to get them to do different things?
Yeah, so the platform is based on Scratch 3.0, which is developed by MIT. And the purpose of that, creating that platform is for, as Demi said, early education, to gain interest from the kids into like a computer programming in a more interactive way and a user-friendly way instead of a boring black screen. So you drag and paste like a little icon, just like normal, smartphone app these days that kids are playing. So that's the brain behind it, and we are using high capability, like sensors control unit. So, for example, the connectors that we're using, they are Type-C connectors, so they work with both ways, and the response speed is actually a lot faster than micro USB and stuff like that. So basically, the build quality and also development of those kids, we have spent a lot of resource, a lot of time, to design the whole kit.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, how easy is it for kids to get involved with this? My little niece is 2, so I'm assuming she's a little young for this, but kids are. I was interested in robots when I was like 5 or 6. I thought they were the coolest things in the world. When can kids get involved in this? How easy is it for them to integrate this system into their play and into their lives?
Yeah, so we actually have a package that they can start from 3 and plus.
Really?
And so it doesn't include the robotics aspect of it, but there is building involved with it. And the concept behind that is at a young age, we want them to get the dexterity in their fingers, the concept of building something, so they can definitely start there. That's 3 and plus. Your niece has to wait 1 year.
1 year.
Unless you want to start it early. And then as they progress from there, if the child is excelling in it, it's something that they're interested in, they can keep moving forward, and along the stages of their lives, there's robots and toys for them to build.
There are a bunch of robot kits out there, different companies making different types of kits. What were you thinking about in terms of the technology? What did you want to bring to this, and why did you make the decisions that you made? Like, how did you set out to make something that's maybe more accessible for kids or more engaging for kids?
Yeah, because I was in college when I was younger for computer engineering, and then I transferred to IT afterwards. So I know that the hassle for young kids, especially to start up when they trying to learn, computer programming, it could be really boring. And because of that aspect, that reason, I thought that, if I were younger, much younger, and I do have an opportunity, to start at the early stage, it might be easier for me. So that's the whole concept behind it. So I mean, kids are getting smarter and smarter these days.
Right.
So we thought, why don't we actually develop something that we can actually to to obey or gain their interest at a younger age. So let them choose if this is something they really want to, go for their career afterwards, instead of just go to the university and then they figure out, oh, this is not right programming for me at that age.
All the different sort of disciplines involved in STEM are something that we're really focusing on with education these days. Why are these such a good way to introduce children to those concepts, to math, to engineering, to programming, dexterity, all these things? What makes robots so compelling?
Robots, we are talking about the robot is gonna take the world. Human, we're gonna be losing our job because the robot are being so advanced. They're taking deliveries, but at the end of the day, it's the human behind it that actually makes the robot. And we wanted to, encourage more young kids, more people to, get into the industry. And because robot is getting so big, and we need more people, to develop behind the scene. So that's another reason why, we thought this is a great opportunity to do a younger age, early education before the college to actually get into the career.
Do you think that kids respond more to the sort of, we see robots in the movies, and there's the Terminator, but there's also like WALL-E, you look at this and it has that sort of basic form to it, R2-D2, things like that, where they're engaging for kids. There's a personality behind the robots. Do you find that kids respond to that a little more than, say, a chemistry set? Or, there are other things you could teach them to do, engineering skills with, that are mechanical and whatever, but maybe are less relatable. Is that something that you think about when approaching educational toys?
Absolutely. We've tried to design it so that it's as interactive and fun as possible. Now, every child is going to have different skill sets, different interests, and you won't necessarily know exactly what they're interested in until you get them into it. And that's why we have our programs set from such a young age to build them up, to kind of monitor their interest in the building and the toys. I know my nephew, for example, he loves cars. We're a big car family. We love anything motorized. Okay. And so when he sees something and it's either a robot or a toy that starts to transform and move, he's like, whoa, he's super excited about it, right? So these are the right toys for him. He loves them. He goes nuts for them. So it's really just getting that child in early and seeing if there's interest with them. They're as engaging and interactive as possible. We think they're super fun. So it's kind of just seeing the interest and monitoring the level of the child's interest in it.
So what do you get in the kit? So in the One Robot kit, I know there are different levels of kits. Mm-hmm. What is this? Sort of explain to me what different packages you've got.
Right. So this sample right here, what we call educational mini robot, is this guy right here. So the module on top of the boxes, it's very simple. It's got a one control unit, two motor, and one battery case. You putting them together, adding the wheels on. You can do a very simple, movement like a front, forward, backward, left turn, and right turn, and that's about it. And the beauty of this is the kids is going to using the smartphone app that's free of charge, and then they can actually program, the movement on their own. So it's not necessarily it's been like a preset like a Lego set or something like that. You finish it and that's it. You can make a lot of different different movement based on your own preference. Right. So that's the interactive way that we think the kids will be loving it. So that one is an entry level for for the young kid as 6 years old plus. Okay. And then this guy right here is what we call educational key set. So this whole key set, the kit, is actually come with 900 pieces. It's got one giant control unit. It's got a whole bunch of different sensors, like laser sensors, for example, multi-lighting sensors. It's got gyro sensors. It's the capability of this one control unit. You can actually connect 64 different sensors out of it, and you can imagine how, like, what kind of movement, what kind of, interaction that the kids can build on their own. And also it comes with that little lighting bar is rechargeable, so the kids can actually, for example, create a program to chasing that bar
right
from the light.
And there are different configurations
right
as well.
You're right. You're right. So basically, we have designed 4 different robot set from this one kit. So we have a piano set, we have a mechanical set, and this is a robot set, and then we have a multi-leg robot set as well. So out of that, each setup, the kids can have 13 different assembling difficulty levels, so they can make something totally different from what we preset for them.
Well, I was going to ask, can they customize it and take it further? And
of course.
Say, I don't want to make those 4. I want to reassemble.
100%.
Whatever. Buy multiple kits, put them together. I guess that's the goal, to teach them to learn to do that and to take it where they want to go with it.
And to be creative.
Right.
Yes.
This is all very cool. When is all this going to be available?
Our official product launch will be end of January.
Oh, so
and
soon.
we are working with several different large retailers. Hopefully, you guys will be seeing them soon.
Where can people go if they want to learn more about OneBot?
Our official website, onebot.us and onebot.ca.
Very easy. And then what are the prices for the different levels? Are those
for the mini robot all the way up to the more complex educational set, retail price range will be around $99 to $350.
Great. Very cool. I love robots. I grew up as a science fiction fan, so the idea of building robots and programming robots, if this stuff existed when I was a kid, I might not be sitting here interviewing you. I might be on your side getting interviewed and building robots. Certainly cool for kids, and I look forward to getting stuff like this for my niece when she's a little bit older. 2 might be a little young. Thanks for coming on the show. Thanks for bringing the OneBot with you. Be terrific. Bringing you all the greatest stuff from CES 2020. If you stick around, we'll have a lot more coverage for you throughout the day, almost through the week. One more day after this, lots more gear to bring your way. We'll be back. Hey, this is Brian Stillman coming to you live from CES 2020. I'm with Be Terrific. It's a beautiful day in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's technology all around us. It's super exciting to be here. Everywhere you look, you're seeing something new. You're seeing something innovative. Here on the Be Terrific set, our beautiful set, we've got all sorts of these panels, and it's all glowing and very Las Vegas. Very Las Vegas. I am here with Nadia.
Hi.
Tactagon Skin.
Yes.
It's new. It's a product that allows you to control Bluetooth technology through gestures.
Yes.
This is the second year at CES.
Yes, exactly.
All right. So first, tell us, what is Tactagon Skin?
Tactagon Skin is a wearable device. You see, I can wear it on my hand, and through your gestures, as you said before, you can connect with Bluetooth to devices and give commands to them through your gestures. In fact, on board on Tactagon Skin, we have our own software, which is the novelty of this CES 2020 edition, the Tactagon Gear software, so gestures analysis recognitions. And with this software, you are able to recognize up to 16 gestures. So for instance, up, down, right, left, or more complicated gestures, because you can also wear two Tactagon, one right hand and one left hand. So through our gestures, we give commands to the device. For instance, if we have a robot arm, and we do a square, the robot positions in a certain position, goes in a certain position.
So it's not just move forward, move backwards. It's literally creating command languages.
Yes.
So movement in a square means robot
position yourself here.
Yes,
Or it means whatever the product is tells it to do something.
Yes, exactly. It's a sort of teaching, so we can teach to the robot through our gesture.
And does it work with any Bluetooth-enabled device? Does it work just certain Bluetooth devices? How does the pairing come together?
No, we can connect to any device with Bluetooth, so we go from robots to tablet or smartphone or PC. So we can, for instance, use a Tactigon Skin like a mouse. So if we connect to a PC with a 3D CAD software, let's think of it, we can rotate the object through the keys here on the back, for instance, click and zoom in, or click and zoom out. So give commands like if it were a mouse.
What are some of the applications that you're seeing this applied to? I can see lots of possible options, obviously toys or industry. Where are you seeing it used?
Up to now, we left the Tactigon Skin applications horizontal on purpose, meaning that by simple changing the software on board, we can change the applications. So we can, for instance, manage PowerPoint presentations. So as soon as you're speaking with a simple gesture, you can make slides go onwards or backwards, or you can zoom, or you can rotate and so highlight some words, for instance. Or you can connect to robots to control humanoids or robotic arms, both for industry applications, but also our everyday life.
It's really all about man-machine interface at this point. I mean, that really seems to be the big hurdle that needs to be leapt over. We're creating all this technology, but we still have to find ways to connect to it, still have to find ways to use it in a way that's not invasive in our life, in a way that is seamless. Talk a little bit about the impetus behind the creation of this. What was motivating it?
Okay, so the very, very beginning of the story is a daddy maker story, meaning that a dad with his daughter who wanted to be like Iron Man, you know, and have a device to control things, gave the starting idea of this. Then thinking about the applications and the possibilities of gestures, we understood that gestures are our everyday life. So when we communicate something, we do it also with gestures. So why don't use them to apply to a technology in order to simplify the interaction, the man-machine interaction. So, for instance, when you have to program a robot, you need a high-tech skill, you need a lot of time, long procedure. Think about just doing a circle and the robot learns to position in a certain way or to do a certain movement that is much easier.
What was the process like developing the gestures and figuring out what gestures you want to use to create this interface? Because we can do anything, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you narrow that down into something that's simple for people to understand, easy for them to learn, and are distinct enough for whatever you're controlling to differentiate between from gesture to gesture?
This is a good question and a good problem also. One of the main problems we had to face, because you know we can choose a simple gesture like forward, but for instance, I do it in this way, another person does it faster or longer, you know, so it's not an easy task. So through the artificial intelligence algorithm we have developed, we are now doing examples of these movements from different people so that we can have a high accuracy of recognition of the gesture, even if it's done by different persons. So thinking of a general use, so an everyday life use, we have to bring things as much simple as possible.
Are they, now you said there are 16 gestures, are they 16 predetermined by you guys, by Tactigon Skin, or can I create a new gesture that becomes a new language, a 17th? You know, if I say I want one gesture to be this, now that means position yourself here to the robot. Is that something that I can do? Is that something that you foresee in the future being part of this?
Yes, it's something you can do because Tactic Skin is programmable. So we have 16 gestures we have up to now. So we started from the simplest ones, so right, left, forward, backwards, and so on. But you can do also double gestures, and you can decide on your own that a specific movement has a specific command for the device. Yes.
Now, what are there any programs out there? Is there a list of programs that this already works with, that you have templates for, that you have already sort of programmed certain commands in, or is it just completely open where anything I get, I can program in?
Okay, so first of all, I should say that Tactic Skin is not on the market yet.
Okay.
So what we have developed up to now, it's in our headquarters. So for instance, on our YouTube channel, you can see videos about the applications we have already developed. So a person buying Tactic Skin can download those sketches from our marketplace, install simply on the device here through the USB, and use as is. But Tactic Skin has also an Arduino SDK available, so we give libraries and everything useful to program, and so.
What's up, Terrifics? We've saved the best for last. Welcome to your live continuing coverage of CES 2020 here in North Hall on the floor of the Las Vegas Convention Center. We've come to the Mercedes-Benz booth, and you guys have something very special. This is Sylvan, and this is something very futuristic. It's a concept that is made in partnership for Mercedes.
Exactly. I mean, this partnership is a partnership between Mercedes-Benz and the people from Lightstone Production around James Cameron, John Landau. You all might know them, the makers of the Avatar movie and the makers of the upcoming Avatar movies.
The idea here is there's a concept that's become popular in the last few years, living architecture. Architecture that adapts to the environment, that is able to breathe and make buildings cooler and use less air conditioning and use less heat by making them warmer. As the environment changes, it can change with it. A lot of that kind of conceptual thinking has been put into this, is that correct?
Exactly. I mean, it goes even further. I mean, this car comes alive. This is more like a living creature. It can sense the environment, it can sense the people around, it can even create a connection with the driver. We call it the human-machine merge, so the driver and car become one.
It's beautiful, first of all. Second of all, I like that the doors they're a combination of scissor doors and the doors that kind of flip up. The interior is gorgeous. And you've got these ridiculous wheels. I notice in the back the car has these fins. They move. Can you talk about some of the features that stand out? The wheels, I imagine they breathe to become more aerodynamic. The back of the car becomes more aerodynamic, I would imagine. And it's a very aerodynamic design. So if you could talk about some of the exterior features, and maybe we could talk a little bit about the interior features.
Definitely. So most of the design is, or all of the design is inspired by nature. I mean, that was our guideline. The design language is bionic, it's inspired by nature, the shapes and also the details are inspired by the nature of our Earth as well as the nature of Pandora, of the planet of Avatar. So talking about the wheels, for example, they're inspired by the wood sprites. The wood sprites are those little flying objects that all of you might know from the first Avatar movie, and they gave us inspiration to create these spherical wheels. They have different purposes. Of course, these wheels, they can steer in a completely different way. So they're steered individually, and this car can maneuver in ways a normal car couldn't do. It can almost turn on the spot. It can even like shift diagonally. And this spherical shape also gives a minimal touchdown point on the ground. So this car is very respectful when it's driving through nature. Talking about maybe the doors are inspired by dragon wings of the Avatar movies as well. So the spectacular opening reminds you of the wings of a dragon. And yeah, let's go to the rear, talking about the flaps. I mean, that's one of my highlights, my personal highlights. The flaps have different purposes. You already mentioned aerodynamics. Yes, they can be used for aerodynamic enhancement of the car, for steering, for braking, but they have also different purposes. They can indicate basically whether the driver wants to go right, wants to go left, whatever, and can also express the car. So
is usually on a fast car, you'd have a tail for downforce to keep the back end of the car from coming up. Are these to also help with downforce?
Exactly. If they turn basically like this, they can be turned in all the direction. And if they turn like this, they can also support the downforce, of course.
I would imagine the idea here is that they turn very fast. They move very fast.
Exactly. I mean, they can move on the spot basically. But another aspect of them is basically to bring this car alive. If we look at nature, also on like Pandora and also on our Earth, that's how animals communicate, with their fur, with their skills, with the feathers. You know, they can express their emotions. And once a person is merged with the car, this car can also express his feelings on the outside, his emotions on the outside. And when you're outside the car, this car can start communicating with you. So when you approach the car, the flaps react to you, follow you around, show like an animal would show to his owner that he's excited that he's there. You know, like that's the kind of interaction we're thinking of.
I like that a lot. I imagine, I just assume that this is an electric vehicle that's also autonomous. Are both of those true?
This is absolutely right. I mean, we're thinking here about a distant future, of course, but we're thinking about battery technology that goes beyond what we know today. And autonomous driving, yes, this car is autonomous, but we don't want to leave the person without any ability to control the car. So that's why we installed this human-machine merge. So this car can take over a lot of driving, the driving, but you can still give impulses to the car and tell the car what it should do. So it's more like a corporation.
So you can probably tell its speed and handling, I would imagine.
Exactly. So you have this merge device, you put your hand there, that's where the connection starts, and by pushing forward, backwards, it's the most intuitive way of steering a car you could imagine.
Almost the combination of a plane and a mouse, I would think. Now, talk about the interior. These are considered leaf seats. I would imagine in a leaf seat, much like a leaf suspension, there's some suspension in the seat. Obviously, it looks a little bit like a leaf, and they look gorgeous and very comfortable.
Definitely. I mean, these seats, they're the most comfortable seats you can imagine. And yes, they're inspired by the leaves of the Avatar movies where the people sleep in. That was our major inspiration. Also in the back, basically, I mean, what's really unique about the interior is what you can see here. The rear seat becomes the headrest. So it's like these rear seats, they're really enclosing the rear passengers. We're thinking here about like a family car. So the rear seats are a little bit smaller for the children, but they're very much connected to the parents as well.
Talk about the screen up front and how that plays into the whole experience.
Definitely. I mean, the screen here, this big surface, projection surface, this is a window into a world of fascination, basically. You can see the world through different eyes, through eyes of animals of our world and also of Pandora, basically, like the dragons, for example. And you can get additional information about the world, like magnetic field lines and these things.
What I love about this car, it's beautiful, and people could argue with me because beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what I love about this car is that it really represents what a true concept car is. In the 50s, 60s, and even 70s, we had real concept cars at auto shows. And you don't see that anymore. You see near production vehicles. And Mercedes, for the last 3 or 4, maybe even 5 years, has brought out real concept cars here at CES, which is wonderful. And you've seen the emergence of technology and car and the combination. And you've seen some of those features from the earliest cars here at CES make their way into S-classes and E-classes and GLEs and even GLSs. Are there features on this that you think within 5 years we will see in some of the Mercedes vehicles?
I mean, of course, I can't tell you like what we will bring into production, but definitely what's for sure is that we do these show cars not only to experiment and to create fantasy. Of course, we want to create fantasy and imagination, but we also want to study like what's possible. And this car for us is definitely, in its major message, is a car that could be a guideline for whatever we want to do in the future.
It's certainly great to see concept cars here, and it's certainly great to see this and to let your imagination run wild. This is beautiful. How long did it take to put together?
That's always a hard question. Of course, a concept car of this, let's say, complexity takes a lot of time to really manufacture and bring to life. So I would say like the whole design process was definitely more than 1.5 years in total from the first sketch. Usually, like the most concept cars are done much faster. We can do also, of course, concept cars within like half a year. Yep. But in this depth and detailing and conceptual complexity, it took a lot of time.
Let's walk over there and show everybody how the door opens before we wrap up. The material that the car is made out of, is it aluminum of the body, or is it fiberglass or carbon fiber, or is it kind of an undecided material?
I mean, of course, this exterior is now in the way that we produce it for the show cars is in fiber.
Okay.
Of course.
Very cool.
But on the interior, you can see a lot of sustainable materials, because that's like one of our topics, core topics of this car, the sustainable aspect. So you see the Karun floor.
Yeah.
This is coming like from the jungles. These are the Karun fibers. Basically, they can be produced very sustainable, and you even have to reharvest or reinstall rainforest in order to grow them.
Wow.
And also you have basically the fabric that is from recycled plastics.
Wow.
And also the Dynamica, the seats, is also created. It's a material that is vegan. It's a completely vegan interior without
Very
any,
nice. Without any harm to animals. Is
Exactly.
that a projection screen in front?
This is a projection screen.
Very
yes.
nice. Could we just open the door to get a shot? Hold on, Brian, come on this side real quick, and let's open the door to show everybody the door opening real quick, if you don't mind, because that's beautiful and a wonderful thing. And there it is. And Sylvan, thank you so much. It's been a wonderful experience here and a wonderful tour. How long have you been at Mercedes?
I'm at Mercedes now for 10 years.
No.
Yeah.
And how'd you get there?
Well, I always wanted to be there, and I played there, and I was lucky.
I got to think it's got to be a pretty amazing place to work.
It is.
How'd you get into cars? Just as a boy, dreaming about things like this and playing with cars, huh?
I mean, for a designer, I think the car is the most emotional product you could think of. It creates so many, like, once again on this show, we saw how many emotions you can create by looking at a car. And that's basically what was most interesting for me.
It was very popular for sure. Congratulations. Tell me about when you first sit down to design this. Do you do it on a napkin? Do you sit on a tablet? Are you working with the team? Or are you all kind of sitting in a corner, coming up with your own concepts and taking it from there?
So since I'm the manager of the X3D Advanced team, I'm not the one who is doing the sketches anymore. So I have an awesome team of people who are doing that. And yes, they're still like on the paper with a ball pen. I mean, that's how creativity sparks the best.
When you get a project like this, how excited do you guys get?
Well, we're crazy excited. I mean, first thing we did was we all met and watched the Avatar movies and got inspired there. But of course, we had a lot of thoughts beforehand, also in our heads.
I'm sure you made at least one adjustment to the design or a drawing or something, or said, "Would this be better?" Or made a suggestion. What stands out on the car that you say, "Oh, that's definitely mine"?
I mean, once again, since I didn't design, I would say design is always a team effort.
Sure.
And everybody has his part. And to create such a stunning object, you always need so many excited and motivated people. And so you can't, in the end, you can't really say what is what.
You did a great job managing the team. You did a great job here at CES. Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
This is wonderful. And of course, Mercedes is wonderful. Thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to do a quick wrap-up upstairs on our set, but this is the last interview of CES 2020. Couldn't end in a better way. He's Sylvan. I'm Michael. You're the Terrifics. You make Be Terrific special. Thanks so much for watching. Stay with us. We got more to come. Welcome back, Terrifics, for one last time this year of CES 2020. We'll be back for lots of other great shows throughout the year, but this is the last wrap-up show of 2020 CES. High atop Central Hall in the Las Vegas Convention Center. We have the best set we've ever had. We showed off our wonderful LED panels. BeTerrific.tech for more, the Agility Quadricep. We had a great time. I certainly feel like it always goes too fast this year. It went way too fast, especially for me, because you did all the heavy lifting. I was on camera like twice.
Yeah, funny how that it went fast thing works, Mike.
Well, I had meetings.
You had meetings.
I have to grow the business, and on top of that, I spent some time hanging out with Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, it's a rough life.
He came by the set. He loved it. You got a picture with him?
I got a picture with him. I got to meet.
You're so funny. You're like, sir.
Blade himself. Yeah. Well, look, Blade, Demolition Man.
I see him as Willie Mays Hayes.
Awesome role.
Yes.
I don't think he gets a lot of credit for the comedic acting he does. I think he's the funniest guy.
Most recently, Dolomite.
Action. Dolomite is my name. He is fantastic.
He's going to be in Coming to America too. He was so undercover here, and he's just a great dude.
But he's here all the time, right? Like he's into
He was
gadgets.
here last year.
It's like
his
gig.
Yeah, but he's undercover. He doesn't like anybody to know.
Yeah.
It was really cool, and it was cool that he took pictures with all of us. In fact, we didn't ask.
He was a nice guy.
So we just did the Mercedes-Benz Avatar.
Yes.
You did a walkthrough the other day. I actually
Yes.
did a full interview with the guy who manages the design team. Highlight of 2020 CES for me, for sure. Loved the Bridgestone interview I did. I just love cars, and anytime you can deal with a car manufacturer, a car part manufacturer like Bridgestone, that was great. It was their first year here in 90 years of history. They came to CES because now they're a technology company too, and it talks to what the trends here at CES, that CES is becoming a show where people come to do business, they come to interact, they come to engage, and everybody's a tech company.
Absolutely. One of the things that I like seeing this year was the educational tech, seeing toys for education. This is not a new thing, but it's great to see where the technology is going. It's great to see the way they're using play to advance STEM ideas, complex ideas. We had a lot of it.
Doodle-matic was one of my favorites. Pretty amazing. They were only on like 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, I think they're pretty much part of the company at this point.
But they have a really cool thing for STEM, STEAM, learning, setting up rules and barriers, and kids can draw and make their own games.
And
you don't have to know how to code.
It's fun. You don't even have to be a kid. It's fun. We also looked at the T9 robot today, which is a transforming robot, not a transformer TM, but it is a transforming robot that turns into a car. But more importantly, it's one of the most advanced robotic, consumer robotic products you can buy, which again teaches programming, teaches complex ideas, teaches logic ideas.
I don't know if you made it to Catalyst Case. I think you did.
We did. We were there.
They have wonderful stuff. Waterproof cases now. All sorts of fun stuff. In addition to that, LG's booth. Did you make it to LG's booth?
We did not. I did not make it to LG's
okay.
booth.
It's sad we didn't get a walkthrough. You did Sony's, which is huge.
Yep.
But LG has an autonomous vehicle, and they've reimagined it finally. Somebody did. I mean, Mercedes kind of did last year, but now they have, and they had TVs in it and a couch and all this stuff.
Sure.
And of course, they're trying to sell TVs. But to me, it was the idea of finally we're understanding that why are we building these autonomous vehicles to look like the cars we're driving today?
Right.
By the way, made it over to Pop Socket and got Carmen a Pop Socket. She's wanted one so badly. They wouldn't give me a black one for her, but I got this cool Vegas one.
Oh, that's nice.
Pop
Nice.
Socket had some really interesting things, including a wireless charger for your Pop Socket, because the Pop Socket almost technically, you can use a wireless charging for your phone with it, but it's kind of wonky, and so this is one designed for it.
Oh, that's nice.
A lot of really cool stuff here this year, though.
Absolutely.
What was your favorite?
I had a few favorites. Like I said earlier, Sony's walk through their virtual studio environment blew me away. As a filmmaker, that is the type of tech I love to see, because it's something that allows artists to push their movies forward without going completely digital. So I thought that was very cool. I like the Doodle-matic. I
like
jump in
it
there
too.
and say that I dig that.
It was very cool.
I like the fact that I have better skin than you. 8.2 versus your, what was it, a 7.2, something like that?
7.3, come on.
7.3, okay, I'll let you have that point.
The
that
Neutrogena
1 point.
skin app, that's pretty cool.
I like that.
I thought it was cool. I went to Mobileye before, and they were showing how they actually do the autonomous vehicles and how they brake and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And even in the cars that aren't autonomous, how the auto braking works and stuff. That was very cool. They're owned by Intel now, and that was very fun fun to see. There are a lot of new companies here this year.
IMAX had some cool stuff about bringing IMAX into your home theater system.
I saw
with
that.
new decoders. That was pretty powerful. I
thought-
can't afford any of it, but it was
I
cool.
thought there are a lot of new companies here this year too that are new, like Neon, showing off some great technology. And it was interesting to see. This is growing. Next year there will be a whole new convention center attached to this convention center. Most people would say, "Oh my God, CES is going to give up the Sands or give up the Aria or give up something." No, they're just going to expand the show all the way across the street. So you're talking like, I don't know, probably 3 million square feet of space here just at the LVCC, the Las Vegas Convention Center. We hope to be back right here in this same spot. I think this was the best year we ever did because on two levels. One, look at this set, and we did great interviews. On two, the team did a phenomenal job, and I was able to go to these meetings so that we can grow the company and not worry about the broadcast, and you guys did a phenomenal job holding down the fort and doing the broadcast. I got to thank everybody, first of all. I got to thank Nick, who's been holding down the fort at home and working with Andrew there. Nick's done a phenomenal job switching behind the scenes at our facility in Secaucus. He's doing all the switching live from Secaucus. We send all the video back there. Jeff is here. He's done a great job. John is unbelievable. Albert, Carmen is unreal. Laura's been here rocking it. You got Adam Holtz. Of course, you, Brian Stillman, have done such a great job. And David Kleinstein, this guy, he imagined how to build all this, except for the tree, which John figured out. So congratulations to the team. We've all done a wonderful job, and I'm very proud of all of you, and I'm really excited to the future. And, of course, this wouldn't be possible without our chairman, Dr. David Milch, who's got a great vision and sees the vision that we have for the company, and it's just unbelievable. By the way, I just found this out. He saved a man in New York City yesterday. He's a doctor, and a guy, he was eating at a place, I don't know, like Bar Bacon or something, and he was having brunch, and some guy, had a heart attack next to him. And anybody didn't have a doctor, and he revived the guy, and somebody was documenting the whole thing, got pictures and video, and I just got texts of this.
That's insane.
Yeah, he went over, and he got the guy back to life, and then they took him to the hospital, and he's doing all right. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's good to hear that he was there.
I know. He used to tell me stories when I was a kid he'd work at the Boston Garden. He went to Harvard Med, and he would work at the Boston Garden, and back in the days when the Bruins would go into the stands and fight the fans, and he'd have to take care of all those fans, stitch them up and stuff. I used to love those stories. It's pretty amazing. Mike Milbury and stuff would go into the stands and just to, try and annihilate fans. I never understood that. But anyway, and he would be there for all that. So pretty cool that he saved some guy's life yesterday. That's pretty amazing. Got to tip your hat to that.
Absolutely.
He's an amazing guy. So we had a lot of great people come by our set and our studio to talk to us about doing other things. And, of course, I got to thank Pam and, of course, Robbie, who make this possible here and who believe in our vision of doing a live stream. I got to thank all the folks at Mercedes-Benz and because they did this really nice interview at the last second, Sony, and, of course, the CTA. It's a wonderful organization that keeps growing and is just phenomenal. And they keep growing partly because they invite media in like this and give us space to do broadcasts. So thank you guys so much. I got to thank you. You are the Terrifics, and you make Be Terrific special. You really do. You make Be Terrific special. That's why we do this. You make it worth doing. So thank you very much for watching, giving us your time. Time is our most precious resource. Brian, favorite part of CES 2020?
Favorite part of CES 2020? Honestly, I love interviewing people. So all the conversations I got to have. I don't want to necessarily single one of them out. There were a few, though, that stood out for me that were a lot of fun. But honestly, meeting the people, seeing the equipment,
telling their stories.
Here, that's what it is. That's why we do what we do. We're bringing our stories to the people out there. That's why we're journalists.
That's what Wesley was asking me about that
Yeah.
before, and I said this is what I love doing most. Of all the things, I'm passionate about our LEDs. I'm passionate about the business. But as long as I can get in the chair a couple times, I'm happy.
It sounds like a vague answer and a cop-out answer, but it's really
this
true.
Is not.
That's
My favorite
it is.
part is telling the stories.
It's getting out here.
And telling that Doodle-Matic story was unbelievable. And then the other guy who started the company, Super Secure. This guy just started this company, and he had a vision, and he was in the venture cap space, and he went with a friend and said, let's do this.
Tinker Thinker. She was a grad student, and she started this educational toy.
Yeah, and I love... There are people starting to think about, there's a business that's good. There's a huge company doing it. Why don't I do it on a micro level like those bicycles, which was amazing, which was, I forget the name. But it was like, but the guy started. It was cool.
Yeah.
So you basically could set up your own Bird or Lime rental scooter business.
Right. It's the entrepreneurial spirit on display.
That's what
here.
drives this. That's what drives America.
Creativity, the artistry, the technological know-how, the gumption to just go out and do it.
All right. He's Brian. I'm Michael. You're the Terrifics. You make me terrific special. Thanks so much for watching. And until next time, be terrific. That's it for CES 2020. I got to thank my man Eric Mann, because he was very helpful too, and it was awesome to see him here the entire time of CES 2020. I'll see you again later, folks. Be good.
Good job, Mike.